Hello, welcome to our first class of our training module for the CompTIA Cybersecurity Analyst exam. So the focus of this course will be on analyzing techniques, concepts, how to use tools and technologies in order to, first of all, be able to protect a network, understand how a cybersecurity analyst is supposed to think, how he is or she is supposed to act, the tools that can be used in its favor, and also the techniques that are used by attackers. Now, it is also obviously very important to understand all those things in order to take the CompTIA CySA Plus exam. So the main goal of this training course is to prepare you for the CompTIA CySA Plus exam. And it's important to highlight that because as we move forward, we're going to be talking about some concepts that you should know for that specific exam. Okay, so with no further ado, let's get started. And our first topic is going to be on concepts. So we're going to introduce or revise, obviously it depends on your expertise, on your knowledge, but we're going to revise or introduce some concepts, basic concepts that are important for a cybersecurity analyst. And the very first one is the difference between security and privacy. There is a huge confusion that usually people make when mentioning these concepts. You hear many people using these two terminologies as if they're interchangeable, which is not the case. So let's just remember that security we can summarize that security is much more related to the technical implementation, the technical skill set that you have in order to protect information, to protect data. So security is related to the CIA triad. So that stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality, and so the goal of each of these ones is to protect against disclosure or at least excessive disclosure. Integrity is focusing on protecting from alteration, tampering data. And availability wants to prevent services from being denied. So confidentiality is a concept that wants to guarantee that only those that are supposed to access that data, access that information, is actually going to access that specific information. So third parties that are not supposed to access that won't. Integrity focuses on guaranteeing that the information that is stored or transmitted, the data that is being stored or transmitted, will not be altered, will not be tampered. And availability tries to guarantee that information will always be available. So, obviously that is the focus. It may not happen with 100% of availability, but that is the ultimate goal. So the idea is to prevent from denial of services, for example, or any type of denial to that data or to that information. Now, privacy, on the other hand, is focusing on how to manage someone else's data, someone else's information. So, for example, you may have seen situations where you visit a website and that website is warning you that the information that is being retrieved or asked for you will be maintained somehow, will not be distributed. or if it is going to be distributed, how it's supposed to be distributed. That information will always be available for you as well. So there is a bunch of information there saying, hey, so this is what we are going to do with your information, because that's your privacy, and we want to guarantee that you have that your information is private. So a bunch of rules that will be put in place to guarantee that your privacy is being kept. And that information is called, it's identified, you're going to see that many times in the CompTIA CySA Plus exam, PII. They're not going to use personally identifiable information. The entire time that you're going to see in the exam, it will display PII. So you're supposed to know that stands for personally identifiable information, which is a private information or private data. So someone else's private data. And the thing about personally identifiable information is that it is regulated by law or principle. So the reason why I put it here between quotes is because, well, you can't regulate principles, right? But there is some ethical concerns involved in how the information is being kept, how the information is being shared, how the information is being collected. So in many situations, there are regulations, issues that are regulated by law. For example, we have HIPAA, which is supposed to guarantee or regulate how some type of information, health informatics, health data is being kept and distributed. So there is a regulation there. Same thing, so if it's credit card transactions, if it involves credit card transactions, then we have the DSS regulation as well. Now, there are some situations where these can't be regulated. So, but we do have some ethical aspects involved. So that's why I mentioned this as regulated principles. And because of that, 10 generally accepted privacy principles, GAPP. Also, when you see it in the CompTIA CySA Plus exam, it won't mention generally accepted privacy principles. It's just going to mention GAPP. Okay, so we have generally 10 GAPP practices. And what are these practices? This is what is expected, or these are principles that are expected by organizations when they are dealing with other people's data. So let's take a look at those 10 practices. First one, we have management. So the first practice that is expected from a company that is dealing with other people's data is to manage the data, the privacy of the data. And what does it mean to manage that privacy? That means that they have to document their privacy. So they have to document how they're taking care of other people's data. They must also notice users. So let users know that they are dealing with those users' data and how they're dealing with that. Obviously, there is a choice and consent. So users must know that company is collecting data, maybe they're storing that data, and even if they're going to share that data, there must be a choice and consent form, for example. So somehow the users must be aware of that. Also, how they are collecting that data. They are collecting that data and how they are collecting that data. So this is pretty much related to choice and consent. So first, the user must be made aware of that before they can actually collect the data. They must also document the usage, retention, and disposal of that information. So the user must be aware that, okay, so your information is being kept, we're going to use it. If possible, the user must know how that information is going to be used, how that information is going to be retained, and how that information is going to be disposed, and even when that information is going to be disposed. Another practice is access. So the user must be able to access his own or her own information. So if I visit a website that is going to collect data, if at any moment I want to know what type of data they are collecting or what they actually collected, I have the right to know that that specific information. The disclosure practice says that if that company, that organization that is collecting data, collecting the user's data, is at any point going to disclose that information to another organization, that must be also made available. The user must also be aware that may happen at any specific point. So it brings back to choice and consent, but this is choice and consent of disclosing data to other organizations. And security, obviously, the techniques that are going to be put in place in order to guarantee that that private information is not going to be accessed by someone else, by another company, for example. Also, the accuracy of the data. So it is a good practice for an organization to guarantee that the information that is being stored, the data that is being stored, is going to be accurate. It's not going to be changed. It's not going to be altered. And obviously, there must be a constant review of these other 9 practices. So the company, the organization, must be constantly monitoring how they're, for example, how they're securing the information that they have, how they're guaranteeing that the information, that the data there is accurate, that the users are in accordance with the way that the information is being kept. So it guarantees it monitors the other 9 practices. Now, even with those good practices that are expected from organizations, obviously, risks may exist. And one of the key characteristics of a cybersecurity analyst is to be able to perform risk assessment. That is critical. And what is risk assessment? Basically, the idea is to be able to assess risks, be able to identify type of risks. But first, we have to understand what a risk actually is. What does it mean? What does the keyword risk actually mean? So first, we have to analyze 2 concepts: vulnerability and threat. And they are not the same. Well, and in many situations, you as a cybersecurity analyst is going to first analyze threat, then vulnerability, although there is no requirement here. There is no clear sequence. So, first of all, vulnerability. Vulnerability is identifying that a system, for example, or a device, or an infrastructure or premises are vulnerable to a specific attack. Now, keep in mind, an attack can be on purpose or not. But it just means that the vulnerability exists. The vulnerability is there. It's very specific. For example, you may have an operating system that is vulnerable to a type of attack. Now, a threat is associated with the possibility of that attack actually taking place. So if you have a vulnerable system, a system that is vulnerable to a specific type of attack, does that mean that system is going to be attacked? No, it doesn't. So it depends on the threat. And the opposite is also true. You may have an environment that is susceptible to a threat, but the vulnerability is not there. So for example, one type of threat that we're going to talk about is the environmental threat. For example, some locations in the United States are susceptible to hurricane hits. Well, that is a threat. But even if that happens, even if hurricanes occur in that specific area where the organization is situated, is located, does it mean that a specific vulnerability will be exploited? Well, maybe there is no relation between those two. For example, an operating system that is vulnerable to some kind of shell coding, how is that related to an environmental threat? There is no relation there. There is no correlation. So these two are not correlated. Obviously, there is another vulnerability that would be that would exist there because of that threat. So there must be a correlation between the vulnerability and that threat. With that in mind, then you can calculate the risk. You can determine the risk. So a risk is the consideration of threat times vulnerability. Now, so far, there is no numbers involved here. There are no numbers involved here. So we can't actually make this, you cannot analyze it as a mathematical formula, although there are models that will give points to specific threats and specific vulnerabilities, and we're actually going to talk that in the future. But these are different models, different methodologies. So far, what we're analyzing is just the concept of risk assessment. And as far as risk assessment goes, risk is simply the combination of a threat and a vulnerability. Now, in order to make this more identifiable or measurable, the National Institute of Standards and Technology in the United States, they created National Institute of Standards and Technology, that's NIST. So NIST created the NIST risk assessment. And here, we're still not using numbers, but at least we'll be able to put values into some risks. So how do they propose you to perform risk assessment? Well, basically, we're going to conduct assessment by identifying the threat. So it's the same idea as we saw before, but now you have to consider 4 different threats: adversarial, accidental, structural, and environmental. Adversarial, that is the most obvious one. That is the one that we actually think about when studying cybersecurity. So this is a situation where you have a very clear adversary, right? So for example, one country that is in war with another country, and so the governments are battling for information, for example, for technology. So one country actually wants to attack the other country, right? So that is a clear example of a adversarial threat. So observe, this is a clear presence of a adversarial threat. Does that mean that the risk is actually there? Does it mean that the risk is low, medium, or high? How do we measure that? So far, we're only trying to identify the existence or not of a threat. We also have accidental threats. That is the situation where just by accident something happened, right? So, for example, the network analyst performed a misconfiguration of something, or by mistake just purged an entire partition, or didn't monitor the UPS and the battery is not charged, and then the power goes down and those devices that are connected to that UPS also go down. So this is purely accidental, although it's very much related, it can be very much related to misconfiguration. We also have structural threats. So for example, if a system is getting overloaded, a router, for example, is getting overloaded, and then it's not being able to process all the data that is arriving and leaving that network, that organization network, then you're losing packets. Packets that are not supposed to pass are passing through in the network. So that type of situation, therefore, you have a structural threat. And we also have the environmental threats, which I mentioned a few minutes ago. For example, hurricane hits, earthquakes. Now, we also have to identify vulnerabilities according to the NIST risk assessment. And this just goes back to the previous slide where we determined what a vulnerability is. So, according to the infrastructure that we have, do we have vulnerabilities? Do we have failures in our systems or in our devices that are susceptible to attacks? So you have to identify those vulnerabilities. Now, based on that, you can determine likelihood of occurrence and the impact. So the likelihood of occurrence is directly related to the threat. So these threats actually exist. So you have adversarial, you have accidental, you have structural, and you have environmental threat. But what is the likelihood of these threats actually occurring? It all depends on the vulnerabilities that exist. So in order to be able to determine the impact, you have to identify the vulnerabilities. Combining threat and vulnerability, just as we saw over here, would give us the risk, right? But there is no measurement. In order to be able to measure that risk, we have to determine the likelihood of occurrence, or determine the threat and determine the impact of that vulnerability. Now, you use likelihood of occurrence and impact to determine the risk based on this matrix right here. So you have the likelihood being measured from low to medium to high, and the impact being measured to low to medium to high. And then you combine those in order to determine that. So, for example, let's say that there is a adversarial threat, right? And the a specific server has a vulnerability that would allow a adversary to cause a denial of service. So bring the web server down, for example, right? So what is the likelihood? Okay, do I have a very present adversary? Do I have someone, another organization that is actually trying to bring my server down? Yes. And what is that level? Low, medium, or high? Let's say that it's high. Okay, good. Now, that vulnerability, the vulnerability that is present in my web server, is it low, medium, or high? What is the impact? Well, the impact is high because if it's exploited, then my server will go down. So then we're going to have high likelihood with high impact. So the risk is going to be high. So that is how you should use the NIST risk assessment matrix. Again, even though you may not use this matrix, you have to be aware of it and how to analyze it, because you're going to see it in the CompTIA CySA Plus exam. Now, another concern that is that you have to have is, okay, what to do? Given that we have those risks, those possible risks, what are the measures that I can take, that I can put in place in order to mitigate, in order to reduce the chances of having those risks and being exploited, for example? Okay, so there is many different resources. One that is that you have to be aware of is NAC, Network Access Control. Basically, if you put a NAC in place, what you're doing is you're creating an authentication system. And that authentication system will contact a database in order to verify whether that user should get access to the network or not. So basically, this is a situation where you may have an open, what is called open network, open access network. That is the type of network that, let's say, a client comes in the premises, that person finds an outlet, a network outlet, plugs that computer into that outlet, and then boom, that person got access to your network. Or you can do something fancier and something safer, which is implementing a NAC. So once that person plugs the computer into the network, that person won't be able to simply start navigating, browsing, okay? He or she will have to inform his or her credentials. That device is the supplicant. Now, there are different ways of acting as a supplicant. You can use a native software, which means this is a software that comes in the operating system. There may be the requirement for an additional software, which is called an agent, or they may use a portal. So once the user plugs the computer into the network, the browser will open a web page asking for credentials. But what you have to keep in mind here is there is an agent, okay, that will act as the supplicant. That supplicant will say to the authenticator, hey authenticator, I want to connect to your network. That authenticator will request a challenge. Let's say that it's just the credentials, username and password. The supplicant informs that, the credentials. The authenticator will check on the database whether that is a valid credentials have been informed or not. Now, the authenticator and the database, along with the authentication system, they can be in the same device or they can be in separate devices. One common scenario is this one where the authenticator is simply a network device. It can be a switch, it can be a wireless access point, a web, whatever that is, it will just forward those credentials to a specific server. Usually, most commonly, you're going to have radius servers, which a radius server is a server that is talking this specific protocol that is used to implement authentication and authorization. But obviously, you have fancier scenarios, you have more simple scenarios, but this is the general architecture of a network access control technology. It is also very important to be aware of the concept of demilitarized zone, DMZ, okay? So the concept of demilitarized zone is based on the concept that the critical devices must sit in a specific protected network or subnetwork. So in this image here, if you observe, we have the public network. So that is, let's say, the internet. And then we have the internal premises, right? Obviously, whatever comes in and goes out is being filtered by that firewall, which is, that's why it's right there, right? But then the firewall will be responsible to analyze whether that information is supposed to be forwarded to the internal network. That is where, for example, the employees are at, or if that is a request that should be forwarded to a server, for example, a web server, a database management system, a file server, whatever that is. Now, these servers, since they are critical, they cannot be sitting in the same network of the employees. So you have a separate internal network and then you have a demilitarized network. There are several different ways of implementing demilitarized zones. You can be one that is as simple as this one. You can have sub-DMZs. You can have several different DMZs. You can have several different internal networks and then different DMZs to each of those subnetworks. But this is the a more generic representation of a DMZ. Now, in regards to firewall, there are different types of firewalls, different types of packet analysis. The most common one and the simplest one, which is the simple packet filtering firewall. Basically, it's just analyzing the source address, the destination address, the source port, the destination port, the source MAC, destination MAC. So those data that are carried in the overload of the in the header of the protocols up to the third layer, to the internet layer. You may have a stateful firewall. In a stateful firewall, you're going to see the connection, the analysis of connections. So let's say that a client is trying to connect to a file server. Well, the first time that that client is making the request, a connection must be established. So basically, this is going to go through the packet filtering firewall rules. Once that connection has been established, since it's using a TCP transport protocol, then the next packets or segments involved in that communication won't go through the packet filtering rules, because the analysis is being made based on the state. So therefore, in this situation, we have a previously established connection. So the state is valid, the connection is permanent, so the traffic involved in that communication will be forwarded. Oops. You also have the next generation firewall, which is a much more expensive solution, but also will allow the cybersecurity analysts to implement additional fancier things, such as, for example, the amount of data that a user has transmitted, the number of processes, the number of connections to that user. So you have much more information that is being carried out in the header and even in the overload of specific protocols that can be analyzed. Obviously, this requires a much more expensive and complex device to be able to perform this type of firewall. And you also have the web application firewall, which are firewalls that are focusing on analyzing web attacks. For example, looking for SQL injections, cross-site scripting, that kind of stuff. In the CompTIA CySA Plus exam, network segmentation is also an implementation that is that must be known by the exam takers, obviously. But one concept that is very important is jump box. So as you know, network segmentation is this simple resource, making use of the resource of segmenting the network for security purposes. So for example, as previously mentioned, in a demilitarized zone, you're going to have a specific network for the servers and then a separate internal network. That is one type of network segmentation. Obviously, it can go a lot over that. So you can create groups. Some users may have access to parts of the network, some others may not, depending on their credentials. But one concept that you see in the CompTIA CySA Plus exam is jump box. And jump box is nothing more than the use of connecting to a device before you can actually get to your final destination. So let's say that you are your company has their sales rep. So let's say that a sales rep is visiting a client, and that sales rep needs to show the portfolio, the company's portfolio, which is stored in a database that is inside the company's premises. Well, would you, as a cybersecurity analyst, would you allow that sales rep to remotely, directly access the company's database? Okay, that can happen. You may put some resources in place to guarantee that it's not that dangerous. But there are other situations where you just want to make it safer. So you don't want to allow users, outsiders, to directly access the database. So what you do is you create a specific device, a specific system within the network that will accept connections, obviously based on credentials, but it will accept connections, and then the sales rep would have to connect to that server, and once connected to the server, then connect to the database and pull the information, the data that is supposed to be shown to that client. So one example of that is a SSH server or a remote desktop protocol server, a solution very much used by Microsoft users. That specific server is a jump box. You also have honeypots, which is creating a system full of failures or full of services being shown, so that device would show attackers, hey, I have this service open, hey, I have this vulnerability, just to drag the attention of those attackers. And once they attack that specific vulnerable system, you'd be able to block connections coming from those attackers. You also have VPNs, which is the establishment of a private network, a virtual private network between endpoints. We're going to talk more about VPNs in the future, but you have different setups, different VPN setups. You can have just a point-to-point connection, you can have a point-to-multipoint, and you can have multipoint to multipoint, establishing connections, virtual private connections between, for example, different branches of that company with the headquarters. The CompTIA CySA Plus exam must also expect you to understand hardening, which is the idea of improving the security of the devices, systems, technologies that you have in your premises. Patching is also required. Always keep the systems up to date. If using Microsoft solutions, then GPO is something that is very important, must be used by cybersecurity analysts, which is the creation of group policies. Obviously, Microsoft is not the only company that allows Windows users to implement GPOs. We have similar stuff for other operating systems as well. But when it comes to group policies, Microsoft GPOs are the most common resources that you have. You must also implement IPS intrusion prevention systems and intrusion detection systems, whether it's host-based or network-based. Just remember, you have to be aware of the difference between an IDS and IPS. And basically, the IPS is the IDS with a firewall. So blocking or allowing packets based on the judgment that it makes of those packets. So let's say that you have an ID intrusion detection system that is trying to verify anomalies. If an anomaly is found in an IDS, that anomaly will only be notified, alerted to the analyst. If it's an IPS, intrusion prevention system, then it's not just an alert, it's actually blocking that traffic. Reverse engineering is a resource that should be used more by cybersecurity analysts, but it's not, mostly because of the complexity involved in it. But the idea of reverse engineering is, let's say that you are using a software, a new software, or that there is something going on in the network. You trace it back to the original code that is generating that traffic, and you want to understand what that software actually does. So you have to reverse engineer it. You have to, from the, code-wise, if we're reverse engineering a software, you only have access to the binary, to the executable of that file, of that software. So you have to, based on the execution of that software, try to understand what it actually does. Now, code-wise, programming-wise, one software that you can use to help you with that is the OllyDbg. Basically, it helps you understand. Obviously, to use OllyDbg, you have to understand assembly language, but then you can trace back to the source code of that software. Pen testing is also necessary, although your focus as a cybersecurity analyst is to protect the network. You have to verify if the resources that you put in place, the security resources that you put in place, are actually making your network safer. So you can perform pen tests by yourself, but it should only be valid if performed by others, by another company. So you should hire a company to perform penetration testing against your network to test the measurements that you put in place. Now, we have to understand more. The CompTIA CySA Plus exam expects us to understand more about pen testing. So penetration tests basically involves a few phases. The first one is planning. So planning, there are a few questions that you have to answer when planning a penetration testing. The first one is when. When am I going to perform these attacks? Or not only the attacks, but when am I going to start the penetration testing entirely? Because a penetration testing does not start with the actual attacks. There is some information gathering involved, which we're going to see. So the first one is when. When does it start? When does it end? You have to be able to define that. How long it's going to take. So when it starts, how long it's going to take, how far in regards to the depth of the network, right? So is it going to only verify the nodes, the devices that are directly connected to the public network? Is it going to go deep into the internal networks? How far is it going to go? And what to test? What type of devices? Am I penetration testing only servers? Am I penetration testing concentrators such as routers, switches? What about the workstations? What about the wireless access points? Are we penetration testing those ones as well? So all these questions must be answered before you define whether it's going to be a white, gray, or black box environment methodology. In a white box methodology, a bunch of information will be given to you as a penetration tester. Obviously, if you are the cybersecurity analyst performing penetration testing, you are giving that information to yourself. In a black box, then it's limited. Just a very limited amount of information will be given. And in a gray box, it's the middle ground between white and black box. Some information will be given. Okay, so the penetration testing phase can be, or phases are, the first one is going to be discovery, where reconnaissance and information gathering will be put in place. So there is no actual attacks here. It's basically trying to gather as much information as you can about that target. Then the attack will actually start, will actually happen. First, by getting access to whatever you can get access to, then you want to escalate privileges. So let's say that you get access to a specific server as a limited user. Now you want to escalate and try to get access as an admin user. And you want to expand access, not in that specific device, but expand to others. So if you're capable of getting access to a specific device and become an admin user, there is a very high probability that you can get access to other devices as well. Once you have that, once you have control of that network, basically, you want to install tools that will help you monitor whatever is happening there, and that will allow you to come back later on. So install backdoors, for example. So why is it so important for cybersecurity analysts to understand penetration testing? Well, because you need to know that this is what an attacker will do when getting access to the premises, to your premises. And then finally, a penetration tester must write a report, which is basically an explanation of what's being found and how to fix all that. So this is what the CompTIA CySA Plus exam expect us to know initially in regards to basic concepts of cybersecurity. So you have to keep in mind that it's very important to know the difference between security and privacy, concepts regarding how to mitigate attacks, what to do, such as what is a network access control, what is a firewall, the types of firewalls. So all those different types of resources that you can put in place. You also have to understand what a penetration tester does and what are the steps involved in it. And most importantly, what we have to keep in mind here is risk assessment. So the main focus of this video was risk assessment. You have to understand that risk assessment involves threats, analyzing vulnerabilities, and combining those two in order to measure your risks. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to our Module 2 of the CompTIA CySA Plus Prepping Exam course. So in this module, we are going to talk about threat intelligence. The first thing that you need to keep in mind in regards to most of the CompTIA exams, prepping courses, is that they are very much focused on concepts, terminologies, and formal structures. And it's not different for the CompTIA CySA Plus prepping course. So there are many techniques that professionals use, whether they're analysts, network analysts, cybersecurity analysts, it doesn't really matter. But there are several tools, several approaches, several techniques that are used by these professionals, and they're not actually following, let's say, a handbook. Now, the CompTIA company actually demand on most of their exams that these professionals, they understand the concepts, frameworks, formal approaches that exist for that specific area or for those specific areas. And it's not different for this one. So one of the concepts that we have to understand in order to pass the CySA Plus exam is threat intelligence. and the frameworks, structures associated with this concept. Now, so first of all, this is what you need to understand, what a threat intelligence is. Okay, by now we do know what a threat is, right? So a threat is basically a technique that may leverage some kind of vulnerability existing in a system or device, some way that an attacker can, or something that an attacker can leverage in order to obtain the information that it's focusing on obtaining. Now, threat intelligence is what the cybersecurity or information security analyst, engineer needs to know, needs to understand. So in order for let's say, a information security analyst to properly manage a network, that person, that professional needs to understand how attackers work. That person, that professional does not quite have to know how to perform an attack. So many people say that, okay, you have to be able to hack in order to defend from a hack attack. No, that's not precisely true, but you do need that professional does need to understand how these attacks work. Okay, now, in order to do that, this professional needs to know how not only the attacks work, but also the techniques, the methodologies, the tools that are used by attackers, how they actually work. So a threat intelligence, the threat intelligence strives to understand and or learn attackers' mindset, motivations, tools, techniques, and also to trace tracks. So first of all, as previously mentioned, this professional, the security professional, in order to maintain its network, its infrastructure safe, it needs to understand the mindset of an attacker. So an attacker has a specific way of approaching its targets. Now, it's interesting to understand how that attacker approaches. So, what is guiding that person? That's a motivation. What is guiding that attacker? Why that attacker is going to perform that kind of attack, right? There is a reason behind that. What are the techniques that person, that attacker, is going to use? What are the tools? So the security professional must understand these concepts. But also, even though using all the techniques and all the tools available to the security professional to defend its network, its infrastructure from an attack, that attack can still be successful. So the network can be compromised either way. There is a chance that happens. So, okay, what to do then? Well, this professional would then need to know how to track what the attacker did. How did the attacker got access to my network? What did he do after he got access? Once he left, did he leave any tracks behind? All this will help the security professional to understand even more so that he or she will prevent another attack. Now, in order to gather more information about threats, the security professional must know where to look for that kind of information. So what are the threats that exist, that currently exist? And what are the attacks that are being performed and that are being successful? So the security professional has to be aware of the scenario that is involved in an attack, especially in a successful attack. What are the threats? Are they being successful? What type of attackers, their profile, in regards to their profile, what type of attackers are performing these attacks? What type of targets? So what are the targets profiles as well? So in order to help us understand all these scenarios, we have many websites and tools available, which are called threat intelligence frameworks or threat intelligence tools. These tools help us gather information. So threat intelligence gathering is a very important step. Again, this is a concept that you're going to see in your exam. Threat intelligence gathering. That is the very first step. The security professional has to know what are the existing threats that can actually happen against the infrastructure that he is responsible for, and what are the chances of a successful attack. So it's not only about knowing the existing threats, but knowing the existing threats that may be successful. Because, for example, if there are plenty of existing threats, but there is an existing threat that, although it exists, it cannot perform a successful attack against the systems that exist within the premises. Why? Because it's a very old threat. It's a threat that can only successfully attack a Windows 7 machine, for example. Okay, and there are no Windows 7 machines within our premises. Okay, so that is not a concern, right? So there's gotta have a feeling and a knowledge of what are the existing threats that actually pose a threat to my specific infrastructure, my specific systems. Now, in order to gather that information, we have some websites or tools that can help us with that. We have open threat intelligence gathering tools, and we have proprietary threat intelligence gathering tools. This is just an example, okay, of the OTX, which stands for Open Threat Exchange website. So basically, and it's an example of an open one, and probably the most used, most famous Open Threat Intelligence website. This is just an example. It has its paid version. You can also go there and take a look at some free available information. You even have access to a free demo. As you can see here, they have their username and password, their default username and password that you can use in order to take a look at that demo. And this image here is presenting to you just the default dashboard that they have. Now, a bunch of information. I strongly advise you to go there, access, take a look at it, see what you have available, what kind of information you can gather, right? So as you can see here, it's classifying and numbering the threats. As we can see in the alarms by intent, we have system compromise, we have exploitation and installation, we have delivery and attack, we have reconnaissance, and we have environmental awareness, at least in that frame. Now, there are many other types, many other classifications. The numbers are abundant, so you should go there and take a look at it. Now, again, this is a overall framework. You're going to see a bunch of stuff there. And so there's the link. You also have so many others, but Now, let's take a look at some examples funded by the American government. We have the United States Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CySA. There is also the U.S. Department of Defense Cybercrime Center. They also provide you a bunch of information regarding threat intelligence. Microsoft, they have their own threat intelligence blog, and some others, such as the SANS Internet Storm Center. You also have some other websites, such as Packet Storm, so many others. Spam House is a more specific one. It's focused on emails, so it's focused on email threat intelligence. It's very much used when you configure for example, a SMTP server and you want to block spammers or spammed domains. You can link your SMTP server with Spam House and their blacklist, for example. Now, this is a very important information. As I previously mentioned, threat intelligence must be addressed. And this is something that you're going to see in the CompTIA CySA Plus exam. It's not only about gathering information about threat. It's not only about threat intelligence, but also understanding the concepts behind those threats. So who's performing that type of attack? What is the behavior behind that threat? What are the targets? What kind of system can it compromise? It is also possible that you see in your CompTIA CySA Plus exam the concept and some questions regarding the reliability level. Now, there is no common consensus regarding how to define that reliability level. There are companies that will address this from 0 to 100, others from 1 to 5, others from 1 to 10. But what is important here is you should be capable of defining a number to a threat according to your infrastructure. So you should consider, for example, the date where that threat was created, what kind of systems it can successfully attack, the versions, the coverage. So, for example, is it a type of attack that would only successfully gain access to one machine, or can it gain access to several devices? Also, if it gains access to one specific device, what is the chances that it will expand to other systems? Now, if it gets access to a specific machine, can it get access to a database as well? So you have to be able to measure the impact of that threat. Now, a concept, and this is something that is just out of curiosity, you're not going to see this in your CompTIA CySA Plus exam, but there is a concept called cyber early warning systems. A cyber early warning system is a system that is capable of detecting attacks. Now, once again, how does this type of system work? Well, basically, it works on gathering information, so performing threat intelligence gathering, analyzing the chances that threat can actually work against your own infrastructure. And if that happens, it's supposed to either just send an alert or actually take precautions, such as block that type of attack. Now, it can be associated with it can be somehow related to a intrusion detection system, but it's not the same, because it should be able to proactively detect attacks before they actually happen, and it's supposed to detect that not only based on signatures, but it's supposed to use enhanced techniques to perform behavioral analysis and also gather information from different sources, not only its own local source. Now, threat intelligence gathering is performed based on threat feed. A threat feed is just an information about a threat. Now, in a threat feed, you can see data such as IPs, attackers, IPs, host names, domains, URLs, hashes, file hashes, file paths, and common vulnerability and exposure numbers, which is a topic that we're going to talk in another module. But so that you can have an idea of the type of information that you can find in a threat feed, in an information about a specific threat. Now, another very important concept that you may see there is actor. And we'll talk about actually 4 different types of actors. And the actor is, we can summarize it as the profile of an attacker. Okay, but if you take a look at the way that all this information is being gathered, it may look a little bit confusing and hard to manage. That is why the Structured Threat Information Expression, or STIX, was created. So STIX is basically, and this is a URL link to the official maintainer of STIX, and I strongly advise you to go there, take a look at it. They have some very good examples, very good explanation, and nice illustrations that will help you understand STIX better. But what is STIX about? Okay, this is basically a structured markup language that will be used in order to standardize a threat feed. So, as previously mentioned, a threat feed may have information such as URL, IP addresses, domains, actors. Okay, but there is no standard there. Basically, STIX is creating a JSON format file or a JSON format structure in order to define that. So, as you can see here, we have an example of a threat feed in a JSON format, specifically a STIX JSON format. So you can see here information such as the type of that threat, ID, version. So they define versions, when it's being created, when it's being modified, a name, in this case, Green Group attacks against finance, and a description, campaign by Green Group against targets in the financial services sector. Okay, so we can see here so that there is a campaign by a group called Green Group that is targeting its, let's say, its competitors, right? So this being detected, and Oasis has actually defined a threat feed in a JSON format for this. So we have a STIX data about this type of threat. Now, if you actually take a look at this threat feed or this STIX data by itself, it may not help you that much. That is why they use a markup language not only to describe threats, but also to describe different entities. So you can have an indicator, you can have a threat actor, you can have a campaign, which is this case here, and you can have a vulnerability. So these are the events or the entities, and then these entities can be correlated, can be linked to each other in order to better describe how this attack actually works, right? So you can have a pre-existing vulnerability, and that vulnerability can be leveraged by a campaign, as we saw here. Now, that campaign is associated with a threat actor, which is the entity, organization, or person that will actually perform that attack. And there are indicators that will help you understand whether you were vulnerable to that type of threat or not, right? So the relation here between a campaign and a threat actor is, for example, let's say that you are responsible for a governmental network, and this threat, this campaign, is associated with a threat actor, which is a advanced persistent threat, APT. Okay, so APTs are most cases associated with a opposing government, which means that, okay, there is a very high probability that you are vulnerable to that threat. So then you know that you have to take measures against that specific threat. So, but let's say that you are just a small training company, and again, this is a APT threat. Okay, most likely you should not be vulnerable to that type of threat, to that type of attack. Now, we saw that we have to gather as security analysts or engineers, we have to gather information about threats, and we have to be able to assess those threats. But there must be a formal way of bringing that knowledge into our premises, into our company. And that is why a concept called threat intelligence life cycle has been created. So for each threat, or at least a set of threats, you must have a cycle. Actually, at least for each threat. It's going to be easier if you can associate a set of threats to a life cycle. Now, the threat intelligence life cycle will determine what to do when a threat is detected. But in order to actually define whether that threat exists or not and what to do with it, there are some steps that must be followed. Okay, so obviously the first step in a threat intelligence lifecycle, or managing a threat intelligence lifecycle, is to analyze your requirements. And what are you going to analyze in the requirements? Okay, you have to see what are the requirements for a threat to be associated, related to your infrastructure. So again, you have to take a look at the possible vulnerabilities that you have in your infrastructure. Very common situation, your system, a specific system, has been compromised before. Okay, so you know that threat exists, that vulnerability exists, right? So you have to take a look at the threats that can actually leverage that vulnerability. So usually it starts with a previous detection of existing vulnerabilities. Based on that, you'll be able to collect data. So what are the threats based on my threat intelligence gathering? What are the threats that can actually successfully attack my network, leverage those vulnerabilities? So you have to collect data about those threats. Now, an analysis may be required, and the analysis is actually analyzing the format of that data, of that threat. So that threat may be presented to you as a plain text document. It may be in a JSON format. So it may be as a report. So there are different formats that may be presented to you in regards to that specific threat. Okay, now, before you disseminate, which is the next step, before you disseminate information about that existing threat, you have to adapt that information to the format that is supposed to be disseminated to others, to the responsible ones within that company. So, for example, let's say that you're going to disseminate a report about all the threats that exist. You have to perform an analysis of the data that's been collected and adjust that format to the format that is used in that report. If your company uses a threat intelligence framework, and let's say that framework accepts JSON formats, but the information that you gathered about that threat is not in a JSON format, or it's not in the sticks format, for example, and your framework only accepts sticks formats. Okay, so you're going to have to adjust that. So basically, analysis is adjusting the data that you collected to a specific standardized format that will allow you to move on to the next step, which is dissemination. And dissemination is basically disseminating that information to the entities that are responsible in this type of situation, such as make the director aware, the managers aware, the IT staff that is directly associated with the measures or the countermeasures that should be taken. And always ask for feedback. So you should be constantly talking to those people that received the report, the dissemination report, about the way that threat intelligence report was generated, so that you can constantly improve when you go back to the beginning of the threat intelligence lifecycle, at least for the next threat, so that you can generate a better report. So this is why it's called the threat intelligence lifecycle, because it's continuous. You may create a report for a specific threat, but you may have to improve it for another threat. Additionally, the CompTIA CySA Plus exam will also ask you questions regarding threat classification. Now, this is just one of those other situations where there is no standard. Each company may create their own classifications, their own types, but you have to be aware that you should be able to roughly separate the types of threats that exist. So how can you roughly do that? Okay, the first thing that you need to understand before you actually try to classify threats is understand the threat actors, the entities or people that will actually perform those attacks. And the first threat actor that we should understand is a nation-state actor or attacker. That is basically an attacker that is performing that attack or willing to perform an attack, usually funded by a government with some governmental interests. For example, nowadays we can see that happening in politics, we can see that happening among countries or between countries. An example that we could take a look at is the beef, as if we can say that, the beef between the United States and China. So there is a very high probability that this type of threat actor exists between these two countries. We had the same situation between the United States and Russia, for example. Organized crime, that is attacks that are happening with financial focus, in many situations also financed by a company. So obviously there is a reason for focusing on a financial advantage. We also have the hacktivists, and when it comes to hacktivists, the anonymous group is probably the most famous one. That is one very good example of that kind of threat actor. So hacktivists usually have a political statement. They may have a financial goal, or maybe not, but what they usually have is a statement that must be made, and usually it's a political statement. And obviously, we also have the insider threat, which is threat that is coming from inside our premises. Usually it's former employees, current employees, but people that have or had some kind of access to the internals of that specific target of that company. Now, once we can classify the threat actors, once we can define the actors that will pose a threat to our company based on a specific threat, then we need to classify those threats. Now, again, as previously mentioned, there is no definition, there is no standard in regards to the classification, but we can use some examples. For example, Microsoft has a classification called STRIDE, STRIDE, so that's the Microsoft STRIDE classification, and they can classify threats in types such as spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, elevation of privilege, denial of service, just to name a few. So as you can see, all these different kinds of attacks that we've heard of throughout times, they can be used as classes or types. Now, since there is no standard, you can create your own standard for your own company. The CompTIA CySA Plus exam is not going to ask you for those classes, or it's not going to ask you to classify a threat, but it will only verify whether you understand the concept, the idea of classifying threats. You have to classify threats usually it's based on what it does. Okay, now, at the beginning of this video, I mentioned that one of the goals of a security analyst or security engineer is to not only understand the mindset of an attacker, but also to but also to know tools and techniques used to perform these attacks. That is why it is so important to know some attack frameworks. The CompTIA CySA Plus exam will mention 3 main attack frameworks. The first one, which is the most important one because it became a default, a standard for industry and organizations, which is the MITRE's ATT&CK framework. And there is a link to the MITRE's ATT&CK framework, and I strongly advise you to access it. There is an explanation of what it is, but there is also a very educative video that you can watch there, explain you how the MITRE's ATT&CK framework works. Basically, it doesn't do anything. It's just a description of an attack. So it will show you, for example, there is a specific threat, a specific known threat. It will show to you what that threat, information such as what that threat does, what type of actor will actually deploy that attack or leverage that threat, what kind of systems it work against. So very specific information of each type of threat. And for each threat, it's going to show you a ID, a specific ID. So this became a standard because it's a very detailed framework with very detailed information of known threats. And obviously, still regarding the MITRE's ATT&CK framework, you can even link your threat intelligence framework, in case you're using one, with the MITRE's ATT&CK framework, so that your defense framework, your threat intelligence framework, gathers information, retrieves information from that attack framework. There is also the Diamond model of intrusion analysis. This is not a specific threat attack framework because it's not precisely describing, giving you information about specific threats, but it will associate types of threats with a workflow illustrating how that threat can be leveraged. So let's say that there is a threat which is actually a denial of service attack. It will illustrate, it will present a workflow showing you, explaining to you how that threat can be exploited. And there is also the Lockheed Martin cyber kill chain. Again, this is not a specific framework, a specific threat framework, but it's actually describing the steps that are taken by an attacker when performing an attack. Again, it's not specific, it's generic, and this is the Lockheed Martin cyber kill chain. Basically, an attack is performed by deploying 7 steps. The first one is Reconnaissance, and these steps are very well known by those that do pen testing or study pen test, because these are the steps taken by a pen tester. The first phase is Reconnaissance, which is gathering usually public information about a target. Then the attacker will move to the weaponization phase, which is gathering the weapons that it can use, that person can, or attacker can use against that target based on the reconnaissance phase. So this phase, weaponization, would involve gathering emails, email scripts that will issue spams, gather exploitation scripts. Then the attacker will move to the delivery phase, which is delivering the weaponized bundle. So distributing those scripts, for example, if that's the case, those scripts that were selected during the weaponization phase. Then the actual attack happens, which is exploitation. So once those scripts have been delivered, once the delivery phase has been deployed, the exploitation will take place, which is executing those scripts, if that's the case, or executing those exploits, or getting access to the scripts that were to the files or viruses or Trojan horses that were distributed via the delivery phase. Then comes the installation, which is installing malware on the assets, which can be servers, desktops. Then the attacker wants to make sure that it will be able to maintain control, not only control the victim or the victims, but also to maintain that control. This is the phase where the attacker, okay, so observe that there are different situations here. Once an exploitation takes place, that exploitation may perform a specific task. Now, the attacker may also want to not only execute that exploitation, not only to execute that specific task, but also want to make sure that it can use those victims or those victim clients to perform other attacks in a different moment. Let me give you an example. Denial of service attacks. Nowadays, denial of service attacks by themselves do not exist. They're almost non-existent. What do exist is the distributed denial of service attacks. So, in order to deny a service, in order to bring a service down, an attacker has to create slaves, other machines, other network devices that will help the attacker to perform an attack against one specific victim, creating a high volume of data, and that will bring that victim, that target down. So now, once the attacker is capable of creating those robots or bots or slaves, it must be able to also issue a signal saying, hey, this is the moment that we're going to actually perform that attack at the same time. This is called command and control phase. So once the attacker gets access to a network or a target, it does not only want to gather information or steal information, steal files from that target, but probably wants to slave that target, wants to make it a robot that can be controlled, remotely controlled, to perform other future attacks. And that is the command and control phase. And then lastly, we have the actions on objectives, which is basically accomplishing the goals. So retrieving the data that is supposed to be retrieved, in case it's the idea is to actually steal files. Or, like I mentioned previously, when the command and control phase is established to perform a denial of service attack, it will later on use those controlled bots to perform the attack. Then in the actions on objectives phase is when those bots will be used. So in this module, we went through the concepts of threat intelligence. We also understood the importance of gathering threat, but not only that, also assessing the threat intelligence. And gathering all this information can be very confusing, and there must exist some kind of formal way of structuring all that data, because this is going to generate a high volume of data. Therefore, some frameworks exist. One of those is the STIX UML framework. structured threat information expression, which makes use, so it uses the UML language in order to generate a formal combination of data. And that format, all that data is formatted using a JSON format. We also talked about the threat intelligence lifecycle, which is important to maintain a formal order and constant review of how the threat intelligence is being disseminated to the responsible people in the company. We discussed about actors and classification, and finally we talked about some attack frameworks, more specifically the MITRES framework and some other generic frameworks such as the Lockheed Martin's cyber kill chain. I hope you enjoyed this video. See you in our next module. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to our Module 3 of our CompTIA CySA Plus Prepping course. And in this module, we are going to discuss reconnaissance and information gathering. So, reconnaissance and information gathering is just another of the steps that a pen tester would execute before actually deploying attacks. And again, going back to our second module, it is very important to understand that as a security analyst or a cybersecurity analyst, you have to understand how attacks work or how the mind of an attacker works. And that is why you have to also understand what reconnaissance and information gathering and also enumeration, which is another subtopic that we'll talk about here, are necessary, why you have to understand these concepts, and also tools that are involved in this phase. So, reconnaissance and information gathering can be divided in different phases. One is passive information gathering, and usually this is going to be the first step that a pen tester will execute. It doesn't have to come in this order, but usually that's what you would have. That's what you'd see. First, you'd execute a passive information gathering. Then you'd move forward to active information gathering, also called fingerprinting. Then you'd try to gather more specific details. So let's talk more about each of these phases, each of these steps or techniques. So passive information gathering will usually use open source intelligence and also called OSINT. So what is an open source intelligence? We saw in our previous module that we need to gather information about threats, and usually we're going to use some open source sources in order to gather those threat intelligence data. It's not different from gathering information, general information. So there are plenty of open source intelligence gathering resources. Now, what is the idea of a passive information gathering phase? The idea here is to avoid direct contact with the organization's infrastructure. What that means is when you are executing a active information gathering, you are directly contacting the infrastructure of that target. So let's say you are trying to scan a device. You are trying to see if there are ports available, ports open in a specific server, whether it's a web server, a file server, a firewall, whatever that is. You are directly contacting that device or those set of devices or systems. The problem of that phase is that since you are directly contacting those devices or system, you can be detected. So the target can be aware, can come to realize that, hey, someone is trying to gather information of our resources, and then start defending, implementing techniques to prevent that from happening. So the passive information gathering phase will avoid that. So you're not directly contacting that device or those devices. So where does that information come from? The data that you're collecting, where does it come from? Usually it comes from public sources. So you can gather information such as domain, what is that target's domain, public IP range, email accounts, physical location, staff, configuration of devices, and logs. Now, these later two ones, we'll talk more about those because those ones are not in a public, usually they are not in the public domain, but information such as domain, well, you can simply execute a whois in order to see if a company has a domain, what is the public IP range. If that's the case, you can try to browse for email accounts. So, for example, that company, the target, has a website. That website will probably list its staff, right? So at that moment, you can gather two different, well, even more, but usually two different types of passive information, such as email accounts, because you can go to staff, you're going to see the staff members' names, and probably also their email account in case a client, for example, wants to get in touch with that staff member. Probably there is also the physical location of that company. So if you go to Contact Us, for example, you're going to see the company's address, the headquarters address. Now, there are some information that can be retrieved from device configuration or system configurations or even log files. Now, clearly, this is data that is stored locally. Usually, this is not going to be publicly available, right? So how can you get access to that type of information? Well, obviously, since you are the cybersecurity analyst, you have access to the devices, for example, a firewall, right? You can get access to that firewall and take a look at the configuration. Based on that configuration, you can see if there are VLANs configured, if there are what the IP addresses are, the IP range. You can get information about domain, whether there is a DHCP configuration, DHCP server running. So what are the network configuration that is being distributed, such as IP address, DNS server, router, and so much other data should be available. Same thing from the log files. So as a security analyst or cybersecurity analyst or network analyst, you have access to the log files, to the firewalls or the servers log files, systems log files. And again, you can gather a bunch of data, you can retrieve a bunch of data from those log files. Now, you may be questioning Okay, I'm assuming that you are a security analyst and you have access to those files or to those devices, but that is not a step that should matter if you are an attacker, which is not within the premises. You don't have direct access to the network, which is true. However, you also have to assume that attackers may come up with other ways to get access to the network and to those devices. It can try to, maybe there is a backdoor that's been installed in a workstation, maybe there is a backdoor or a vulnerability that's been exploited in one of those firewalls or routers. So the attacker or the pen tester can get access to, you have to assume that they have the possibility of getting access to those devices. Therefore, you also have to assume that devices configurations, system configurations, log files are sources of information. Therefore, you as the cybersecurity analyst should know that you can also try to gather data from those resources or sources. Now, you can also gather more data from social media. For example, the company's Instagram, the company's Facebook profile, or even personal profile. So by now, if you are performing passive information gathering, you should know names, staff names. So that means that now you can go to Facebook and search for those people, see if they have Facebook profiles. Same thing for any other type of social media. Even their professional social media, such as LinkedIn. From there, you can also gather more information. So this entire process is passive. You're not gathering data from devices that reside in the premises. And then you can make your information gathering step or phase even fancier. Start deploying social engineering attacks. Now, one tool that is very helpful in order to execute social engineering attacks is called Social Engineering Toolkit, which we'll take a look at the proper moment. But the SET Toolkit is a toolkit that already comes, for example, in the Kali Linux distribution, which is a distribution it's a system that we'll be using during our course. So this is a tool that will give you so many resources to execute social engineering attacks. But just to give you an example, you can use the SAT toolkit to forge, to fake, to copy a website. And you can also relay spam emails asking the staff members of that target, which is a company. Let's assume it's a company. So you can issue emails to those staff members saying, hey, I am whomever, I am the CEO, or I am a HR staff that will ask you to access this web page here and update your data, update your personal information. The social engineering toolkit will craft that email and will insert a link in that email directing the user to that fake website. And then you can use that website to gather information, to collect the information that is being entered by those users. Now, as previously mentioned, another step that pen tester will execute is the active reconnaissance or active information gathering phase, which is also known by footprinting. Now, as I previously mentioned, the difference between active information gathering and passive information gathering is the direct contact. In the active reconnaissance phase, you are now going to try to get more technical information because you start to interact with the target's devices. So you can try to gather information such as the hosts that exist within that network, what are the services that are running, such as, okay, do we have a web server there? Do we have a file server? Do we have a DHCP server? Do we have intrusion detection, intrusion prevention, whatever. So the network services that are being provided. You also try to gather more specific data, such as versions. Okay, let's say that there is a web server running, but there are so many different softwares, web serving softwares. And for each of those different softwares, we have different versions. If you're willing to find a vulnerability, vulnerabilities are usually associated with specific versions. One vulnerability may exist for, let's say, the Apache web server 2.2.4.26, but it may not work for a 2.4 or higher Apache versions. You also try to scan for ports, see the ports that are available. Usually ports are associated with services, but that is not a rule. It's common to see, for example, the web service running on port 80, but that is not a requirement. The network analyst, the network manager, can very well configure Apache, the Apache web server, to run on port 8080. So that is why it's important to not only scan for services, but also scan for ports. Just one of the reasons. You may also have ports that are open, but they are not associated with specific services. Obviously, since you have vulnerabilities for specific softwares, you also have, or devices, you also have vulnerabilities that are associated with operating systems. Additionally, there are types of attacks that will only work for specific operating systems. Also, operating systems versions, which is associated with fingerprinting. So when you fingerprint a operating system, you're not only trying to see the operating system that is running, but also the version of that operating system. And from that, you can try to build the topology. There are softwares that will try to do that for you, but you can also, if that doesn't work, you can also, based on all the previous data that you were able to gather, you can try to build the topology. So ZenMap, for example, is a tool that will perform all these scans, try to find hosts, services, enumerate versions, ports, operating systems, and based on all that data, it will try to build that topology. Then comes the enumeration phase. The enumeration phase is a phase in which the pentester or the attacker will try to gather much more specific, detailed information, such as users or group accounts. So observe that you're first gathering information that is public. Then you start to directly contacting the premises, the devices, the systems residing within that company. Based on that, so let's say that you can now find, you figure out that there is a web server running. right? Based on the information that you have, you can try to see, okay, if there is a web server, there is a very high probability that there are user accounts that should be able to access that web server. Maybe there is a private area in which the users will have to authenticate in order to get access to that web page. For example, a intranet. Let's say that there is a intranet available, which means that probably there are web pages that will only be available to the users that belong to that intranet. So you can try to enumerate, gather more specific information about users, groups, email accounts, which I mentioned during the passive information gathering phase, right? Social data, and you can try to fingerprint, gather more specific information about those services, for example, or operating systems. Now, as a cybersecurity analyst or a security analyst, how can you block or detect when reconnaissance or fingerprinting is happening? Well, there are techniques to do that, but at the same time, they are very similar to what the attacker would do. So, for example, obviously, you have the traditional tools, traditional resources, such as intrusion detection systems or intrusion prevention systems. Just to recap, the difference between the IDS and IPS is that the IPS is nothing more than the combination of an IDS with a firewall. So basically, the intrusion prevention system is a intrusion detection system that will block access in case the IDS defines a traffic as an anomaly. Well, if it is an anomaly, I am going to block that traffic. That's what the IPS does. You can also implement, deploy firewalls. Now, packet capturing is a very important resource. Most people don't like to do it because it's very hands-on, it's very manual. There is a bunch of packets that you have to analyze, but this is also very helpful, especially because using a packet capture tool, you can detect traffic that you were not able to detect, for example, with your firewall or with your IDS. So there are techniques used to bypass an IDS. There are techniques used to bypass a firewall. However, if that traffic is being bypassed, is bypassing those defensive techniques, you will be able to see that traffic in case you were performing a more granular packet analysis. So basically, this is associated with the usage of a software such as Wireshark, TCP dump, and more with a more fancy implementation, you have the NetFlow protocol. The NetFlow protocol is a protocol, and obviously the concentrator device has to support this protocol. So let's say that your edge router or your edge switch supports the NetFlow protocol. What you can do is forward all the traffic that is coming into that switch or router to another device using the NetFlow protocol. And then you can use any software such as NFSense, it doesn't matter which software it is, that will gather all the packets that were captured through NetFlow and visualize all that data in a web interface, for example. So it's very similar to running a packet capture software such as TCP dump or Wireshark, but you're using a protocol to concentrate all the flow, all the traffic that you have available in one specific location. And obviously, you also have to analyze logs, because from the log analysis, you're going to see what's happening, what's going on, what type of traffic, what users are trying to access your network. So let's say you have SSH enabled devices. You'll be able to see if attackers are trying to access your devices through SSH or whatever that is. So you can gather either low-level traffic or high-level traffic. Logs are very helpful. One thing that is very important when deploying log analysis is to concentrate logs in one or more locations, but it should have a log server. You have to remember that the first thing that an attacker, and the last, that an attacker will do when getting access to a target device will be to purge the logs. So that attacker doesn't want to leave tracks behind. Therefore, logs will be removed, will be erased when he gets access and when he or she is about to leave your network or those devices. So in this first video, and we are going to have another video in Module 3, which is going to be a hands-on video, we're going to talk about some tools that you have available in order to execute the phases that we discussed here. So in this video, we talked about passive reconnaissance, active reconnaissance, enumeration, and then we also talked about some protection methods against these phases. I hope you enjoyed this video and see you in the next one, which is going to be analyzing tools, learning tools to help us execute these phases. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to our second video of our Module 3, in which we are learning about information gathering, passive information gathering, active information gathering, and enumeration. So in this video, we're going to see some tools that we can actually use, or websites, web applications, that we can actually use in order to perform those searches that will help us gather that type of information. So we are first going to start with some passive information gathering tools. And the first one that we are going to look at is the Whois, which is basically a very simple tool. Most likely you know that website, you've already used it. So anybody that is planning on registering a domain, a public domain, will have to use the Whois tool at some point. So the first step that you have to execute when you want to register a domain is to see if that domain, whether that domain is available or not. So it really doesn't matter which registration organization you're going to use. So for example, let's say that you are going to register and host your domain and websites in GoDaddy.com, for example. Okay, so the first thing that you actually need to do is to verify whether that domain is available or not, which is perfectly fine. There is nothing wrong with that. This is the type of information that should be publicly available. Okay, that's fine. The problem is you are given information when you're registering a domain, you are giving information to others. So there's some data that will be publicly available. So let's take a look at it. And this is the whois.com/whois. Basically what you can do here is just, let's say that I want to register the netflix.com domain. Okay, obviously I do know that's already registered, but let's say that it was a new one. Okay, if it is registered already, I can gather some information here. So an attacker, one of the first steps that will be deployed by an attacker or pen tester is to come here and do the same. So as you can see, I can gather some information here. I can see the domain, I can see the registrar, which is the company that is hosting that domain, when it's being updated, when it expires, and just so that you are aware of a curious information. Even large companies such as Netflix and Google, as amazing as it may sound, they forget to renew their domain. And it actually happened to Google, if I'm not mistaken, in 2015, when they forgot to renew their license, their domain. Although Google has their own registrar department. So basically Google forgot to renew what is maintained by themselves. Well, that can cause a problem, and attackers will also leverage that possibility. So if this domain forgets to register to renew at the proper time, someone can come in and register that domain, which will cause a problem. So I can see that type of information here. I can see the name servers, the domain name servers, where they are. So we can see that they even have DNS servers in the United Kingdom. Now, who is responsible for this domain? Okay, so there is some data here. I can see where the company, at least probably the headquarters, is located, which is in the Silicon Valley. There is an email account here that I could contact, so I know that this exists. And this is actually part of the enumeration phase. So as you can see, although we do have these different steps, these different phases, passive info gathering, active info gathering, and enumeration, you can gather information from these different phases at one same source of data. So as I mentioned in our previous video, you don't have to execute each of these phases separately. So some other information here, additional information, the technical contact. So as you can see, there is a bunch of data, phone number, there is a bunch of data that you can use here, that you can gather, okay? Now, another tool that is also very helpful is the Edgar tool. Well, and obviously that this only works if the company is in the United States. So the United States has this tool called Edgar, which actually provides financial information about companies. You may even find tax return data here. And it is very simple to perform a search. So the URL is sac.gov/edgar/search/companysearch.html, as you can see up here. There it is. So basically what you have to do is just to type the company's name. Let's do the same one, use the same one, Netflix Inc. There is a bunch of data here, many different documents. So a statement of acquisition of beneficial ownership by individuals, annual report, and you can just browse. Obviously, some very important information can be retrieved from here, from these documents. At the header up here, you can also find some information even before looking into those documents, before analyzing those documents. Now, one additional tool, and this is a tool that we have to install in order to use, is called the Harvester. From now on, for our hands-on classes, we're going to have to use a system. By default, the system that I am going to use is the Kali Linux distribution. Obviously, many of these tools are available to other distributions and to other operating systems as well. The reason why I recommend you to use Kali Linux is because, well, it already comes with many of those tools. So you don't have to install, configure. Basically, you can simply run most of the tools that we are going to see. Many tools used to perform pen testing and attacking and defending. Okay, so continuing our passive information gathering, we can use a tool called the Harvester. So let's take a look. First, let's take a look at the help of this tool. And this is something that I strongly recommend you to do, which is always take a look at the manual page, or at least the help page of each tool that you are using, that you're going to learn, you're going to study. So, okay, let's take a look at the help page of the Harvester tool. Basically, we have so as we can see, it's a tool written in Python, and this is the overall usage. And you should take a look at the description of most of those options here. But the most important one, and the ones that we're going to use, are the -d followed by the domain. So this is the domain you want to gather information from. Now, you're not actually going to directly contact, let's say, the web server of that domain or the web servers. This is going to perform a open source info gathering. So what that means is this is coming from the public domain. Once again, it's passive info gathering. Okay, but in order to gather public information, I need to specify the domain. That's why we use the -d space the domain. Now, where am I gathering that information from? You have the -b switch, B as in ball. And then you can specify the source. You can search for that domain, information of that domain in Baidu, Bing, Bing API, CSIRTs, and so many others, Google, so many others. What I am going to do, and you can actually use the -b space all, which is going to perform that search for entries of that domain, referencing that domain in all of these sources. Of course, this is going to take a very long time. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to use LinkedIn. This is the this is the syntax. Deharvester, and observe that I use a capital H over here. Deharvester -d netflix.com -b LinkedIn. So I want to gather information from the LinkedIn social media that is referencing entries that are referencing netflix.com. Observe that I'm not going to only gather information from the netflix.com domain. It's any reference in LinkedIn that is associated with netflix.com. Clearly, this may take a while, so I am going to go back here to a previous execution and look what I found. There, look what I found. A bunch of names here, so I can now, I am performing some type of enumeration. This is not the enumeration itself, because I am not getting the user account that I want, but it's a starting point. So I can see here that I can find some names there: Senior Software Engineer, Director of Customer Support, Senior Visualization Engineer, and so many others. Although this is personal information and professional information, you may be questioning, hey, is this legal? Can I do this? Well, actually you can. No problem doing this, because once again, this is passive information gathering information from the public domain. This is public, so anybody can perform this type of information gathering, okay, which is very helpful. For example, as I mentioned, you can use this data to perform enumeration, you can use this data to perform social engineering attacks, and so many other techniques can come from there. Now, moving forward to other tools, we're now going to use active information gathering tools, or active reconnaissance tools. Now, the first one that you clearly should be aware of, and we're not going to spend too much time using it, is ping. Basically, you're using ping to test connectivity, but from ping we can use another tool, which is, and it seems like it's not installed here, so I am going to install it. Let me just remember my password. There you go. Oh, it is installed. Okay. Oh, but he can't find it. So I have to precede it with sudo, because this is a administrative tool. Obviously, you can configure it to be executed. You can allow all users to execute it. But let's take a look at the main page, at the help page of the Age Ping tool, which is in version 3. And there's a bunch of switches that we can see here. But let's first analyze the general overall usage. Age Ping host. Okay, basically what this is going to do is to HTTP ping that host by default. It can perform a ICMP ping similar to ping, but you can also test the connectivity not only between the source and the destination, your node and the destination, but ports. Test the connectivity between your node source with a specific port of that specific destination host. And this is what I'm going to do here. So I can use hping3 with the -p switch specifying port 80. Now I don't want to perform the traditional ping, and the destination is going to be this one. Oh, and I'm sorry, I forgot to use sudo here. So what I'm doing here is testing the connectivity between my host and that destination host on port 80. Many switches are available here. Why is this tool so important? Because with this tool, you can actually even perform attacks. You can perform SYN flooding attacks, ICMP flooding attacks, Christmas attacks, and so many other types of attacks. Also, you can perform UDP flooding. So you should take a look at some of the flags that you have available here. You can specify, you can spoof the source. So, for example, you can perform a Smurf attack using this tool. It is interesting to see the options that you have available once again, because knowing the different types of attacks, you should learn how to defend from those attacks. Now, another tool that we have to be aware of is trace route. Let me take a look at my router here. Okay, so my router is 10.136.0.1. So I can perform trace route to 10.136.0.1. Oh, no, this is not installed. So now it is. So any tool that you want to use, if it's not installed and you're using a Kali Linux machine or any Debian-based distribution, Linux distribution, you're going to use apt to install the tool that you want to install. apt-get, as we can see up here. Preceding, if you're using a regular user, not admin user, you have to precede the command with sudo because it's an administrative command. So sudo apt-get install and then the package that you're willing to install. Okay, I'm going to clear my screen here and now I can run trace route. Now, in many situations, you're going to use trace route. For example, let me just change my destination here, my target here. Okay, so it worked perfectly. But there are situations that when you try to trace route, this is going to happen. You get no result. Okay, that's because there is a router or a firewall or a router and firewall that is blocking TCP route. So TCP route is a command that will simply send ICMP echo requests, but reducing, actually increasing the time to live. So it starts with 1, then it gets a response from the first hop, which is the first router, send another ICMP echo request, another ping with TTL set to 2. It will get a response from the second router. So that's how it will perform what it's supposed to do, which is what we can see right here. Trace route will tell me or try to tell me the path that is in between my source, my node, and the destination node. So I can see here that from my node, that is how I am going to get to that destination. This is a very important tool. An attacker will use it because the attacker wants to gather information such as building your topology. Imagine that you have the company, your company has a FTP server. Okay, an attacker can trace route to your FTP server. It will pass through some routers in the public network, which is not important, but then it will get to your edge router. Then from your edge router, let's say that there is another internal router, which could be the DMZ switch or DMZ router before getting to the file transfer server, to the FTP server. Okay, so from there, from that information, the attacker will know that your company has the edge router. From that edge router, there's going to be another router which is separating the servers from the local networks. That is a possibility, which means there is a DMZ network in there. Now, another very helpful and important tool, and probably you know about that tool, that is Nmap. So Nmap is basically, by default or by definition, a network mapper. That's why it's been designed. That's what it's been designed for, to be able to map a network. And what does that mean? What does mapping a network mean? It means nothing more than building a network topology. As the tool describes itself, map a network. It's a network mapper. So initially, it's been designed to simply verify whether there are nodes available in a network, and if they are, scan those ports. Try to see the ports that are actually open or available. Now, with time, the Nmap tool was developed, it was enhanced, improved. So nowadays, you can also use Nmap to perform attacks, for example, different types of attacks. But let's focus here on the network mapping part of the Nmap tool. Well, basically, you can simply run Nmap. So let me see my router again. So basically, I could do Nmap 10.136.0.1. And by default, what the Nmap tool is going to do is try to verify 1,000 ports, the 1,000 most common ports, whether they are open or not. Now, this is very important information. There is a very high probability that in your CompTIA CySA Plus exam, you see this question, okay? I saw that in my exam, and it seems like this is a very standard question in that exam, which is, when you run Nmap against a target, how many ports are going to be scanned? So they're going to list some numbers there. Let's say 256, 55,536 ports. No. So the default is going to be 1,000 ports, the 1,000 most common ports. And we have a warning there saying that this node is giving up on port because retransmission cap hit. So we can see that this node is probably blocking this type of port scan. Okay, which means that I can try to improve my scan. Let's say that I want to not simply scan ports. Okay, I want to scan ports. And by default, Nmap will use the scene scan, which is also the stealth scan. Basically, I am sending TCP scenes to those 1,000 ports to see if they are open. Okay, but since I cannot scan those ports, what if I try to, let's say, fingerprint that operating system? And additionally, I do not want to test ping. I don't want to first, which is what Nmap does by default, ping that node, see if the node is up, and then start scanning. Okay, so let's just say, and let me change this to, just to make it faster. So I want to fingerprint that destination, see what is the operating system that is running there before I actually scan for ports. Okay, so I can see that there is some information there. Host is up. This port here is closed. OS scan results may be unreliable because we could not find at least one open and one closed port. But seems like this is either one of these nodes, and you can see the chances, right? The probability of being one of those according to the OS fingerprinting. Most likely it is a Cisco Adaptive Security Appliance. So a Cisco CySA firewall. It could be these other ones here, right? But most likely, oh, this is a Cisco CySA firewall. Okay, nice. And again, I strongly recommend you to take a look at the many different switches that you have available. You can even look at some examples here for the CompTIA CySA Plus exam. Different combinations of the Nmap, different switches of the Nmap tool should be in there. Now, in our previous video, in our first video of Module 3, I also mentioned that capturing traffic is very important. So sniffing the network is very important. And there are so many different tools to help you with that. I am not going to go into details in regards to the different switches and options that you have available, but you must be aware that when it comes to servers, the most common tool is going to be TCP dump. Obviously, you can also use a graphical tool such as Wireshark, which is much more friendly in regards to the interface, the user interface that it presents to you. But you must keep in mind that if you are dealing with a server, especially a Linux server or Unix server, most likely you won't have a graphical interface. Therefore, you're going to have to get used to using a command line tool such as TCP dump. So basically, the way that TCP dump works is TCP dump -I, and you have to specify the interface you're going to capture traffic. So there it is. It is capturing traffic that is arriving to this interface. And based on that traffic, you can start analyzing those packets, as we can see right here. So let me run it again using the -N switch, because I don't want to see names. I only want to see numbers. So if you don't use the -N switch, it will, for example, the HTTP port 80 will be listed, will be shown as HTTP, not 80. I want to list numbers, not names. So that's why I used that option. Let me go here and just update, or try to update that website to generate traffic, and there it is. So for example, this node here is using port 443, which is HTTPS, to reply to my machine, which is 10.136.251.96. So that is the TCP dump tool. You should also take a look at it. There is a very high probability, once again, that in your CompTIA CySA Plus exam, you're going to see the output of a TCP dump capture. And you have to answer questions based on that capture. So you must be able to analyze the output here. Also, you may see there a different kind of output with more information. To gather more information, or to, not together, but to show more information about each of these captures, you can use -v, -vv, or -vvv according to the verbosity that you want to illustrate. There. So you can see it here that there is much more information. Okay, now another tool that we have available in a system, especially in a Linux system, but you can also install it in a Windows system, and it is available in Mac OS as well. It's the NetStat tool. The NetStat tool will show you information regarding network connections. So NetStat stands for network status. I'm sorry, network statistics. So once again, I strongly recommend you to take a look at the help page, but I am going to jump into some options here. And the most common option that you see people using, and probably you're going to see in the CompTIA CySA Plus exam as well, is the NetStat-ANP. A stands for all, N stands for numbers, and P stands for processes. So I want to see all network statistics, so all network connections, and it really doesn't matter whether it's TCP or UDP. And I want to see the processes that are associated with all of those connections. So there we have it. For example, I have a TCP connection between my node with that destination node here in port HTTPS. So probably this is the connection associated with this page here between my node and the Edgar web server that is using HTTPS. So we can see other connections here. Very interesting. I can see a 68 UDP connection here. Not a connection, but a communication between my node and that destination node. And what are ports 67 and 68 UDP? Oh, okay, I know, that is DHCP. So I can see that there is a DHCP communication going on over there. So most likely, this is since it's port 67, this is the DHCP server, and I am the DHCP client. And so many other connections here. It will even illustrate pipe connections, not only network connections, but pipe connections, which is the communication between local processes. I can gather some additional information using NetStat. For example, if I want to gather information about my interface, network interface, I can use the -E option. As we can see here, I can use the -NR option to see my routing table, although I could do the same using the route command with the -N option. If you're using a Windows tool, Windows system, you could use NetStat, or you could use the ipconfig tool as well. Now, we also mentioned in our previous video, I also mentioned logs. Windows systems do have a logging system as well, although it's a little bit more complicated to manage. Windows operating systems are more rigid, more strict in regards to the control that you have over the logging system. In Unix-like, Linux-like system, you have more flexibility. So first of all, what you have to be aware of is where I can find information, logging information. And in a Linux system that is in the /var/log file. Now, there are files, log files, that are going to be the same in different distributions, but there are log data that should be stored in different files according to the distribution. So ideally, what you want to do is to get to know log files of at least the most common distributions. So for example, in Debian-based distributions such as Debian, Kali Linux, Ubuntu, Gentoo, so many others, you're going to see. So let me take a look at the end of the /var/log/syslog file. So general information will be in this file, /var/log/syslog. This same type of information in a CentOS Red Hat based distribution will be in the messages file. So just try to get to know the most common log files that you have available. Also, take a look at the syntax of that file. So basically, you're going to have the date of that occurrence. You're going to have the machine name. You're going to have the category. So this is information associated with the kernel. You may have information associated with systemd. You may have information associated with the cron, which is the scheduler. And then you finally have the log file, the log message. Now, all these information, all these log data, they come from different sources. They come from different softwares. And you should also try to get to know the most common ones. So, for example, firewall. You should also be able to understand firewall rules and firewall logs, which means that in a Linux distribution, you are either going to use IP tables or you're going to use, which is not installed here, but you could use firewall CMD. And I can install, if I want to, I can install the firewall D tool. Now, it's important for you to, I can install it here because I have to first update my my repositories or my repository data, which is not important because we're not going to learn firewall D right now. But you have to be aware of, the existence of basically in Linux systems two firewall solutions. One is, as I mentioned, IP tables. The other one is the firewall D, which is a daemon. The D stands for daemon. It's a service to control firewall. So it is actually going to use IP tables, but it's a more friendly solution to manage IP tables because it's executed as a service. By default, it's not the default solution in Debian-based distributions, but it became the default solution for Red Hat CentOS-based distributions. So take a look at these two solutions and how they can be configured to generate logs. And finally, but not least, we have tools available to allow us to gather information about domains. Now, this is a active info gathering tool. It's not passive. So it's not the same as using the Whois tool, but it's going to be active. And that tool is Dig. Once again, I strongly recommend you to use to take a look at the help. But basically, you can do dig, let's say, www.google.com. So it is going to tell me what I'm doing here is, let me go back there. What I'm doing here is, by default, if I don't specify my domain name server, by default, I'm going to use my default DNS server to perform its request. So what's the request? I'm asking my DNS server, I want to see the domain name system data that you have for this host over here. This is a host, it's not a domain. Now, if you want to gather domain DNS information, you can simply specify the domain without specifying the host name. So let's take a look at what we have here. Okay, so my question was, okay, it's a host, so I'm looking for the entry A in the DNS server. So I am going to ask the Google DNS server for the entry www. So who is the web server in your domain? And this question is being asked for the Google DNS server. So you can see that this is a active information gathering phase. So A stands for IP address. I want to resolve a name into an IP address. And here comes the answer section. So what the Google DNS server or servers are answering me is, okay, so this machine here is not only associated with one IP entry, but with several ones, which means that they have several web servers. Okay, there is some additional information here. Since you're asking for a host in the google.com domain, that answer is coming from the google.com authority servers, which are the DNS servers. And google.com has these DNS servers. These DNS servers over here have these IP addresses. Not only IPv4, but also IPv6, as we can see right here. So you can see that there's some important information being provided here. But I can be more specific. Let's say that I do not only want to see the IP address associated with the web server, but I want to see the mail exchange. Oops, it should come at the end here. The mail exchange server, or the SMTP server, the email server associated with the google.com domain. There it is. Let's see if I can get an answer. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 SMTP servers in the google.com domain, and here they are. So from here, you can see that you can actually gather a bunch of information. And you can even go further. You can even try to transfer zones, which obviously won't be allowed. Google wouldn't allow us to do that. But that is a resource that you should use to verify how safe, how secure your zones, your domain configuration is. So the AXFR entry is used to transfer zones. When you have a domain, you should have one primary domain server and at least one slave DNS server. And they should be, if that domain is going to be public. Not for internal domains, but yes, for public domains. So these two DNS servers, they should synchronize their configuration, their zones. And that is done by using the AXFR, which is the zone transfer entry. Obviously, they should only be allowed between, an operation allowed between the server and the slave. The slave should be allowed to request that zone transfer from the primary DNS server. However, there are some misconfiguration, DNS misconfigurations or zone misconfigurations that would allow an attacker to perform that and then retrieve all the zone configuration that you set up for your zones, for your domains. So you should verify that. So, in this video, we took a look, we analyzed very different tools with different focuses. We started by analyzing passive information gathering tools or web applications such as Whois and Edgar. We also took a look at a local tool, which is the Harvester, also passive information gathering tool. And then we changed to active information gathering or active reconnaissance tools. In that phase, we took a look at tools such as ping, hping or hping3, traceroute, nmap, and we analyzed some different switches. Just to remind you, it's very important that you analyze more switches, try to learn as many nmap switches options as you can. We also took a look at TCP dump, netstat, dig, and we finally talked about logs, where to look for that information, where and how to analyze log files. Once again, remember, you have to learn different switches, different options of these tools for the CompTIA CySA Plus exam, because they do cover some specific switches. Obviously, the most common options, but they do request that. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to our Vulnerability Management and Risk Analysis module. That's our module 4. And in this module, we are going to actually continue what we were discussing now in our previous module. So in the previous module, we were analyzing threats and actually learning how to perform threat gathering, information gathering. And the idea was to learn how to operate in regards to threats, how to understand the current threats, what those threats are about, how to learn what type of threats should become a concern or what threats should not be a concern on the security analyst standpoint. Now, continuing threat analysis, we also have to learn how to manage vulnerabilities. And just to recap, we have to understand that there is a big difference between threat and vulnerability. So first of all, keep that in mind. A threat is the usage of a vulnerability. So a vulnerability must exist in order to also have the presence of a threat. There are threats that they do exist, but they may not exist in your environment. For example, in your company's premises. So we have to learn how to manage vulnerabilities. And there are reasons why we have to manage those vulnerabilities. For example, regulatory environment. There are companies, organizations that they have to follow some laws, compliances, regulations. So we may think of HIPAA, GLBA, which are compliance regulations according to the environment where they may fit in. So, for example, Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act is an act that requires companies, organizations, institutions that are dealing with health insurance, for example, data. So hospitals, health insurance companies, they have to follow some regulations in order to be HIPAA compliant, for example. Whereas the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act is applied to financial institutions such as banks, insurance companies, investment companies. So these ones, they regulate how data must be handled, but they do not specifically require vulnerability scans. So they're simply explaining that the data being handled by these companies or organizations, that data must be regulated, there are some standards defining how the data is supposed to be handled, but there are no specific regulations specifying how vulnerability scans should be done or how often they should be executed. Now, there are other regulatory environments where the organizations, companies should follow some specific regulations in regards to vulnerability scans. We can think of, for example, the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, PCI DSS. So if your company deals with credit card transactions, and obviously if it's in the United States, and that is something that is very important, the CompTIA CySA Plus, Pentest Plus exams, the CompTIA institution in general, they're following standards, rules applied to the United States. So if your company is dealing with credit card transactions, it must be PCI DSS compliant. If it's a federal organization, then it must be Federal Information Security Management Act compliant, which is also a set of regulations established by NIST. Now, in this case, they do regulate how data must be handled, just like HIPAA, for example, but they also regulate the periodicity of vulnerability scans, which is the Vulnerability Management Program. So a vulnerability management program must be in place in order to make your company, if it is a company dealing with credit card transactions, for example, to be PCI DSS compliant. Now, specifically talking about PCI DSS, the Vulnerability Management Program must cover internal and external vulnerability scans. So what is the difference between internal and external vulnerability scans? The difference is internal scans are those that are performed by the company itself. So the company is responsible for having their IT staff, security analysts, whoever those are, to perform those vulnerability scans. So at least quarterly scans, and after significant changes executed by qualified personnel, that is also another requirement. So the scans must be executed quarterly, and after significant changes are executed by qualified personnel. What does that mean? So if there is no big change in the network environment, in the IT environment, those vulnerability scans must be executed quarterly. If there is a big change, then right after the implementation of those big changes, another scan must also be executed. Similarly, high-risk vulnerabilities must be addressed and scans must be executed right after action. What does that mean? Let's say that during a vulnerability scan, a high-risk vulnerability was found. Okay, obviously that high-risk vulnerability must be addressed right away, so it must be fixed. And once it's fixed, how can we be certain that it is actually fixed? We have to rerun a scan. So we have to run a scan again. Now, the external vulnerability scan must be executed by approved scanning vendors or ASVs. So that is also very important, because the difference is, okay, if I have my own personnel, my own IT staff running those internal scans, there is a very high probability that they miss some, if there is existing vulnerabilities, a few of those vulnerabilities may not be seen, or they may not address those vulnerabilities properly. So an external company, which must be an approved scanning vendor, has to perform those external scans. Now, FISMA is applied to federal institutions. So federal organizations in the United States must also follow, must be FISMA compliant. So they must follow the compliance rules established by NIST, nominated as FISMA. So there are some specific rules here. Let's quickly go through them. So first, scans for vulnerabilities in the information system and hosted applications. And when new vulnerabilities potentially affecting the system or applications are identified and reported. Now you can see here that the frequency depends on how the organization is going to define, but it must be addressed. It must be defined by the organization itself. Employs vulnerability scanning tools and techniques that facilitate interoperability among tools and automate parts of the vulnerability management process by using standards for enumerating platforms, software flaws, and improper configurations, formatting checklists and test procedures, measuring vulnerability impact. So what that means is, you can see that FISMA is more technical driven. So they allow the federal institution, the federal organization, to define its periodicity. However, that must be defined, and they want those organizations to also use tools that will facilitate the vulnerability management program, which means that the organization cannot use random tools or tools that are idealized by the IT staff that is there at that specific moment. So they must try to standardize the tools that are supposed to be used, considering the interoperability between those tools, how they can interact among themselves. Analyzes vulnerability scan reports and results from security control assessments, remediates legitimate vulnerabilities, in accordance with an organizational assessment of risk. So obviously, if a vulnerability is found, it must be addressed. Shares information obtained from the vulnerability scanning process and security control assessments to help eliminate similar vulnerabilities in other information systems. So share that information. Okay, now once the vulnerability management program is deployed, is defined, what must be done after that? So first, we are in the theoretical environment, planning environment. Then we have to move to a more technical environment, which means the staff must identify targets or possible targets, identify techniques, so tools, type of scans, or any method that is supposed to be used during that scan, and determine the scan frequency. So basically, clearly, you have to, after the management program is deployed, you have to be able to identify what, for example, what nodes, what devices, what network devices can be targets, and what are the techniques that could be used to detect possible or probable vulnerabilities that exist in those targets. And then determine the scan frequency, obviously the vulnerability scan frequency, how often those vulnerability scans are going to happen. Now, there is a concept, and this is not a requirement for the CompTIA CySA Plus exam, but there is a concept, a document actually called Statement of Work. And usually the statement of work, which is supposed to be defined when a pen tester is hired to perform pen testing attacks against the network, for example. This document is supposed to define that frequency. Now, again, for the CompTIA CySA Plus exam, that is not a requirement. They're not going to mention the sole document. Now, once the management program has been established, targets have been identified, you know the tool that you're going to use, or tools and techniques you're going to use in order to deploy those scans, and the frequency, that's all defined. Comes the vulnerability management workflow, which is basically just a theoretical confirmation of the process, the previous processes. Now, you have to first run the tests. If vulnerabilities are detected, you have to remediate those vulnerabilities. You have to fix those vulnerabilities. Once that's done, you go all the way back to the starting point, which is testing. If detection happens, if vulnerabilities exist, remediate, and then you do that all again. If vulnerabilities were found, you remediate, and you have to test again in order to make sure that those vulnerabilities were actually fixed. But if no vulnerabilities were found, you still need to oftenly rerun those tests to see if there are new vulnerabilities, which will move you to the last step, which is remediation. So you have that loop. So keep in mind that you can go through these steps here according to a frequency. For example, quarterly tests, detection, remediation, or this can be done once something is found. You have to go over these steps once again. So in this video, we talked about vulnerability management programs. We also talked about one of the main reasons to establish a vulnerability management program is compliance. So we talked about HIPAA, we talked about FISMA, we talked about DCI PSS, and the steps involved in that vulnerability management program. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you. Welcome, and this is our second video of Module 4. We are focusing on the vulnerability management program and also in risk analysis. Now, in regards to risk analysis, and obviously this is just a continuation of what we discussed in the previous video, vulnerability management program, because when you deploy the vulnerability management program and you actually deploy the vulnerability scans, you're going to get a result, right? So when you deploy a scan, a vulnerability scan, you're going to see some output. You're going to see results. You're going to see a report. Now, the result, the report generated by the tool, whatever the tool used was, but the result generated by that tool will require some analysis. You must be able to interpret that output. And that is what this video is about, understanding, analyzing that report. So any vulnerability scan tool should present or should contain some information. For example, to start with, we're going to have the summary of the vulnerability or vulnerabilities. So this is just a brief description. Actually, it's similar to a title briefly describing that vulnerability. So again, it's basically a title that once you look at it, if you are in the area, you have a glimpse, you have some idea of what that means. Then you're going to have a detailed description. The detailed description is supposed to give you more details. What kind of vulnerability that is, how critical that is, why is that so important, what it does. And obviously, you're going to have also a fix or solution to that vulnerability. Now, there may be situations where this fix or this solution will give you details such as, okay, here's a URL, here's a link that you should click there, and it will give you a link to download a file that you're supposed to run, and it should fix that issue. Or maybe it's just a sequence of steps that you should take in order to fix that solution. Or maybe it's just going to tell you, hey, so far there is no fix, or all that you can do or all that you gotta do is to update that software or uninstall that software, if that's the case, depending on the version, for example. You're going to have the output of that plugin. So a vulnerability scanner basically works in two different modes. It can be a passive attacking mode or passive attacking plugin, or it can be active. But whatever that is, that plugin is actually performing a task. For example, it's actually performing an attack against that device, that vulnerable device. The output section will show you what that result, based on that result, the result of the execution of that plugin. So, for example, if this is just a port scan plugin, that port scan task will give you a result. The plugin will actually scan that port or those ports. That scanning task will result in a message sent by the device that's being scanned. So it will display you that result, the message sent by the target. You're going to get some references to help you with that vulnerability, to help you fix that vulnerability if that's the case. So more links explaining to you, giving you more information about that vulnerability, or giving you more information about how to fix that vulnerability, or information such as when that vulnerability was created, how it was created. So just additional information. And most importantly, you're going to also have the risk and vulnerability information section. So let's take a look at an example. So this is the output of a scan performed by a software, which we're going to look at in our next video. This tool is called Nessus. So Nessus is a vulnerability scanner. And running Nessus against a device, we can see that this device is also a web server. It's running a web server software called Apache. So here we first have the summary, which shows us that the risk is high, and then we have a title. So Apache 2.4 or low versions have multiple vulnerabilities. That's the summary. Then we have a more detailed description. So the version of Apache HTTP installed on the remote host is prior to 2.4.44. Okay, so there are multiple vulnerabilities as referenced in the 2.4.46 advisory, such as the multiple vulnerabilities. Apache HTTP server 2.4.32 to 2.4.44 have a mod proxy, UWSGI, info disclosure, and possible RCE. And it can be referenced by the Common Vulnerabilities and Exposure 2020-11-984. And we'll talk about CVE, Common Vulnerabilities Exposure, as well. There are other vulnerabilities, such as some versions that will allow trace debug against the HTTP/2 module. And then you also have some other vulnerabilities that exist for Apache server between versions 2.4.20 and 2.4.43 regarding the cache digest header. So just in one single associated with one single vulnerability plugin or vulnerability detection plugin, we can see at least 3 different vulnerabilities. Now, what's the solution? As we can see down here, the solution is upgrade to Apache version 2.4.44 or later. So there is also that section. Now, there is also the plugin details, which is an explanation, and that this may exist in your vulnerability scanner or not. But in Nessus specifically, you also have the plugin details information section, which is basically explaining how that plugin works or an identification of that plugin. So there is the output. So the output is basically a port scan, more specifically a port scan, versioning, and fingerprinting. So it's not only port scanning, but it's also trying to detect the version. Based on the version that's been detected, which is 2.4.41, they can tell, so the plugin can tell that there is or there are vulnerabilities because of that version. We also have the reference information section, giving you more information that you can gather more information about those or that vulnerability or those vulnerabilities. And here we can see CVE, common, which stands for Common Vulnerability and Exposure. So every vulnerability that is encountered, that is found, it's supposed to be reported and it's supposed to be documented in order to make it official. So a vulnerability will be made official, will be made public by controlling institutions that are supposed to be there to report, make information public about those vulnerabilities so that people can know, companies can know that those vulnerabilities exist and they should avoid, they should fix, they should upgrade, update their software. So each vulnerability, if it's an official documented vulnerability, should have a unique identification number called the CVE ID. In this case, those 3 vulnerabilities previously mentioned are referenced by CVE 2020-9490, CVE 2020-11-98-4, and CVE 2020-11-99-3. Now, most importantly, at the end of a vulnerability report, for each vulnerability, we're also going to see the risk, vulnerability and risk information section. And here, the most important part is in the risk information, not so much in the vulnerability information. Obviously, it's an important section, but you can gather that information from the reference information section or the detailed information section as well. But what you must take a special look at is the risk information section. In the risk information section, you have details describing, telling you why that risk should be addressed first before others or not, if that's the case. So a risk will have a scale number, will have a, let's say, a grade, will have a score. So NIST created what is called the Common Vulnerability Score System. It's a system that was created in order to score vulnerabilities. According to the score, you have to address specific vulnerabilities first before then others. So, for example, let's say that your vulnerability scanner found 3 vulnerabilities. One with CVSS, let's say 7. The other one 6.5, and the other one 3. Well, clearly, the one with CVSS 7 and 6.5 should be addressed, they should be fixed before the one that scored 3 because of their criticality, because of their importance. So how can we determine this number? How can we determine this score? Several factors are being considered here in order to number, in order to score a risk. Okay? Now, first of all, we have to understand that CVSS is in constant evolution, which means that it has versions. The current default version is version 2. We evolved to CVSS 3.0 and we're now moving to CVSS 3.5. Now, although many devices or scanning tools do support CVSS 3.0, for example, not all of them do. So the standard is still CVSS 2. That is why I highlighted CVSS vector here, and you can see that here it says CVSS 2. I didn't highlight CVSS 3, okay? But you just have to be aware that those two score systems and now 3.5, they do exist. Basically, your scanning tool will present you results according to what that tool supports. Nessus, for instance, supports 2 and 3, so it will show you the result for those two different score systems. Now, we can see here, and most importantly, this line over here and this line over here, the CVSS vector, is what actually determines the base score that will be considered. Now, for example, let's consider version 2, what is still the standard for most vulnerability scanners. So CVSS vector, we can see that it's version 2, and then we have a pound and some letters here, okay? Let's understand what those letters stand for. So these letters are associated with the type of risk that is supposed to be considered. So risks have their types, or let's say categories. These categories will result in different numbers, and these numbers combined will determine the final or overall CVSS base score. So the CVSS base score is determined by the CVSS vector, which is a vector of different risks or different risk categories. So we can see here that we have either 1 or 2 letter acronyms and then another letter. So for example, AV, and we'll show that in the following slide, but just as an example, we can see that we have here AV, which stands for attack vector. Now, what is the, let's say, score or grade or type of the attack vector associated with this specific vulnerability? Oh, so it's N, which stands for network. Okay, what does that mean? We're going to see. Then we have AC, that is another category, another CVSS category. And then we have another letter, which is determine the value to that category, in this case, L. Then we have AU with value N. We have C with value P, I with value P, A with value P. So let's understand what that means. So we have these 5 different categories. We have the attack vector, access complexity, authentication, confidentiality impact, integrity impact. What are those different categories? So the attack and also the availability impact. Now the attack vector is determining what is the range of that attack? What is the range of exploiting that vulnerability? What nodes is it going to impact? Is this just a local impact, meaning if that vulnerability is exploited, it's going to only impact that specific target, that specific device. It's going to impact that device, but also the neighbors, or it may impact the entire network. So one single point of entry will spread the result to the entire network. So according to those those values, we're going to have a number associated with it. The higher the number, more critical that is. So if you have a vulnerability with attack where the attack vector is L, local, okay, so the number, the value assigned to it is going to be 0.395. If it's adjacent, 0.646. If it can be spreaded to the entire network, then the value is going to be 1. We also have the access complexity. How complex is it for the attacker to leverage that vulnerability? Is the complexity high? Is it very difficult to exploit that vulnerability? If it is, if the complexity is high, then the value is low. If it's medium, it's a little bit higher. If the value, the complexity is low, if it's very easy to use to exploit that vulnerability, then the value assigned to it is higher. Does the attacker need to authenticate in order to exploit that vulnerability? So the authentication is, if the authentication is required and it requires multiple authentication, then the value is low. If there is authentication implemented, if it requires credentials in order to exploit the vulnerability, then that's but just one method, just one authentication method, then you have a little bit higher value. And if there is no authentication required, then you have the higher value assigned to the authentication category. And authentication in the CVSS vector is identified by AU, capital A, lowercase u. You also have the confidentiality. Is the confidentiality going to be compromised by exploiting that vulnerability? No, there is no confidentiality. So no score point. Partial, a little bit higher, and complete, then, which means that if that vulnerability is exploited, a complete confidentiality principle will be breached, which means that the attacker will have full disclosure, full access to that data, to that information. Then we have the highest score. We have the same thing for integrity, so none, partial, and complete, and same thing for availability. So let's say if that vulnerability is exploited, the device will still remain available, so no availability is being compromised. If there is a partial availability disruption, so let's say a service is going down or a few files are going down, then you have a partial commitment of that availability. Or if it's complete, which means, for example, the entire node is going down, the entire node is not accessible anymore, then there is no availability. So you have the highest score. Now, if we go back here, so if we go back here, we can see all those categories being illustrated there. So there is a probability that in your CompTIA CySA Plus exam, they will present to you this type of output here. Now, obviously, omitting the CVSS base score, and based on this, you have to calculate that score. Not very likely, but there is a chance. Now, what there is a very high probability of seeing in your exam is understanding how to calculate that score. So the CVSS score is calculated according to this formula here. Now, this formula may be a little bit different according to the CVSS score versioning that is being adopted, but the exam will illustrate that to you. It will specify whether it's considering version 2, version 3, version 3.5. So considering that you have this base score system here, so you have 0.6 times impact plus 0.4 times exploitability minus 1.5 plus the impact function. Okay, how do we calculate impact? So there is the formula to calculate the impact. So it's considering confidentiality, integrity, and availability. You also have the exploitability. How can you compute exploitability? So you're considering the attack vector, access complexity, and authentication. And finally, you have the impact function, which can be 0 if impact up here is 0, or it will be 1.176 otherwise. Okay, now that you were able to get that number, that resulting value, so the overall score, you have to categorize that risk. So it really doesn't matter whether the value is, for example, 7 or 7.5. What matters is the classification of that severity. So, for example, if you're considering the CVSS version 2, then the base score range is going to be between 0 and 3.9. The severity is low. Between 4 and 6.9, that's medium. 7 and 10, it's high. If we consider 3.0, version 3.0, then we have a higher number of severity classes that may range from none to critical, considering none, low, medium, high, and critical, with those range of values over there. None when the base score is 0, low between 0.1 and 3.9, medium between 4 and 6.9, high between 7 and 8.9, and critical between 9 and 10. So you can see here that there is just a difference between, basically a difference between high and critical. Version 2 was considering if it's higher than or equal to 7, it's high. Now in 3.0, you also have critical, which is above 8.9. And also have none when the score is 0. Now again, this is something that you do have to remember, that you have 3 severity classes for version 2 and 5 severity classes for version 3, and those ranges, because you're going to see that in your CompTIA CySA Plus exam. Now, what are the most common vulnerabilities that you find in a report? Most commonly, you're going to have vulnerabilities because your software or system is outdated, so it's old. It's unsupported, which is also associated with outdated, but it's outdated and unsupported anymore. You're going to have, commonly, you're going to see buffer overflow vulnerabilities, so vulnerabilities that will probably cause that device, or at least a software, to crash, because a buffer overflow is going to happen, which means that the way that the software is managing the RAM or accessing the RAM is not properly defined, or the operating system is not properly protecting against that buffer overflow. You're gonna also see, very commonly, you see privilege escalation. So a vulnerability that will allow a, let's say, a regular user, non-admin user, to escalate its privilege, ultimately becoming the admin user. Shell coding is also very common. So basically it leverages vulnerabilities where strings, numbers, values, text, characters can be injected using a, for example, a field box or a text field to insert those specific sequence of characters that will cause the software to accept that vector of characters and then perform in some way that is not expected. For example, the software can crash, or it may allow privilege escalation, for example. There was a very common shell coding attack against Linux servers. And this was back in when Linux was using kernel 2.2, that if you had access as a regular user, you could simply run this script as a regular user, and then boom, you'd become root, you'd become the admin user. Some other common vulnerabilities in secure protocols. So the protocol must be updated or replaced or discontinued. You are also going to see problems with certificates. So, for example, outdated or expired certificates, or actually invalid certificates. You're also going to see problems with DNS, and the DNS protocol is actually a protocol that has many vulnerabilities. It has many issues because of the way that it's been assembled, the way that it's been designed. You also have some information disclosure vulnerabilities, so softwares that are disclosing more information than they're supposed to. Obviously, you also have misconfiguration, so a software that was configured that wasn't properly configured. Nowadays, with the large number of IoT devices, with the IoT market growing, and it keeps growing and growing, obviously, we now have many different types of devices connected to the public network, for example. So fridges, UPS devices, TVs, smart TVs. So the IoT is a recent technology, but these devices, they're not standardized yet because there are so many different types of devices. It's difficult to create standards, and it's also difficult to create techniques to protect these devices. So common vulnerabilities in IoT devices is there as well. Injections, all kinds of injections, most commonly SQL injections. Cross-site scripting is also very common because of basically for two main reasons. It's easy to deploy because, and it's also associated with misconfiguration, but it's easy to deploy, and this is not something that most programmers or DBAs or network engineers, network analysts are considering. So we discussed in this video, we talked about the common vulnerability scoring system, and that is a score system that should be understood because that's what the vulnerability scanner tool will present to you. So that score is important so that you understand the result that is being given to you by that vulnerability scanner tool. And then we also talked about the most common vulnerabilities that we're going to see around, especially according to the results provided by the vulnerability scanner tools. I hope you enjoyed this video. See you in the next one. Let's see how a vulnerability scanner actually works, such as Nessus. Thank you. Hello, welcome to our third video of Module 4. So this is our Vulnerability Management Program and Report Analysis module, Vulnerability Report Analysis module. So in the first video, we talked about the Vulnerability Management Program. In the second video, we talked about how to interpret, how to read the report generated by a vulnerability scanner. Well, actually, we talked about tools used to execute, to deploy vulnerability scans and how to read the output of those scans. But we focused in the previous video, we focused on the CVSS score. And here, I would like to present to you, I would like to show you a tool, a very famous tool in regard when talking about vulnerability scanners. Probably the most widely deployed vulnerability scanning tool, which is called Nessus. So Nessus is a tool deployed by Tenable, designed and created and designed by Tenable. And there is a free version, which they call the Nessus Essentials version. It's a free download software. You can download it and use it for free, obviously with some limitations. But I just like to show you the website. So tenable.com/products/Nessus, and you can see the difference between these versions over here. Obviously, they are constantly creating new versions, improving these versions, but at the moment, the versions that we have available are Nessus Essentials, which is the free version, Nessus Professional, and the Tenable.io version, which is, it includes Nessus, but it's not limited to the Nessus tool. Now, obviously, it will depend on your scenario in order to decide which version you should pick. But for at least for to study, to learn how to use the tool, you should download Nessus Essentials. Basically, when you go here and you click here to download, you have to create your username and password. So you're gonna need credentials. With those credentials, Tenable is going to send you an email with the license number that you're going to need when installing and running Nessus. Now, from now on, I am assuming that you already have Nessus installed and running. And when that's the case, in order to access your Nessus server, you are going to use https://localhost on port 8834. That's how you can access your Nessus server. So this is a very interesting observation to be made. Nessus is a service. It's run as a service, which means that you have a client-server architecture, which means that you can have your Nessus server running anywhere and you can access that server from anywhere. Obviously, I'm not considering situations such as the server being hidden behind a firewall or that kind of stuff. But what must be addressed here is that it's a service that is accessible using the HTTPS protocol. Now, once you access Nessus, you can start running scans. But before you can actually run scans, you have to first configure the scan. So there are some stuff that you need to configure before running that scan. For example, what are the targets? So what are the IP addresses? What are the nodes, the devices that you want to scan? What are the types of devices that you are scanning? And that is actually very important, because let's say that you have a FreeBSD server. That's a target that you want to scan. It's a FreeBSD operating system. Why would you run a full scan? Why would you enable Nessus to use Windows attacking plugins against that FreeBSD instance? It doesn't make any sense, because you see, Nessus, and I am actually going to show you that Nessus has so many plugins that obviously the more plugins you use, the more plugins you have enabled, longer it's going to take for Nessus to execute that scan, and you don't want that to happen. You want Nessus to give you the result as soon as possible, for the different reasons. One, because obviously you want to save time. Two, because it's generating traffic. Three, because it's not only generating traffic, but generating attacking traffic. And there are plugins, many plugins, that you don't actually know what they are going to do. So you have to try to tailor those attacks. You have to try to tailor those vulnerability scans to become specific scans. Now, how can you do that? The first thing that you need to go, okay, so I have a new scan. Let's say that, as you can see, I have some scans over here, and we're going to analyze this one, for example, but we'll get there. Before we get there, the first time you use Nessus, you're not going to see any of these scans here, which means that you have to create a new scan. We're going to go there, new scan. And now here, you have some predefined vulnerability scans or vulnerability profiles. You can pick some of those profiles if you want. So let's say that you just want to run a basic network scan. Okay, it's already here, so you don't have to do much. If you only want to search for malwares in your network, there's also this one here. If you want to do padlock detection, there's this one. If you want to audit credentials, audit patches, but in a credentialed way, where you specify the credentials to access those softwares or services, there is one there. If you want to test web applications, then you have this profile here. So you can see that you have predefined profiles according to some specific goals, right? Now, if that's not the case, let's say that you want to create a scan, but it's not that specific. You want to create one scan that will scan more than one target. Say, for example, a Cisco firewall, a Windows 2012 server, a Ubuntu Linux server. So you have these three different devices, but you want to create just one scan. You want to perform that scan at one time in a very specific moment. You want to schedule that scan to be executed, let's say, every Monday at noon, for example. Okay, so you want to create one scan but include different targets there. Okay, so since these targets are so different, you're going to have to configure a specific scan, which means that you can configure a dynamic plugin scan or you can configure an advanced scan. Either way. So for example, I'm going to go here to advanced scan. There. So here, there are different configurations that you can do. First of all, you have to name that scan, obviously. If you want to create folders in order to organize your scans, you can. I didn't do that, so all of my scans are going to go to my scans folder, as we can see here, and you can create new folders. You can give a description of that scan, and here you're going to list your targets. As you can see in the example here, you can either use a range of IP addresses, you can specify an IP address, you can use a DNS name if you want to, and you can also create a text file, as you can see here, a text file with a list of targets, and then you just have to add that text file over here. Okay, after that, you can create a schedule if you want to. Otherwise, if you don't want to determine when those scans are going to be executed, you can randomly just go back to Nessus and start that scan. So you also have configurations such as how discovery is going to happen, information about reports, if you're going to scan tools that require credentials. So you're not only letting Nessus use plugins that will try to brute force, but you want to specify credentials, assuming that for example, users do have access to that specific tool. They do have credentials, and you want to make sure that those users cannot find vulnerabilities. So you can test that, specifying credentials here. But most importantly, you have the plugins tab. And as you can see, by default, all these plugins are enabled. Obviously, you don't want that. Right? So in the scenario that I pictured, you have a Ubuntu server, a Windows 2012 server, and a Cisco firewall, CySA firewall, for example, to be scanned. So, which means I am not going to enable AIX local security checks. So I can simply click here and it will disable. I am going to do the same thing here. Now, there are backdoor plugins that can work on different operating systems. So I am not going to disable this one, but what I also can do is here, when we look at the backdoors family, we can see, so there are 121 backdoor plugins here. I can even customize the ones that I do want to execute to run and the ones that I do not. So you can go here and disable a few and leave others enabled. And then when you do that, you're going to see that it says mixed. So that family is mixed. Brute force attack. So you're supposed to come here and customize these families. Oh, so Cisco, I am not going to disable this one. If some of those plugins, if some of those targets do have web server enabled, I am not going to disable CGI abuses. I can disable CentOS local security because I don't have a CentOS family Linux there. The Linux server that I have is Ubuntu, so it's not CentOS family, it's Debian family. So I can disable this. So as you can see, you have all those different families there, and you're gonna enable or disable according to what you want to do. Now let me go back here to settings, give it a name. So custom Von scan. You can name it whatever you want. And I'm not going to run this one. We're just going to analyze one that I ran previously. And then you click here on save. Oh, I forgot to define a target. So let's say 127.0.0.1, and then I can save. Now I am going to see my scans, my predetermined scans. And here's the one that I just created. Once you start it, again, the time it will take to run that scan will depend on several factors: the number of targets, the number of plugins, your network performance, so forth, so on. So I am not going to run this because it's not necessary. We don't need to wait for a very simple reason. We just want to analyze a result. So I'm going to pick this one. So I ran this one against a Microsoft Windows 2008 server. So let me go there. And in this scan that I ran in that specific date, so here you have a summary of the result of that scan. Now observe that in this scan, several different vulnerabilities were found. Okay, but at the same time, we have to consider that although we have 100 and almost 100 more than 150 vulnerabilities, 120 are simply info. So they're basically information about what you have there. Okay. Which means that there is a info vulnerability with a very low CVSS, which means that they can be addressed, but not at this moment, because you have more important ones. That's because we have to start with the critical ones. As we can see here, there are 10. That's a large number. So I'm going to click there, and you can see several vulnerabilities here. But most importantly, observe that we have some that are mixed. Why are they mixed? Because it's a vulnerability that has different, let's say, sub-vulnerabilities or different ways of exploiting that vulnerabilities. And these different ways can be, these different vulnerabilities can be leveraged, can result in a, for example, a high impact vulnerability, or it can be even critical. So one flaw associated with more than one vulnerability is classified as mixed. So I'll click there, and then I'll have more details. Oh, okay, so there is one problem with a specific software, okay, called the Manage Engine Desktop. It's a software that is very common for Microsoft Windows Server admins to use, because it facilitates the way that you can admin your Windows servers. But there are some critical risks there. So 3 criticals associated with CGI abuses, and other 3 also associated with CGI abuses, but with a different, that is being leveraged by a different plugin ID. But they're the same vulnerability. So let me click there, and what actually matters to us here is the result. As we talked about in our previous video, you have the summary, as we can see up here. You have a detailed description, you have a solution, you have references, you have the output given by that plugin. There you go. and you have some details about the plugin. It depends on the tool that you're using, the vulnerability scanner that you're using. But most importantly, this is what we have to address, right? This is what you probably see in your CompTIA CySA Plus exam, analyzing the CVSS vector or analyzing the CVSS base score, whether it's version 2, 3, 3.5. You have to be able to analyze the vector and to classify the vulnerability, so between none, low, medium, high, and critical, according to the base score that you see here. So that is how you can use these vulnerability scanning tools, and that is what this is the type of result that the CompTIA CySA Plus exam expect you to be able to understand, to analyze. So in this video, we took a look at one of the vulnerability scanning tools that we have available, a very famous one actually, which is Nessus, and we saw how you can configure, run a scan, and analyze the result. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to Module 5, and this module focuses on infrastructure security and cloud security. These are two topics that are required for the CompTIA CySA Plus exam, and we'll be discussing these topics here. And let's get started with infrastructure security. So first of all, the first thing that we need to understand as far as infrastructure security goes is that physical and infrastructure security can be dealt with the concept of defense in depth. And what is this defense in depth? As you can see here, there are several different approaches that can be used in order to deal with infrastructure security. But the most known approach is the defense in depth, which is basically dealing with the concept of layered security. It's similar to splitting the entire solution, all the layers that are used during a communication. So you approach these layers, approach these different, let's say, areas according to their expansion and according to the solutions that you have. So you basically create layers similarly to the concept of layers in protocols or in network communication. So just as like we have the OSI communication model, the stack of layers model, whether it's the OSI or the TCP/IP stack, you have very specific layers determining what is supposed to be done by a protocol that works in that layer. So for example, if we take the data link layer in the TCP/IP stack and we have the data link layer, okay, there is a very strict definition of what a data link protocol is supposed to do. Same thing for the internet or the IP layer. Then there are different protocols, but they are only each of those protocols working on the IP or the internet layer or the internetwork layer. They have to do some very specific things. They are very limited to that layer. Okay, so it's the same idea. We just have to know what these layers are. As you can see here, we have the starting from the outer layer to the inner layer, we have the perimeter security, then we have the network security, we have the endpoint system security, we have the application security, and then we have ultimately the data security layer. So as you can observe, this tends to be go from the more generic layer in regards to how closely related it is to the data itself, which is ultimately the goal of an attacker. So an attacker ultimately wants to retrieve data or wants to insert data. So the ultimate focus is the data security layer, as we can see right here. But in order to get there, there are some outer layers that should be broken, that should be transpassed. So first of all, we have the perimeter security. Then we're going to have the network. Then we're going to have the system, the endpoint system. And then we'll have the application so that the attacker can finally reach the data. Now, different topics or areas are supposed to be covered by the person that is taking the CompTIA CySA Plus exam. So implementing defense in depth is divided in subtopics. The first topic that you need to understand as far as implementing security in layers goes is segmentation. So segmentation is basically approaches that should be used, that should be put in place in order to segment, to split the network in order to increase its security. So you may have the physical layer or the physical segment, you may have the virtual segment, and you may have the network segment itself. So observe that security is not only about it is not only related to the communication layer or the network layer. We had in the past the network segment and the physical segment. But from 15, 20 years back to now, we're now starting to talk about and use virtual resources as well. So as far as layers go, we have a topic called segmentation, which is focused on analyzing the security of the communication, so the network segment, also the virtual segment, and the physical segment. Clearly, physical segment is the segment in which you are focusing on the physical resources, such as the physical nodes themselves, but also perimeters, such as the location where the digital resources are located, at the buildings where human resources work, where employees work. And the virtual segment is associated with the virtualization resources and technologies that we implement nowadays. So we have to keep in mind that different approaches should be put in place according to the segment that we are focusing on or the segment that is being used by the company. Now, you can see here one concept that the CompTIA CySA Plus exam requires from the exam takers is jump box. You have to understand what a jump box is. And as an example of a network segment, you have this concept involved. So one approach that is very much used nowadays in order to implement this type of segmentation and security is you have a situation where you are at your home, but you have to get access to, let's say, the company's database. Okay, clearly that database is not going to be directly exposed to the public network. So you cannot directly just access that database. You have to first get access to a machine, and then from that remotely get access to a machine, and then from that machine you get access to the database itself. So there is a middleman in that communication. For example, remote desktop, which is very much used by Windows users. That is one type of a solution. So there are a number of jump box solutions out there. You just have to understand the concept of a jump box. It is basically a box, a node, a device that is sitting somewhere to receive connections from the public network, or at least other networks, and then once the client is authenticated, that client will be able to get access to the final device or the final resource. We also have the concept of network architecture. So the network architecture is what defines how you are going to set up your infrastructure. So you can have what are the security objects or the security assets that you are going to deploy or that you need to deploy in your network. These are composing your network architecture. You may have intrusion detection systems, intrusion prevention systems. You may have firewalls. You may have network access control devices or solutions. So any technology that focuses on controlling access and controlling communication within a network, the combination of all of these resources will define your network architecture. A relatively new concept is software-defined networking, or SDN. And nowadays we also have the concept of network function virtualization, although NFV is not that is a concept and technology that is not covered by the CompTIA CySA Plus exam. But these are two technologies, they walk holding hands. You do, though, need to understand what software-defined networking is. So basically, according to in the traditional communication network, what you have is a bunch of independent devices such as switches, routers, firewalls, bridges, access points. So all those devices, and each of them have their own intelligence. That's why we say that they are independent. The way that they are going to they're going to analyze traffic, receive and forward packets is totally independent. Each of these nodes must be locally managed. They have their own set of rules defining how they are supposed to treat information. In a software-defined network, in a SDN-based network, and let's only assume that we have a fully blown SDN-based network. In this scenario, these devices are not independent. They do have communication interfaces, so they do receive and transmit data. However, their intelligence is not local, is not internal. There is what is called the SDN controller system that will be responsible for telling each of these nodes, hey, this is how you're going to operate. For example, there is a specific traffic. There is ICMP packets that should not be forwarded. So you are going to block ICMP traffic. You are going to block this. You're going to allow that. Whenever a specific type of packet arrives, you are going to redirect this traffic through that door. So all the intelligence is controlled by that software-defined networking controller. We must also understand the concepts of virtualization, which is pretty clear nowadays, because basically that's all that we use. And we are going to talk more in our next video, which is cloud computing security. You also have the concept of asset and change management. Asset and change management is associated with the idea of controlling configuration, the logical configuration. So the configuration that you make on devices or softwares, but also managing the devices themselves that you have and the softwares, the solutions that you have in general. So a company is supposed to know, for example, how many workstations they have, what is the version of a specific, well, obviously the softwares that they have, but also the versions of those softwares. How many servers, what are the operating systems running on those servers, and also they must be able to manage changes. Whenever there is a change, whether it's logical, whether it's digital or physical, that must be updated. So some resources that should be put in place here or could be used are tagging, and this is very common to see, especially if you go to a government organization, that there is, so you look at a laptop, for example, and there is a tag glued to that device, right? Basically, that is just a physical resource being used in order to guarantee that no one is going to take that device and go home with it. So it belongs to that institution. And you also have the concept of inventory, which usually is a digital resource. This is a solution in which you're going to use a software to follow up what you have, what the company has. Some solutions here are Oracle, NetSuite, Zoho. These are probably the largest ones as far as proprietary and open source goes. So Oracle, NetSuite is proprietary, Zoho is open source. And another security that can cover part or at least help in implementing defense in depth, implementing the layered security, is making use of logging and monitoring. Some solutions for logging, you have the Microsoft built-in solution, native solution. So you have the Microsoft log events. You also have the syslog NG, which is a very powerful solution. It's open source, it's free, very flexible. You can define what is they use the concept of category and priority. So you can combine the type of data that should be reported, and according to that category, according to that record, you can judge whether it's low priority, high priority, or high or critical, for example. Actually, the range is a lot bigger than what I just mentioned, but you have a range according to the priority of that specific record, which means that you can follow up. You can have a tool to help you follow up what's going on in the network, right? Another solution, and this is actually a very good solution, is paper trail. So paper trail actually can be combined with syslog or syslog NG, for example, and many other logging solutions. The good thing about paper trail is because it will give you a graphical user interface to help you do that follow-up. However, just by following logs is not going to be very helpful, because if you have too much information being logged, it will be very difficult to do that follow-up. That's why you also need monitoring. So you have to follow the status of the devices, softwares, and all the solutions that you have in your infrastructure. That's why you have software such as CompTIA, Zabbix, PRTG. Now, defense in depth and layered security also involves configuration management. And some examples, and by looking at the examples, maybe it will be more helpful. So you have a few examples here. You have Ansible, you have Puppet, and you have Microsoft Endpoint Manager. And there are so many others that we could just continue to mention here, such as Jenkins. And when we go for a more to a broader configuration management solution, we could also take a look at Docker, Kubernetes, because they're not only focused on software configuration management, but operating system and infrastructure management as well. But focusing on software configuration management, if we take a look at software such as Ansible and Puppet, they are very helpful nowadays, because basically you can say, okay, so I want my software, my specific software, or set of softwares, my solutions to work this way. So this is what I need. And then all the clients, for example, or even servers, will, once the software, a specific software is deployed in those workstations or servers, the configuration will go according to what has been established by Ansible, for example. So basically, this type of solution will tell the client, whether it's a workstation or a server, how a software should operate, or even what softwares it should have. It's not only the software itself, but the set of softwares that are supposed to run in an operating system, and you can also establish how the operating system itself is going to work. Encryption is also part of the layered security, because obviously you want to guarantee how data is being stored, how data is being transmitted. Certificate management is also very important, and this is critical. The CompTIA CySA Plus exam also focus on the idea of certificate management, because although nowadays most companies, they do use the concept of certificates, you see a lot of websites, for example, that when you access the website, you can tell that there is a certificate there. However, that certificate has expired. And managing certificates is very important. Obviously, expiration date is just an example of certificate management. You also have to establish where to store certificates, where to store private keys, how these keys are going to be stored, how they're going to be accessed. But the idea is certificates must be managed. They cannot only be created, deployed, and used. A follow-up must be done. Active defense is also a very important topic in layered security, because as you can see, there are, for example, when we mention deactivating softwares, hardwares, and accounts, and this is not something very common, although everybody knows, all companies knows, all analysts, security analysts know that this is what is supposed to be done, it's not done regularly, at least not on regular basis. So let's say that there is a software that is not being used by human resources anymore. In many situations, the IT staff is not even aware that software is not being used anymore. And that is critical, because if the software is not being used anymore, the software may have flaws, vulnerabilities. Even if it doesn't, with time, new vulnerabilities may come up, and no one will be aware of that because the software is just not being used anymore. The same thing for hardware. If there is a hardware that is not being used anymore, it should be removed from the premises or from that network. And for example, when an employee leaves the company, you have to make sure that account is deactivated. Incident response teams, such as the creation of CSIRTs. The idea of a CSIRT is to create processes defining what must be done when an incident occurs, how to treat that incident, what are the procedures during debugging the incident until you can for sure know what happened, and then if that's the case, bring that node back into the network, and then create new processes in order to prevent that event, that incident from happening again. And also processes to put forensics, digital forensics, computer forensics in place as well. So all these are associated with active defense. Although forensics is basically a reactive defense, the tools and resources associated with forensics are reactive. However, definitions, processes on how to operate forensics, how to put forensics in place, is an active defense. Also, implement honeypots, because the idea of a honeypot is to create a resource, run a software, run a device, run a network, which is not a honeypot but a honeynet, in order to lure an attacker. And then you can analyze, for example, the tools, the techniques that are being used by that attack or those attackers, in order to learn more how they operate, or even to simply block those specific sources. Here you have a few examples of honeypots. You have Dioneea and you have Honeydee. Now, security controls are the techniques that you actually put in place in order to improve security. And again, the CompTIA CySA Plus exam works with a few concepts. The first concept, as far as security controls goes, is the types of implementation, or the implementation types, which can be technical, administrative, or management, and physical. The technical control is associated with the technical resources that you are going to put in place. For example, deploying a firewall, deploying an IDS. So this is what we tend to see more clearly as far as security control goes. But we also need some management security controls, and these are mostly associated with human resources. Not only it does include training, for example, but not only that, not only getting the human resources ready and aware of the vulnerabilities, the risks that exist in a network, in an organization, but also creating processes, documents, building up a set of documentation to make people aware of the risks that exist, and also to create procedures defining what is supposed to be done whenever a threat exists, whenever someone does, an employee does something that is not according to what is expected by the company, how to prevent those threats from or risks from occurring, such as defining security policies. And you also have the physical type, the physical security control, which is, for example, defining access, policies for access. How can an employee get into the building? Who are the employees that can go into a specific room, such as the data center, that kind of stuff. What is, if an employee can take a device home, can bring a flash drive to work, and then go back home with that flash drive. You also have the responsive types of security controls, and they are associated with what to do in order to prevent or what to do in order to correct a flaw. So the types are pretty self-explanatory. You may have a preventive response, which is coming up with solutions that will prevent events, specifically incidents, from happening. But even with those techniques, they may still happen. Therefore, you need detective resources. How you can detect whenever an attack is happening or there is an attack attempt. And even though the company is detecting, analyzing traffic, you can still, an attacker can still be successful in its attempt. Therefore, you're going to need some corrective responses against those attacks. Now, you also have the location of a security control. Where am I going to deploy security controls? Obviously, you're going to need host security control. You're going to need permission security controls. Who can do what? You're going to need, you can leverage the concept of listing, which is basically defining who can and who cannot, or what can and what cannot be done in a network. Basically using the concept of lists, whether it's a white list or a black list. In a white list control, you are blocking everything, and only what is described in that white list is allowed. A black list is the opposite. Everything is allowed except what is determined in the blacklist. Now, as a security control, you also have the technical control. You have administrative controls, as previously mentioned, which will focus on policies, processes, training, and regulation. And at the end, but not only once, this must be done continuously, you have to review your architecture. So there are techniques used up to this point in order to make your network as safe, as secure as possible. However, you don't actually know if that is going to work as expected. However, you have to continuously review your architecture. So you want to avoid single points of failure by using redundancy, You can use heartbeat as well. So basically, in a redundant environment, let's say that you have a firewall. Okay, what if that firewall fails? What if it crashes? You have that single point of failure. All the traffic is passing through, is being analyzed by that firewall. If that firewall fails, if it crashes, the entire network, at least in this scenario, the entire network will be disconnected from the public network. So you want to have redundancy there. And you can even use the concept of heartbeat, which the idea of a heartbeat is those backup devices. For example, you have a firewall, but then you have backup firewalls. Those backup firewalls are not active the entire time. They're only there to take over in case the main firewall fails. So how are the backup firewalls know whether the main firewall is active or not? They're going to exchange heartbeats. If there is no heartbeat exchange in a period of time, then the backup firewalls will take over. You also need to validate your data, which is guaranteeing that your data is being transmitted in a secure fashion, in a private fashion, and the same thing for its storage. So how can you perform data validation? One very common way of doing such is using CRCs, is using checksum. So let's say that you are going to download a software. Nowadays, most of the softwares, when you go to the web page where you can download it, you're going to see the link to the installer itself and also a link to a .md5 file as well. For example, you can also have a SHA-256 file as well. That is another algorithm. The idea is you download the installer and then you compute for example, the MD5 checksum. The MD5 checksum that you find must match the MD5 checksum that you see on the web page that you used to download that software. If they match, that means the download occurred successfully. If they don't, there was an error during the transmission. You must review your users, and this is not reviewing their credentials, because we do have to review credentials. But when the CompTIA CySA Plus exam defines the idea of reviewing users, you are reviewing their behavior. You're constantly monitoring what users are doing. You are constantly monitoring if users are accessing only what they are supposed to access. So you want to make sure that there isn't an employee entering a room that employee is not supposed to enter. And clearly, you have to also review your security architecture, whether it's in place or not. Has it been properly deployed? For example, a security architecture that is very common nowadays is DMZ. The problem is there are a lot of people, there are a lot of professionals that they are doing a general DMZ deployment. You have to be certain that you are deploying the proper DMZ, the proper security architecture, according to your needs, to the company's needs. And even though you planned that architecture, you deployed it according to your plan, you have to review it, because your architecture needs may change over time. Same thing for policies and processes. It's a constant reviewing process. Are the, for example, the security policies that you have, that the company has currently, are they valid? Are they still valid to the current infrastructure, to the new infrastructure, to the new softwares that are being used? Maybe the company had a set of softwares 5 years ago and they changed now. So can these policies be applied to the solutions that are being used nowadays? So once again, constant review. As you can see, just to complete that, you have to also run constant audits. You review all the plan, all the deployments, but even reviewing what's been planned and what's been deployed, you're not certain whether vulnerabilities may arise. Therefore, you have to run audits as well, such as pen testing. Use pen testing tools, hire pen testing companies to also to have a different look, a different approach according to what you deployed. So in this video, which is the first video of our module 5, we discussed defense in depth, layered security, security controls, and reviewing the architecture. I hope you enjoyed this topic. I hope you enjoyed this video, and see you in our next video, which is cloud computing security. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to module 5, our second video. And the focus of this video is cloud computing security. Although it is known that cloud computing security is very similar to the traditional infrastructure security for obvious reasons, because it also uses the same elements of a infrastructure system, there are a few differences, and the CompTIA CySA Plus exam expect you to understand these differences. So the first thing that we must keep in mind is that we must know actually is to understand what cloud computing is and the different elements that it has associated with understanding how it actually works. So first of all, let's understand what cloud computing is about. Cloud computing is nothing more than being able to use the same physical resources that we have in a traditional infrastructure, but now using the concept of virtualization. And by leveraging virtualization, you can expand those virtualized systems, those virtualized solutions, to create a very large virtual infrastructure. And that is what cloud computing is about. A complex, large, even huge virtualized systems, which would allow you to, similar to a physical network, you can create that same complex network, but in the cloud, virtualized. So, observe here, according to this image, and let's not worry about the different types, the different models of cloud computing deployments. Let's only focus on the service models and the characteristics. So imagine that you can virtualize hardware, such as the physical network. You can virtualize software, You can virtualize a topology. You can virtualize softwares. That is what virtualization is about. Basically, all the physical resources can be virtualized. They can be controlled by a software or device so that you can slice the resources that you have. So you can slice broadband network access. You can slice elasticity, which means that you can very quickly, very rapidly extend your network. You can create more devices. You can create new instances of softwares. But at the same time, you can measure the services and you can define how to charge for those services. So since you can slice the software instances, for example, you can say, okay, I am going to charge my clients based on what instances and how many instances are going to be used by that client. And you can also charge based on, for example, the amount of data that is being transmitted. So cloud computing is using the concept of virtualization to create a complex and at the same time dynamic infrastructure that will allow you to use the physical infrastructure to share resources to many clients using that same physical infrastructure. Okay, up to a point that you can differentiate the type of services that will be sold to those clients. That is why you have software as a service, you may have platform as a service, you may have infrastructure as a service. There are some other types of services as well, although these three are the most common ones. You can have code as a service, you can have security as a service, so many others. Now, on top, actually, underlying those types of services, you're going to have the deployment model, which is associated with the type of clients, those that are going to use that infrastructure. So you can have a public cloud, you could have a private, hybrid, or community cloud. A public cloud is a cloud that is accessible to anybody, as long as obviously they have the communication resources to leverage that cloud. Now, public does not mean that it's free. It only means that it's open to anybody, and most of the time, as long as they pay for that service, but anybody can get access to it. Private is exactly the opposite. Only a limited number of clients will have access to that private network, to that private cloud, for security reasons, for cost reasons. A hybrid cloud is the mix of public and private. So let's say you may have an organization that will have their public cloud to make money because they need to sell whatever they are selling, whatever is the type of cloud service that they're selling. But at the same time, for security reasons, they have just a few clients that will have their own private network. And in a private network, a client will have access to that specific set of nodes defined to be accessed by that client. So you don't have a shared environment. The clients can access the infrastructure, the service, not the infrastructure necessarily, but the service. However, that service is specific to that client or to that limited number of clients. And in a community model, you have a cloud that's been created to support a specific type of clients. Now, most of the solutions that we see are public. We can name, for example, AWS. We can mention Microsoft Azure and so many others, right? So most of the cloud services that we have providing services are public because they want to make money. They have a large infrastructure and they're there to charge for clients based on the services that are being offered. And that is why we are focusing on the public model. Okay. If we compare what is according to the service that is being offered, and we compare what is being managed by the customer and what is being managed by the cloud service provider, you can see here, and this is an image that helps us very well understand the difference. In a traditional infrastructure, all resources, the entire stack is being managed by that customer. So the company has to purchase the equipments, they have to purchase the softwares, they have to hire people to manage, install, configure all that, maintain, all the way from networking to applications. In the infrastructure as a service, the company as a client is going to hire virtual machines basically from that cloud service provider. So the cloud service provider will charge you, for example, per virtual machine that you want, or per amount of data traffic that you need to transmit. And they will give you access to that virtual machine in which you install the operating system, and then you manage. You're going to control whatever is running on top of that operating system, even the operating system itself. So that's why it's called infrastructure as a service, because the infrastructure is composed by machines, by nodes, by devices. However, these are virtual devices, still devices. Platform as a service, on the other hand, will only be managed, the client will only manage the data and the application. So you can look at it as a combination of the application, the software that is going to be deployed, and for example, the database that is storing the data used by the application or applications. Whereas in the software as a service, even the software is being provided to the client. The client can only use that software. So many different examples here. We could name Dropbox. We could name Outlook 365. So many examples, very common nowadays. An example of platform as a service is Heroku, for example. That's a very common platform that you can hire as a service. In case you don't know, Heroku is a platform that you can, so let's say that you wrote a code in a language, and you don't want to send the software to the client. You actually want to allow the client to only use that code, that software. But if you do that as an application, as a web application, you are basically creating a web application, which generates some limitations. If you want to allow the client to run that entire solution as a platform, you can allow the other clients to deploy your solution in a platform. Heroku is a type of platform that you go there, you upload your code, and then clients can access your Heroku webpage to deploy that service, to deploy that platform. For the CompTIA CySA Plus exam, you must also understand the concept of infrastructure as a code, or as code, or IAC. And infrastructure as code is simply the capability of managing infrastructure using code, usually by deploying some kind of language. It could be XML language, for example. You could use a JSON format. It really doesn't matter. What matters is you are going to use a specific language, a specific format to manage your infrastructure. So you can do that with AWS, for example. If you have an account, a AWS account, and you have virtual machine, you want to determine how that virtual machine is going to operate, such as how much memory that virtual machine is going to have, how much of disk space storage that virtual machine is going to have, even the softwares that are installed, that are supposed to be installed in that virtual machine. You could use XML to send instructions to AWS and say, hey, this is the type of virtual machine that I need. And then AWS will receive those instructions and create that virtual machine for you. Here you have an example of infrastructure as code being used in a Jenny project. In case you don't know, Jenny is an academic project funded by NSF. And the idea of Jenny is to allow academics to create infrastructures, so have infrastructure as a service for academic purposes, and obviously that infrastructure is in the cloud. And you can not only deploy a virtual machine, but an entire topology using infrastructure as a code. So you're not only determining how virtual machines are going to be instantiated, but how they're connected, how much data each link can support. So the entire infrastructure can be deployed using infrastructure as a code. Now, the actual focus of the CompTIA CySA Plus exam is to see if you understand the different risks in cloud computing. Again, the same risks that we have in infrastructure network, we do have in cloud, but there are some additional ones. Some that also exist in infrastructure security, but they are not much of a concern because they are not much used. Now, considering that cloud computing is basically an infrastructure or platform or software being deployed remotely and controlled locally. So you are going to send instructions to that service provider. APIs and interfaces are being used in order to allow you to remotely define those rules, send instructions to that platform. Therefore, you have to be very careful with the APIs and interfaces that are being used in that communication clearly. You must also pay attention to insiders. Insiders are a big risk. And as far as insiders goes, you have to be able to tell the difference between insider as someone that works for a service provider, but also an insider that is a client. A client with specific skills can be able to try to retrieve data or tamper data, change data that is not in his or her control or it shouldn't be. It belongs to another client. Keep in mind, this is a shared environment, which is associated with another risk, which is shared technology, data loss that could happen, and this can happen anywhere. But where is the reliability, or what level of reliability do you have, considering that your data is being stored somewhere else in an infrastructure that you have no control of? So you have an unknown architecture and unknown business model. That service provider, that cloud provider, has an infrastructure that you are not aware of. They have a business model that you are not aware of. And for security reasons, you can't get access to that. Okay, so to help you with that, there are some tools that exist. Obviously, the CompTIA CySA Plus exam is not going to focus on the specific tools, but there are types of tools that you must be aware, you must know. So the first example that we have here is the Scout Suite. Scout Suite is a tool, it's a configuration management tool for cloud environments. Basically, what you do is you use it to verify the configuration that you have in your cloud environment. It's going to look for configuration files, it's going to look for accounts. It will try to find flaws associated with how you configured that environment. So it's basically an auditing tool that is trying to audit the configuration that you have, which is different from PACO, for example, which is basically a Metasploit framework for AWS. Probably you've heard of Metasploit. This is a framework that pen testers and attackers use because it's modularized. You can use different modules to perform different types of attacks, try to detect different types of vulnerabilities. But it's used to help you find vulnerabilities. That is its ultimate goal. And PACO is the same, but it focuses on AWS services. And you also have the Cloud Access Security Brokers tools. Cloud Access Security Broker is basically a tool acting as a man in the middle to perform control. So in order to prevent the client from directly accessing this cloud service provider, you may have a Cloud Access Security Broker, which is analyzing the instructions that are being sent from the client to that service provider and what is being sent by the provider to the client. It's a security measure in order to prevent, for example, wrongful instructions sent, attackers trying to get access to that shared environment, that service that is being provided. So there are different CASB tools that you can use in order to guarantee, or at least to improve the analysis of the data that is being transmitted to and from the client and the provider, the cloud service provider. So in this video, we discussed cloud computing elements and its services, also the models. We discussed the concept of infrastructure as a code. We mentioned some risks that we have in cloud computing, obviously focusing on the ones that are not common to infrastructure security. And we also discussed 3 different types of cloud computing security tools. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much. Hello, welcome to Module 6, and the topic of this module is Software Development Security. So the CompTIA CySA Plus exam requires the exam taker to know some security issues and security practice regarding software development. So you must be aware of some issues that exist in applications, mostly web applications, but also you must understand the process of developing these applications. So first of all, they require you as the exam taker to understand software development, the software development lifecycle, which is a generic model, but still associated to the SDLC. You have to also understand at least the most common, most used, most deployed assessment methods of software development. And we'll briefly discuss some of those models, some of those assessment models or development models, if you will. They also expect you to understand a few tools that can be used in order to improve software development security and verifying your code if you are coding, and also to understand coding practices. So some practices that you should follow in order to reduce the chances of embedding those security flaws in your code. Now, you may ask, why would I need to understand software development and software development security if I am, let's say, a security analyst or a network engineer? Well, so the thing is, since you are taking the CySA Plus exam, which is focused on cybersecurity, you must understand the security aspects involved in all areas. So software development, if that is a phase or a practice that occurs in your company, you're going to have to test the software because you have to understand what the software is actually doing and what the security flaws that exist, if they exist, in your code. Even though you're not the code developer, you have to verify if that code, if that software has flaws, because those flaws can generate other issues in your network, how the network is working, what kind of flaws may impact in the network workflow, for example. And also because a hacker, an attacker, can use those flaws, those vulnerabilities to get access to the machine or the machines themselves. Okay, so first of all, as previously mentioned, we have to understand software development, the software development life cycle. So you're going to find, so if you take a look at software development books, the SDLC can be splitted, it can be divided in different phases or steps, and the number of phases can vary. We are going to use here the model that is most common, which is divided in 6 phases, but you can also see it in 7 or even 8 phases, 8 steps. Okay, but we're going to focus on these 6 steps here, which are analysis, design, implementation, testing, deployment, and finally maintenance. Although observe that this is a software development life cycle, which means that in many situations it doesn't end in the last phase. It doesn't end in maintenance. So you're going to have all those 6 steps and then go back to the first step again, followed by the second, the third, all the way to the 6th. And so you see that there is a cycle there. Okay, but first, The first phase is the analysis phase. A software developer must first understand what the software is supposed to do, what the application is supposed to deploy. So first, an analysis must be made. For example, what are the requirements? What does that software need to do? What kind of metrics must be analyzed? What is it trying to solve? What problem or problems is it trying to solve? So an analysis of the scenario, of the situation, in order to achieve its objectives. Okay, based on that analysis, then comes the design phase. The design phase is the phase where the team, not only the developer, in many situations, the developer may even not be involved in this phase. A project manager, for example, could be playing the main role here, but it varies a lot. But the design phase is the phase in which the team is going to plan the solution according to the analysis that was previously made. So they're going to plan how to deploy what needs to be done. This is a planning phase. And then they will move to the implementation phase, which is the phase in which what's been designed is going to become reality. Okay, once the code has been deployed, has been implemented, once the code has been implemented, they're going to test it, try to find errors, things such as, okay, if there is a form, is this form working properly? Is this form retrieving the data from the database as it's supposed to retrieve? Is it inserting data records into the database as it's supposed to do? That kind of stuff. So basically looking for errors or unexpected events. And then comes the deployment phase, which is basically putting it in production. Once that's done, comes the maintenance phase, which is the phase of verifying, contacting the client if that's the case, keeping contact with the client to see how it's working, if adjustments are required, and just giving those monthly, maybe bi-monthly maintenance features. Again, now after that, it may be required to go back to the beginning of the life cycle, so analysis, design, implementation, testing, deployment, and maintenance once again, because basically it will depend on the deployment phase and the maintenance phase, because, for example, there may be a situation where once the software is deployed, it is not doing what it's expected to do, it's not working properly, so they might have to go back to the beginning all over again. Okay, now the CompTIA CySA Plus exam also expects you to, although they realize that you are not a developer, they understand that you have to know the models used, at least the main models used to develop softwares, because if you understand that, it will be easier for you to find vulnerabilities and how to fix those vulnerabilities, even to understand how complex it is to fix those problems in case they exist. So the first model, when the concept of software development modeling came up, the first model that was broadly adopted was the waterfall model, which is very traditional because it's very strict. You just follow a baseline. So you strictly follow those phases, which are requirements, and we can associate the requirements phase with the analysis phase according to the software development lifecycle that we just saw. So we have requirements, followed by the design, followed by the implementation, followed by verification, and then we have maintenance. Now, observe that according to the waterfall model, all these phases, they're going to come in sequence, serialized. They do not occur in parallel. So it's one phase, then the other, then the other, then the other, and strictly in this sequence: requirements, design, implementation, verification, and maintenance. Now, observe here that it goes from the requirements to maintenance and then deployment, which is basically installing the application, deploying the application in the client's environment. It evolved to the spiral model, which is similar to the waterfall model. The difference is, before the software is released, before there is an official release, or before it's deployed in the client's environment for production. Now, it can be deployed in the client's environment, but not for production before the final release. But before the final release is actually released, all those steps occur according to the waterfall model. So you have the analysis or requirements, you're going to have development, you're going to have review, and you're going to have maintenance. But all these phases, they will take you back, they will occur in more than one cycle before it's actually released. So as you can observe here, you have the first prototype, where you're going to have the first phase, which is according to the spiral model. You're going to have the objectives determination. Then you're going to identify and resolve risks. You're going to develop and test and plan the next iteration. And you do that again for the second prototype, as you can see here. And you may have more than two prototypes. This illustration here only shows two prototypes, 1 and 2, and then you're going to have the official release. But obviously, there is no predetermined number of prototypes. It can just keep going until a stable solution, a stable version is encountered, and then the official release is actually released. Then we move to the Agile software development model, which is basically, it's based on sprints. This is completely different when compared to the previous modules, when compared to the spiral module and to the waterfall module. Although the same phases are involved in here, but the Agile development, software development model is based on sprints. Those phases, they occur but as sprints. They do not spend too much time planning, analyzing, planning, and deploying. The idea is to very quickly deliver the product to the client, let the client decide whether it's in good conditions, whether it's working, whether it's functional and solving the problems that it's supposed to solve. Wait for the feedback from the client if that's the case, or even by the development team to verify, and then they just go back to the initial phase again. So they go back to analysis, design, development, and deliver. And so do that all over again. So you're going to have the sprint planning, development, testing, deploying a demo, and then going back to sprint planning, development, testing, demo, going back to sprint planning, development, testing, demo. So you can see that it's the same concept of the spiral module, but in using the concept of sprints. Very quick planning, development, and testing. And letting the end user or the client actually give a feedback of what was found. And finally, again, these are not the only models that exist. There are so many others, but these are the ones that the CompTIA CySA Plus exam will require you to understand. You may have Scrum, so many others. Okay, now the Rapid Application Development Model, or RAD model, is similar to Agile, but there is no planning phase. So as you can see, we're going to have the business modeling, which is the phase in which business rules are going to be determined. And again, this can be associated with the analysis phase. The data modeling, so data will be collected in order to be modeled. The process modeling, which is basically creating workflows based on the business models or the business rules. And the application generation, which is development, to then finally reach the testing and turnover phase. Now, if you observe, there is no planning in here. There is no planning phase. The reason why there is no planning phase is because usually this is a model used to deploy and deliver modules. So the RAD model is not used to develop and deliver an entire software solution. It's used to develop modules. So, for example, if you think about a browser, a web browser. The web browser is the entire solution, but that web browser has a bunch of plugins. The RAD model is used to develop those plugins, for example. So specific modules that are being developed to do specific things, not to deliver the entire solution. Now, the combination of those modules will then generate the solution as a whole. So you can use the RAD model to solve a problem entirely, but you have to segment, you have to split that entire solution into modules. Then you're going to use the RAD model. And again, its idea is to be the deliver should be fast, should occur fast, and testing should be used as basis for the next iteration. Okay, now that you understand the models, the life cycle, the development life cycle, and some of the models that exist, you can now discuss some security issues. And the CompTIA CySA Plus exam expect you, obviously, to understand some of those issues. One of the issues that they want you to know is the lack of error handling. And what does that mean? There are applications that they do not deploy error handling. So let's say that there is an error in the code and the code is not handling that error. So, for example, if you're developing a code in Java, Java works very well with the concept of error handling, right? So you can do a case switch in Java, and if something doesn't return the result that is expected, you're supposed to throw errors, right? So you're supposed to handle those possible errors. Dereferencing is another issue that is supposed to be addressed when developing code, And dereferencing is characterized by the improper handling, not of errors, but of values that are being mistakenly referenced. For example, let's say that there is a variable, and this variable is supposed to point to a number value, right? Such as an integer or a float value. But it's actually pointing to a location where there is a no value. Okay, you're going to have a dereference error here because the value that is expected is not being referenced. So you are dereferencing that value. You also have insecure object references. That is a situation where the software is referencing objects such as images, videos, PDF files that are insecure. You may also have the problem of broken authentication, the authentication process that is not being properly deployed. So let me give you an example. And this is not an issue that is hard to encounter, hard to find. There are many websites that will allow you to see this type of problem. So imagine that you have a website that is asking for your credentials, your username and password. Okay, so you inform the username and password and you log in. Fine. When you get access to that web application, you're going to look at the URL up there in the address bar. You're going to see that it's showing a value for your username. If there are applications that if you copy that URL and you open a browser and paste that URL there, you're going to get access, direct access to the application without even performing authentication. So this is one type of broken authentication issue. The application is not properly verifying whether that session that the client is trying to open was authenticated or not in the past. It's just relying on the fact that the end user, is informing through the URL its username and a section that was previously authenticated, although the system is not verifying whether it's authenticated or not. Another very serious issue is data exposure. And just another situation where you've probably seen it. There are websites that when there is an instruction, a SQL instruction associated with information that is informed by the user, let's say that SQL instruction is not returning what the application is expecting. So, for example, let's say again you're facing that web application and it's asking for your credentials, your username and password. You inform the username and password. Now, those two input fields that you are filling in, they're going to be embedded into a SQL statement and SQL instruction. There are web applications that if they cannot properly form that SQL instruction for any reason, if it cannot properly build that SQL statement, the database management system is going to return an error message to the web application. Now, the web application is supposed to address that error message and just translate that SQL error message into something like invalid credentials, for example. There are applications that do not treat properly that result, and it will show the SQL error that was issued by the database management system. The problem of that is that when the SQL statement, the SQL error is displayed, it will also display critical information such as the database name, the table name, even variables names. Therefore, an attacker can leverage that type of information to try to construct, to build your infrastructure, understand your application model, understand the type of database that you're using, the structure of your database, such as tables names, attributes names, which will make it a lot easier to try to come up with other statements and perform, for example, SQL injections. Insecure components, functions, and APIs. So obviously, most developers, if not all, they're not creating components, functions, and APIs from scratch. They're using a bunch of things that were previously developed by a company or by someone, especially when using APIs. Now, are these APIs reliable? What are the errors that exist in those APIs? Some of those APIs may have embedded flaws. So this is another security issue. Also, lack of logging and monitoring, because if you don't log and monitor your application, you don't quite know what's going on in case something unexpected occurs. Obviously, misconfiguration, that is another issue. A human factor is always a concern. Now, what can you as a software developer do, or as a security analyst could tell the developer to do, but you can also help out with some practices as well as a security analyst? First of all, defining policies, performing risk assessment, as we discussed in one of our initial modules. Perform input validation, so verifying whether the values that are being informed by the end user are valid. So if a SQL injection is trying to be deployed through the input fields, you should verify those values. Output encoding, so translate what is being issued by, if this is an application that is using a relational database, for example, whatever the message that is being sent by the database management system is, the application should translate that. So it should encode that output before delivering it to the client. Deploy web application firewall, error message management, database security, so work on whatever is the database management system that is being used. You should also work on securing that DBMS. And sanitization, which is basically, once again, verifying whatever is being informed by the user. One step is validation, so verifying if it's a valid input. And in some situations, it may be a valid input, but maybe it's coming with some errors. For example, special characters that are not supposed to exist in the login input field. So you can sanitize. Let's say that there is a quote being used. So the username that is being formed is admin, but it's the user actually informed admin quote. Okay, so you can sanitize that quote. In this example, it was just a typo. So the end user just wrongly hit that key, stroked that key. But again, SQL injection attacks may occur and should occur by using these special characters. So you want to make sure that you sanitize those. data encryption, both for storage and transmission, logging and monitoring. If possible, implement not only single authentication but multi-factor authentication, or at least double-factor authentication. Perform session management to avoid that issue in which an attacker is just grabbing a URL and using that URL as a session opener. Before a session occurs, and the authentication should occur. It will also prevent cross-site forgery as well, cross-site forgery attacks as well. And you must know OWASP. The CySA Plus exam expects you to know at least the basics of the OWASP project. The OWASP project is an open project which stands for Open Web Application Security Project. And it is a project, it's actually a community that is creating different projects in order to bring awareness to people in regards to web application security flaws, security issues. Now, the CySA Plus exam also expects you to understand some basic code review methods or models, being the main ones: pair programming, over the shoulder, pass around, and tool assisted. Now, what is a code review practice? This is basically, so again, let's go back to the models. During the life cycle of software development, you're going to have those phases. And one of those phases is development, which is basically the most technical phase that you have. During that phase, you should perform code review as well, you as a team. Now, first of all, what is the objective of performing code review? The idea is to try to find for errors, issues, vulnerabilities, and mitigate and avoid those. So different types exist. The first one being pair programming. In a pair programming code review technique, basically, you are pairing up two or more, usually two, but you are pairing up programmers. Observe that I am saying programmers because you're going to have one coder that is programming and the other coder that is analyzing the code, but they are switching roles. So one is coding and the other one is analyze the coding that is being written by the first one. Then they will switch roles. The one that was analyzing the code is now going to write, and the other one that was writing the code before is now going to analyze the code being written by this other one. So they're constantly helping each other and constantly working on the code. Differently from pair programming, we have over-the-shoulder. Although in the over-the-shoulder code review technique, there are still two or more people involved. The difference is one is going to code, the other one is only going to analyze what's being done. However, the one that is analyzing does not need to understand coding a lot, just the basics, because the one that is coding is going to explain to the one that is looking over the shoulder, looking at the code over the programmer's shoulder, and the programmer is explaining everything that is being done. Then we have the pass around which can also be called the email pass-around technique, in which the coder is going to develop the code and frequently send that code to other programmers so that they can review that code. And so usually they are using email to share that code. Nowadays, obviously, there are so many project management solutions, project management tools, such as Microsoft Project, for example, right? And so many other solutions, that this is a lot easier. It does not require email anymore. And you also have the tool-assisted code review, which is basically using a tool to review your code. So you're going to use a tool that will basically look for syntax issues, semantics issues, workflow issues according to the workflow that you created, and it will try to find inconsistencies in your code. So Module 6 is focused on software development and software development issues. That is why we talked about the software development lifecycle, software development models, software development security issues, best practices, and finally, code review. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you. Hello, welcome to Module 6, Video 2, where we continue to talk about development security, software development security. And here we're going to address specifically, we're going to assess software assessment. So the idea here is to understand how you can assess not specifically the phase of software development, but how to assess software security once the software is deployed, once the software is ready. So there are some software assessment techniques that are expected from you to understand by the CompTIA CySA Plus exam, but also because you do have to know how to address softwares, or at least in other words, try to find issues that may exist in softwares that are being deployed by your company, used in your company premises. Okay, so some techniques for software assessment must be known by the exam taker and by a security analyst. And let's start with static code analysis. Static code analysis is an assessment that you should be able to perform when you have access to the source code of a software, because basically it is characterized by you opening the source code, observing, reading the source code, trying to find errors or vulnerabilities during that phase. Now, another scenario is in case you don't have access to the source code, even if you do, but the idea of dynamic code analysis is testing the software during execution. So either way, whether you have access to the source code or not, you should perform dynamic code analysis. And it's called dynamic because it's executed, it's performed during runtime. So you run the code, you run the software, and then you inform random values to whatever is the interface that is being used between you as the end user and that application. You just inform, you just pass random values to see if the software continues to run properly. It's different from fuzzing. Fuzzing still uses the concept of random values, but these random inputs are generated in order to see how the software can process errors, can handle errors. So the idea is to generate random values, but random values that should at some point generate errors. For example, in the previous video, I mentioned a situation where there is a form asking for the user's credentials. And the user not only informs the admin user, but informs admin quote. So if there is no sanitization being performed by that form, by that application, the admin quote should throw an error. The database management system should throw an error, should return an error to the application. How is the application going to process that error before outputting it, delivering it to the user? That is something that should be performed by the application. So that's how that's what characterizes the fuzzing assessment or fuzzing attack. Similarly to fuzzing, we have fault injection. The difference between fuzzing and fault injection is that the fault injection attack is characterized by injecting, sending specific values, not random values. So specific values that you know that probably will result in unexpected errors. So you are testing whether the application is capable of identifying those injection values, those fault injection values, and treating, filtering, or sanitizing, validating those values or not. Additionally, you must also perform load testing, and this is very common. Basically, it's characterized by using a software that will help you generate so much traffic against that application to test how the application can handle so many, for example, simultaneous connections. You must perform regression testing as well, and although the name regression may lure you to think of it as a test in which you are going to try to regress from one version to another version, that's not the case. The regression testing is a test that you perform when you are applying a patch, updating a software, upgrading a system. So the idea is to verify whether errors, flaws, vulnerabilities, problems, issues occur when you are updating from one older version to the most recent version. And you also have the user acceptance testing, also called UAT, which is a phase that will basically complete the dynamic code testing, because the dynamic code testing is a phase in which you, as the developer or the IT staff, the developer staff, for example, it will perform tests, will generate values, input values to see if the application cannot handle those unexpected values. But the user acceptance testing is characterized by having the end user testing the application. There are many values, many instructions that may not be thought of by the developer or by the developers. Only users can actually test. So a specific feature that is expected, that should work, that should process something, only the end users that are using those features on a daily basis will be able to perform those tests. And you also have the web application testing. Now, to perform web application testing, you can do it manually, but there are so many applications, softwares that could help you do that. So here are some web application vulnerability scanners. Reconnaissance, that's one, that's a famous one. Arachne, that is another one. Burp Suite is actually a very complete suite, which is probably why it's called Burp Suite. But mostly, you can use it to perform proxy interception. So you can use it as an interception proxy, which is basically, it will act as a proxy. It's intercepting the communication between the client and that web application. But it will allow you to change, to capture that request, intercept it, change the content of the request, and also change the content of the reply that is being sent by the web application. And you also have the W3AF, which is basically a vulnerability scanner that will try to find, to determine whether that specific web application is following the W3 standards. So you can use any of these tools to perform different tasks. Most of them will try to perform injections, such as SQL injections. The Reconnaissance, for example, and Arachne, they can perform fault injection, and these two are also capable of performing load testing as well. So please take at least a brief look in these applications. It may be very helpful for you during the for the CompTIA CySA Plus exam. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed this video. Hi, welcome to Module 7, and in this module we'll be focusing on monitoring. The CompTIA CySA Plus exam requires you to understand how to use tools and resources in order to monitor activities so that you can understand what's going on and you can see what the applications are doing, what the users are doing, how the system is operating. And there are a plural number of tools that you can use in order to assist you with that. So this is going to be a much more technical module. We're basically going to go through some tools, but at the same time explaining the theories involved when using those tools. So we're not only going to take a look at the tools, but we want to actually understand what they are doing. So with no further ado, let's get started taking a look at the syslog. And again, our focus is always going to be the Linux operating system, although obviously you do have to have some basic understanding of other operating systems, especially Windows. But the CompTIA CySA Plus exam is focused on Linux for a very obvious reason. Most servers are servers and concentrators. They're running Linux or Unix-like systems. So that's why you have to understand the Unix environment itself and be able to work on the terminal, work with command lines. So let's get started analyzing syslog. First, what is syslog? Syslog is basically, as the name says itself, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's the system log software, the system log solution. So what it does is you can configure this specific system to generate logs, generate reports of what's happening, what's going on. And so I am the administrator here, but you can do at least in order to analyze a few stuff, you can do that using a regular user, but I strongly recommend you to use the administrator, because there are some logs that cannot be analyzed, and some tools as well that cannot be analyzed by limited users. So I am here an administrator user, and the syslog will generate logs in the /var/log directory. And as you can see, there's a bunch of files here, but we're going to limit ourselves. So first of all, you can forget about these files that have other extensions or suffixes here similar to what the prefix is. So for example, we have boot.log, but we also have these other two. So just forget about these other two here. These are just backup files, because the boot.log file increased too much. So the syslog system, actually the log rotate software, saw that the file was increasing too much, so it had to create a new one. And when it created a new one, which is boot.log, it made a backup of the old one. And this is an older, well, actually, this is the older one, and this is the previous one, and the current one is boot.log. So you can see that this happens to many others, such as cron. We have 4 backup files here, in addition to the current one, which is cron. Now, as I mentioned, we have many log files here. You have to be able to interpret these log files. You have to be able to understand the content of these files. And the CompTIA CySA Plus exam might also require that you understand, that you know the files that are, the log files that are associated with some specific features, specific content. So, for example, the messages file here in a system such as Red Hat, CentOS, and all those that are Red Hat based Linux systems, they're going to store their generic logs in the messages file. So in the messages file, you may see reports, logs associated with the kernel, associated with users that are logging in, although you may also have other files such as the auth.log, that I don't have it here, but you may see other distributions with the auth.log. That is, it's only there to show when users log in, log out, number of attempts, login attempts, that kind of stuff. But here, specifically in this version of CentOS, you have all those type of logs being recorded in the messages file. And then you have some other specific log files, such as boot.log, which has information, as you may imagine, regarding the boot process, right? You also have, and I'm gonna go through the most important ones. You also have the cron, which stores records associated with the cron service. The cron service is the scheduler. That's the tool that you can use, the system that you can use to schedule tasks, processes. The dmask, and we are actually going to use the dmask command, which basically reads the dmask log file. And what you have in this file is messages associated with the booting process. It's a more low-level logging file. And what do I mean by low-level? In this file, you're going to find information that are not associated with the application layer, but most likely with the transport layer and lower layers, such as the internet layer, the data link layer and the physical layer. So, for example, information such as detecting hard drive, detecting USB ports, detecting memory, mounting partitions, all that is going to go in the dmask file. Now, depending on the operating system that you're not on the operating system, but the distribution, and also that specific distribution version that you're using, you may have the firewall D file, which stores information associated with the firewall D service, which is the service that may be running in order to filter packets. You may also have other solutions, but if you have firewall D, you're going to have the firewall D file. Although we are going to analyze our firewall logs using the dmask file. You also have last log, which records the last time that users logged in. You have also messages, so these are the most important ones. Now let's take a look at the content of the messages file. Okay, so let me filter this. Or better yet, let me open the file. Okay, so in general, this is what you are going to see in a log file. Okay, so you're gonna have the date, as you can see here. Then you're gonna have the machine name, and you're gonna have this is the messages file, right? So since the messages file is a generic log file, it is recording logs associated with different services, different systems, different softwares. So it will also show you the service or process or task that is generating that information, right? So in this case, we have on April 11th at 3:59 a.m. This was the previous machine name, and the rsyslogd service generated this IM journal message here. Then we had another system called systemd generating another log. So started session 458 of user root. Oh, okay, so now I see that on April 11 at 4:01, the user root started a session. It doesn't mean that the user logged in, but it started a session. So we can see some other records here associated with the systemd, also associated with the rsyslogd, right? But what matters, what you have to know for the CompTIA CySA Plus exam is this generic format presented by messages. If it's a Debian-based system, you're going to find the same structure, but in the syslog.log file. Okay, now if we analyze another file such as, so let's take a look at the var log secure file. And in the secure file, we can see that, so it's associated with authentication, authorization, and we can see that now we have some more specific data. It's not generic, so we have the same structure as far as date goes, host name, and the service. But then we have some more specific information in regards to what happened. So we can see that on this date, there was a SSH attempt, and it actually succeeded, and the username was not user. So there was a failed attempt on that date, but then we can also see that some other failed attempts occurred, and you can gather some additional information as far as authentication goes. But what you have to observe here is that as you look at more specific files, you can get more specific data. But again, the structure is the same. One feature that you may find in your CompTIA CySA Plus exam, a question that you may see there, is associated with concentrating, centralizing logs, centralizing these reports. And it's a feature that is strongly advised. You should deploy it, and it's not difficult at all. So in order to concentrate logs, to centralize the logs, there are a number of softwares that you can use. But natively, the tool that you could use in a Linux environment is called remote log. And the remote log basically uses syslog the same way. The difference is you're going to make a different configuration in which you're going to tell your current machine that it's supposed to send these logs to another log server, a remote log server. So you have to be aware that you have that feature. Now, observe that finding information in these files may be very tricky. So, for example, let's take a look at the varlog messages file, and let's see how many lines there are. So over 28,000 lines. It may be very, very difficult to find specific information if that's the case, if we're searching for specific data, right? In order to help you with that, you have many commands, but grep may be very, very useful here because it will allow you to search for lines with a specific string. So for example, let's say that I want to find, I'm not sure if it exists there, but let's say that I want to find lines with the string reject in my varlog messages file. Oh, okay. So there is a bunch, right? There is a bunch. And this is specifically to this server because it's directly connected to the public network, which means that we may have a bunch of users or a bunch of attackers trying to connect to this machine. So that may be the cause for so many messages here. But you can see that you're finding lines, it's listing lines that are that only contain that specific string, which is excellent, right? If I want to see successful authentication, for example, I have a file here. If I'm not mistaken, we're going to have the successful string in this file. There it is. So you can see that. Let's take a look at how many lines we have in that file. So we have over 13,000 lines, and I was able to find the specific line I was looking for, which is successful. And observe that the string doesn't have the string that you're searching for is actually, it can actually be a substring, as we can see right here. So it's a very helpful tool when analyzing logs, right? Now, again, When it comes to analyzing firewalls, you implement, when you deploy a firewall, you're not only going to establish the rules, the filters that you want to establish, that you want to deploy, but you want to make a follow-up, right? You want to make sure that the rules that are establishing are actually filtering the packets that it's supposed to filter. And how can you be certain whether it's working or not? Oh, okay. You may say, well, that's pretty simple. If I establish a rule, a firewall rule that is supposed to block SSH connections, I can simply deploy the rule and try to SSH that machine. It's not going to work. It's not supposed to work. Okay, fine. But there are other situations that you want to allow something, but with some limitations, or you want to make sure that you can read events when these events happen. So generating logs in a firewall is very helpful. In a Linux system, you can analyze logs using the dmask command, again, if it is a firewall D based distribution. So there, all these messages are associated. Now, obviously, there are so many other messages. If I do a pipe more here, but the file was cleaned. But if I restart this machine and I do dmask, it will also show messages associated with the booting process, detecting hardware, that kind of stuff. But right now, I only have messages associated with my firewall D process. Now, what is important to understand here, again, different log files may present different information, specific information, and that's the case for the firewall D process. Observe that here you don't have that same structure. It's a different structure, right? Because it's a different application that is generating these logs. So we can see that there is a reject right here. The packet was coming in through port interface ETH0. If this packet was being forwarded, then it would be forwarded through an exit and egress interface, which is not the case. The MAC source was this one, the source IP address was this one, and the destination IP address was this one, and then you have some other information as far as the IP protocol header goes. So you have to be able to analyze. In the CompTIA CySA Plus exam, it's very likely that they will show you, for example, these chunk of information here are just one line, such as this one. And it will basically ask you, hey, what does it say? What's going on here? Or what type of log is this, right? So again, you have to be able to interpret logs, and you also have to be able to tell what kind of log that is. Is this a log associated with the firewall? Is it associated with the login process, authentication process? Is it associated with a cron job? So basically, you have to be able to tell according to what is presented to you. Now, still talking about analyzing logs, analyzing traffic, analyzing systems information. You have some more fancy tools, some more resourceful tools. And for example, we have what is called Security Information and Management Systems, or SIEM systems. And a great example of a SIEM system is a tool called Splunk. What is the difference between a SIEM system and any log system, or even graphical interface based tools that will present logs to you. So there is a difference between using a log system, even though you are using a GUI interface to analyze those logs, and using a CM system. So let's take a look at Splunk, for example. So this is the website. We're not going to actually use Splunk because there is no use in doing that. We just have to understand what this type of tool does, what these type of systems, CM systems, do. So, and we can use the Splunk webpage to do that, so that you can just have an idea of how it works, right? So this is just, you can see that we have 18 steps here. Obviously, we're not going to cover all that, but you can see right here that there are some very interesting features. First of all, you have a dashboard, and that dashboard is going to concentrate all those logs, and so it's going to crunch all those numbers and generate a dashboard classifying what this tool will interpret, will understand as security information data. So it may classify, for example, hey, these are the number of anomalies that were detected. These are the types of anomalies. Out of all those anomalies, we have these different types. So we're going to classify that, and we're going to generate statistics based on that. For example, how many brute force attacks are occurred in the past 30 days? How many TCP flood segments were issued? How many port mapping attacks or segments were received? You can also, it will also classify according to sources. So for example, coming from this specific source, these are the number of anomalies, or at least threats, that we can identify coming from that specific source, right? And you can actually crunch all those numbers according to what you want. So for example, here you can see more details, you can see those classifications, and then you can start analyzing each of those packets if you want. Now observe, this is not going to be a very detailed analysis as far as individual packets, but it will give you the possibility to analyze characteristics of classes of packets. So again, you can see a list of anomalies or incidents according to their risk, right? To their level of risk. So you can see, hey, these number of threats were detected in the previous 30 days, and these are all critical threats. We also have some high risk threats here, medium, low, and just info. So it will crunch all those numbers associated with security issues or security threats in a graphical interface, and a graphical statistical interface that is a lot easier to interpret, to analyze. So I would recommend you to at least access the Splunk website, take a look at some screenshots, so that you can understand better how these tools work. Now, going back to our Linux system, another tool that is expected from you to understand, you don't have to know how to use it, but you have to understand what it does, which is debugging tools, code and execution debugging tools. Probably the most known tool in that category is called OllyDbg. But since we're focusing on free software on Linux operating system, we are going to briefly analyze the GNU debugger. If it's not installed in your system, you have to install, and it's called GDB, which stands for GNU debugger. Right now I have version 7.6.1 installed, and it's actually a pretty simple tool as far as using it goes. It's difficult to understand what it's doing because in order to do such, you have to know assembly language. You have to understand machine language, assembly, which is quite complex. But the CompTIA CySA Plus exam is not going to require that you can understand assembly language. So you don't have to understand very low-level programming. You do have to understand that you can use these tools, for example, to debug a code, and most importantly, as far as the CompTIA CySA Plus exam goes, is that you can use this tool to reverse engineer a code. So how does it work? Well, basically, you can use GDB, and let's say that I am going to analyze the /bin/ls tool. Okay. So it opened the GDB terminal. And then you have so many functions available in order to debug this code or any code. But what we're going to analyze here, and just to see how it works, is to disassemble a function. So I want to execute the main function and disassemble that main function. I want to understand what it does. So it's disassemble main. There. So you can see here that what you have is a bunch of instructions, machine instructions, registers being invoked, registers receiving instructions. So basically you can use a debugger to reverse engineer a tool, because obviously if you understand machine language, you can debug this, you can follow the registers that are being invoked, memory being allocated, so that you can, from the result, the execution of a tool, you can understand what it actually does. Because when you run a tool, we're basically just seeing the result. We send information in, send the data in. Based on that input, the tool is going to execute something and just give us a result, just give us an output, right? By doing this, by using a debugger, you can actually understand how that tool is getting to its result, to that output. So again, you have to understand that you have these tools available in order to do that. You have to understand the concept of a debugger. Moreover, there are some other tools that are very helpful, and we're going to use these tools in our next module, which is, so our next module, module 8, is going to be how to use tools in order to detect anomalies, in order to detect threats, or in order to simply monitor suspect activities. So bear in mind, this chapter here, this module here, is focused on presenting tools, resources for you, so that you can then use these resources to actually monitor a system, actually understand what's happening. Okay, so Some other additional tools, and these are tools associated with a system, the local system, which are the PS and the top alike tools. Top alike tools are top, ATOP, IOTOP, as we're going to see. So first of all, we have PS. Purely PS is just a tool to list processes. If you simply run PS, it will list the processes that are associated with your user, but at the same time dependent on the terminal, the current session that you're running. So in my current session, and I'm the root user, but associated with this current session, I only have these 4 processes, okay? Which are sudo, su, bash, and the PS itself, which is the tool that the command that I just ran. What if I want to see all the process? Then I have the A parameter. Okay, so it will list all the processes, but it's still associated with the current session. Right? So not only associated with my user, but associated with the current session. Okay, but what if I want to see all processes of all users? Okay, so AU, I also want to see the user, but I do not simply want to see the processes of the current terminal and their respective users. I want to see all processes that are being executed in my system. So for that, I use AUX, execution. So all processes that are in execution, that are actually running. So I'm going to do a pipe more here because the list is going to be long. Oh, now you can see all those processes. And so, for example, we have here this process, right? And its identification, the process identification is 1, and then you have some information such as how much CPU this process is consuming, how much memory, when it started, and for how long it's been running, and also the command that is actually executing that process, that invoked that process. Then you have some other processes. Now, one thing that is very, very important is called processes hierarchy, and you have to understand that for the CompTIA CySA Plus exam. A process hierarchy is associated with the hierarchy, the dependence of processes. So in a Linux environment, all processes will be children to process 1, which is this right here. All the other processes are children of this process here, which means that if I interrupt, if I kill this process, my machine is going to reboot, my system is going to reboot, because all the other processes depend on this one. Okay? You may have, for example, if you run a software such as the Apache web server will run a parent process, and then by default 5 other processes, which are children processes. If I interrupt one of those children, Apache will just continue to run. But if I interrupt, if I kill the parent process, the service itself will be interrupted. No new requests will be accepted, because then the service, the Apache service, won't be running anymore. And again, we're going to take a look at this tool here in depth in our next module. Now, similar to PS, we have top, but top has some other interesting features. First of all, it is dynamically, it is constantly updating. So as you can see here, it's showing the number of tasks that I have running, how much of my CPU is being consumed by users, by the system, how much is idle. So my CPU is about 75–80% idle. This is not usage, it's idleness. It also shows, so there is this summary of my physical resources, right? The total RAM, the total swap memory, and then we have a list per process, and by default this is organized based on CPU consumption, right? As you can see right here. And you have the process ID, you have the user that is running that process, you have the priority of that process. This is another feature that we're going to look at, the priority of a process, and some other information right there. Now, we also have a top, which is very similar to top, but just the way that it presents its values is a little bit different. So instead of classifying, listing processes, it's actually listing the more information and in a more formatted fashion. So it's trying to improve the way that the overall physical resource consumption is presented. And then at the bottom, you're going to have a list of processes, but it's focusing more on the presentation. It's focusing more on give you a more overall idea of your physical resources usage. You also have IO top. Now, IO top follows the idea of top in the way that it presents its results, but it's not focused on overall physical resources. It's actually focused on IO. That's why it's called IO top. So as you can see here, you are going to see the processes that are running, but you're going to see the processes associated with IO. According to the operations, the read and write operations on the disk. This is also very useful because imagine that you have, you suspect that there is a server that is running slow for some reason. And when you look at top, for example, or PS, you have all those processes, and it seems like there is no process that is using too much RAM, neither too much CPU. But when you run IO top, you can see that there is a specific process that is just using IO very, very much, and most likely that is what's going to cause that lack of speed in that server. One additional software that you have to be aware, and not specifically this software, but the concept of host IDS as a whole. So host intrusion detection systems. And probably in the Linux environment, in the Linux world, Tripwire is the go-to solution. And it's installed here in its version 2.4.3. And this is a very interesting tool. Now observe, this is a host intrusion detection system. This is not a network intrusion detection system. And you have to understand the difference. A network intrusion detection system, NIDS, will receive packets that are being transmitted through the network and will analyze those packets. So observe that it's focused on network transmission, packet flows. A host IDS is focused on operations, local processes. So the goal of a host IDS is to analyze how the system is operating and try to identify operations that are not supposed to occur or that are out of the ordinary. They're out of content. How does that work? So what it does is you have to define, hey, tripwire, these are, so I am going to configure my system. So you go there, you configure all the services, all the configuration files, you install the softwares that you need. You get this machine to a state where you can tell tripwire, hey, tripwire, my machine is done. It's configured. Now, based on this current configuration, if any of these files change, you let me know. So basically, you're going to ask tripwire to create a snapshot of your system. And then you're going to tell tripwire, these are the files that should never change. For example, binary files. Well, binary files or executable files, they should never change unless your system is updated. So if it at any time, if these binary files change, you let me know. But I also have configuration files. And you have configuration files that they may change once in a while, but not very often. And you let tripwire know that these are files that are not supposed to change often, but they can change. And then you have files that they can constantly change, such as if you have a database, right? Or if you have user files. And then tripwire is just not going to care about those files. If an unexpected change occurs, tripwire will let you know. So basically, you have to configure two files, which are the tripwire cfg.txt file, and basically you're just going to configure how the tripwire software is going to operate. For example, its database file. Where is it supposed to reside? Where are the policies? In what file the policies are supposed to be determined? That kind of stuff. Who should it send an email to in case one of those events occur? Now, most importantly, you have the tripwire policies file. This is where you are going to say, hey, these are the files that should never change. These are the files that can change once in a while. And these are the files that should never change. And then you establish a severity associated with that class of files. So for example, we have binary files here associated with the high severity, which means that if a binary file changes, the severity is high because this should never occur. So tripwire, please let me know ASAP, right? So these two files here in the /etc/tripwire directory, although the CompTIA CySA Plus exam is not going to demand you to know how to configure these files, but again, you have to understand how this software works. And finally, we have the sniffing tools or sniffers, such as the most common ones, TCP dump and Wireshark. Basically, there's just one difference between those two. TCP dump is command line based. Wireshark has a GUI interface. So if you prefer to use a GUI interface, obviously you can use Wireshark. We are not going to focus on Wireshark because our focus is Linux servers, and Linux servers generally, they're not going to have a graphical interface, which means that you have to be accustomed to the command line interface. So that's why you have to know how to use TCP dump. Now, what is a sniffer or a sniffing tool? It is basically a tool that you have to say, hey, for example, TCP dump, you're going to monitor my ETH0 interface. And I am assuming that your ETH0 ETH0 interface is the interface that is connected to the network which you want to capture traffic. So assuming that ETH0 is the interface that is connected to my LAN network, I am going to tell TCP dump to listen, to sniff my ETH0 interface. What is it going to do? Well, it will capture all packets that are arriving to my ETH0 interface and leaving my ETH0 interface. So as you can see here, there's a bunch of packets coming in, coming out, and you have to be able to analyze a line such as this one. So for example, let's take a look at this line over here. Okay. So at 12:03, my machine, which is CentOS, used port 46578 to communicate with dns.google.domain. So the machine is dns.google port 53. Instead of showing port 53, it's showing as a name. The domain port, DNS port, is port 53. If I don't want to see names, but I do want to see numbers, you can use the -n switch. Okay, so what was the packet here? What type of information was transmitted? Oh, okay, so there is a PTR record, a DNS PTR record. That is a record for reverse name translation. So actually, I am informing an IP, and based on that IP, I want that DNS server to give me the name associated with it. So it's a reverse name resolution. A direct name resolution is the one in which you ask your DNS server, you inform your DNS server a domain name or a machine name, and the DNS server will respond to you with the corresponding IP address. PTR record is to perform a reverse name resolution. You, the client, is informing an IP address, which is 189.162.148.42, and based on that, the server will respond with its name, DNS name. There is also a SSH connection here. Actually, the server is using port 22, port SSH, to respond to this client here. That is my connection, actually. So I am remotely connected to the server, and we can see that the server is responding to my SSH connection right there. So here in this module, we analyzed how a monitoring can be deployed. We analyzed different tools, different softwares that you can use in order to monitor your system. This is a module that I would focus more compared to some of the others, because the CompTIA CySA exam really focuses on these technical implementations. It requires you to understand how to use these monitoring tools, how to use these commands such as top, ps, TCP dump. So this is a module for which I would invest more time. In addition to this module, we're going to have our next module, module 8, in which we're going to use these tools in order to monitor what's going on, how to actually understand their applicability in a realistic scenario, how we can use these tools to actually detect anomalies, threats, or incidents, or unexpected events. I hope you enjoyed this module. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to Module 8. And in this module, we are actually expanding what we learned in Module 7. So in Module 7, we discussed some monitoring tools, monitoring resources that we have available in order to understand and control what's happening in our devices, in our network. Now, to expand that knowledge, we're going to take a look at analyzing indicators of compromise. So keep in mind that the CompTIA CySA Plus exam is focused on cybersecurity, which means that we should not only be able to know tools that can be used, but we have to know when, how, and why using those tools. So basically, we have to be able to leverage those resources. In other words, we have to be able to understand when compromise may happen. So we have to be able to detect indicators of compromise. So for example, let's say that your network has in average, it has a specific network load, right? Let's say that in average, its load is about 10 megabits per second. That's how much it transmits in a specific time frame. And obviously, it's okay to have some spikes, right? So at specific moments, it may go up to 100 megabits, maybe even more. In other moments, it just drops down to almost zero, no traffic. That's perfectly fine. But if on average, the transmission rate is about 10 megabits per second, and then there is a constant change in that average that even starts to move that average higher or lower, it really doesn't matter, but there is a constant change in your network traffic that may indicate something is not, at least it's out of the ordinary. Maybe it's not a compromise, maybe it's not an anomaly, but you have to investigate, you have to know what's going on. So that's our focus, and there are a bunch of resources that we have available in order to measure that, in order to perform that analysis, in order to detect possible compromise. So let's discuss a few of those resources and or tools. And to start with, let's take a look at a software, a graphical interface software called SGWL. As you can see over here. We're not actually going to study how to install SGWL or how to configure it. It's not in our scope, but you have to know what we can leverage from that tool. SGWL is basically a graphical interface tool, so that's why we're using it as an example. But what matters here is not SGWL itself, but where it gets its information from, where it gets the data from. So SGWL is a graphical interface analyzer for intrusion detection systems. Specifically, it can read types of logs, types of reports generated by either SNORT or Suricata. These are two different intrusion detection systems, very well-known, broadly adopted IDS systems. So why would you use an IDS? Well, as you may know, an IDS is there sitting in your network to try to detect anomalies based on signatures, based on behavior. There are different ways of configuring these systems. If you want to work with a more traditional solution, you're going to use SNORT. If you want to use a more advanced, but at the same time more complex tool, you may use Suricata. It's basically an improvement of Snort. But what matters here is that when you're using one of those intrusion detection systems or any other intrusion detection system, you are basically deploying a software that is trying to capture, it is capturing traffic and trying to determine whether there is an anomaly, those packets are anomalies, or just regular reliable data transmission. So as you can see here, again, we have to be able to analyze indicators of compromise, right? So if we have traffic flowing in our network and we just have a monitoring tool such as a logging tool, right, such as syslog, it may be very complex to find anomalies, to detect anomalies, to detect incidents, and to detect threats based on those logs, especially if your network has too much traffic, too many clients, right? So that's how you can leverage an IDS system. So let's take a look. This is just an image. This is not the actual execution of SGO. So, for example, here you can see that many packets are being alerted here, right? So you have this one, you have a sensor that was used by the IDS system to detect that anomaly. This is the time that anomaly occurred. That's the source IP, that's the source port, that's the destination IP and the destination port. Oh, okay, so we can see that there is an event message here that is basically summarizing what's going on. So this scan happened because a ET scan lib SSH based SSH connection, often used as a brute force tool. Okay, so if we just take a look at a log, if we go to the /var/log/ auth.log file, for example, okay, we can see, we'll be able to see that there is an IP trying to SSH this IP over here. Well, maybe there is nothing wrong with that, but there are two problems here. The first one is, again, you may have too many instances in that file that makes it a lot more difficult to capture that occurrence. Second, if you just see an attempt of SSH, you may look at it and think, okay, this could be a brute force attack, but then you're going to have to investigate more. Whereas when you're using this type of solution, there is a sensor that is already making that analysis for you. So it's basically saying, hey, this is not, it doesn't look like just a regular SSH attempt. Based on our signature detection plugin, seems like this is a brute force tool, okay? And as you can see, you have many other occurrences here, right? So for example, you have a shellcode excessive use of heap lib objectives, likely malicious heap spray attempt. Okay, what does that mean? This means that this guy over here is using port 80 to connect to port 55300 of this destination IP, and it's not only trying to establish a connection based on the content that's been sent, the data that's been sent by that client. It seems like a shellcode. And what is a shellcode? Basically, a shellcode is a sequence of strings or a sequence of variables, sequence of data that is used to exploit a known vulnerability. And in this case, this seems to be a heap lib, which is basically, apparently, trying to execute a buffer overflow attack, right? And you have all these other events here. So we can see brute force attacks. Again, we have a suspicious inbound to MySQL port 3306. Oh, okay, just a connection to a MySQL server. Okay, that's fine. But for some reason, it's been detected as an anomaly, an attempt, at least a suspicious inbound connection to that port. For many reasons, this can be detected. For example, it may depend on the type of TCP signal that's been sent, TCP segment. It may depend on the source port. Well, based on that source port, there are MySQL attacks coming from the 6000 known to be coming from the 6000 port. So different situations may cause that to be detected. Okay, now, what if I want to make a deeper inspection of this detection over here? So that IP 122.225.109.100 is once again SSHing this destination. Okay, so we can see that there is a sequence of those attempts. What if I want to inspect this packet in depth? Okay, you can click there, and then here at the bottom, you can see two additional things. Two additional information. The first one is the actual log being reported by the intrusion detection system. So again, SGO is not an IDS, it's just an interface to analyze reports generated, alerts generated by the IDS tool. So what if I want to actually see the alert generated by the IDS, not only the interface generated used by SGO? Okay, so you can see here, this is how, and it seems to be, this is a snort detection. The IDS here seems to be snort. So it's sending an alert because there is a rule saying that there is an external IP, okay, sending packets to a node within my home network, my local network, to port 22. And that's the message that the IDS is going to send, and then there is some other information here, but still, you can gather more information. For example, there is a URL that will lead you to a web page with more information about this signature detector. Okay, the signature that is detecting this tool. This is the rule that actually detected that. But what if you want to inspect the packet itself? Okay, then you can scroll down just a little bit more, and there it is. You can break down the packet that's been detected. So you can see all the packet headers broken down over here. So the source IP, the destination IP, the version, so the IP version, it's IPv4, and so many other information here. And you can even break it down to the data itself. So that's how you can inspect packets based on detections that were detected by your intrusion detection system. So this is one of the ways that you have available in order to not only use tools to detect things, to detect anomalies, to generate reports, but you're actually analyzing indicators of compromise. So again, why do you have that indicator? Well, first of all, because it's been detected by an IDS. Second of all, obviously, we know that IDS systems can generate false positives, which means that it can detect, it can say, hey, maybe this is an anomaly, but it's actually not an anomaly. That may happen. So what do you have to do? That's why you have to always constantly follow those alerts. And here, it does seem like it is a brute force attack because there is a sequence of occurrence in a very short period of time. Okay, so that's one tool. Another tool that is actually very interesting is CySIRT. Now, there are so many different tools that you can use in order, and we're gonna discuss a few of those, but there are so many other tools that you can use in order to learn how to, in order to follow up the reports that are being generated. And one of those tools is CySIRT. But observe, CySIRT is specifically focused on, as you can see here, squid. So, if in your network you have this web proxy running, you have the squid web proxy running, you can use several tools. CySIRT is one of those. It stands for Squid Analysis Report Generator. And basically, what it's going to do is it will generate graphics to help you read the squid logs. So as we saw in our previous module, in module 7, we have all these tools that can generate logs. They can send information to /var/log directory, a specific file in there. But again, it's very difficult. It's actually overwhelming to try to follow what is going on in your network based on those log files. So you have to find tools that will help you analyze those logs. And CySIRT can help you with that. So for example, let's say that there is a, you have your users accessing websites and you want to actually take a better look at what they're doing. Here, by default, we can see that it's listing those users and classifying them by default based on the amount of traffic that they are generating. Okay, so let's say that I see that there is a specific user that is generating more traffic, right, than the others, in such a way that it drags my attention. Whereas, let's say that most of my users are generating 100 megabytes of traffic and under, there is just one single user that is generating, in this case here, we can see more than 300 megabytes of traffic. And this is, again, this is a tool that analyzes your squid monitoring tool, your web proxy monitoring tool. So this means that this traffic here is only associated with HTTP/HTTPS traffic. Okay. So I want to see what that user is doing. I can click there and then I am going to take a look at all that. Oh, okay. So based on what that user is doing, we can tell for sure that almost the entire traffic is designated to that domain over there. But observe, there's something interesting here. If we follow here all the way to the end, we can see an additional column there that says denied. Well, what does that mean? That means that this traffic here, although it's generating too much traffic, it's always being denied. This could be an indicator of a backdoor, a spyware, any kind of malware that is running, a worm that is running there, trying to connect to that domain for a specific reason. Personally, I don't know what the mob.com domain is, but it could be a domain associated with a specific malware. And every time that we see this mob domain here, we can see that they're being denied. I can also see that user is trying to access Facebook as well. So you can do a more in-depth, detailed analysis of what is going on. You also have other ways of classifying, listing the squid reports. For example, I want to take a look at the sites that are most visited, and as expected, the mob.com is the one that is associated with more data, having more requests. More importantly, I only have 3 users trying to access that, which actually increases my suspicion that this is a malware. Maybe there are 3 machines that were infected by that worm, for example. Now, we also need to be on top of other type of usage that we have in our network. That is why we have network management tools available. So we saw intrusion detection systems and how to analyze IDS logs. We also saw how to analyze our squid traffic, squid logs, but we have to be able to monitor our entire network, our network as a whole, gather more information about our servers, our switches, routers, and even workstations, printers, if you will, even devices that you may think that are not very important. For example, a UPS. You have to be able to monitor your UPS because you want to know how much the percentage of battery that you have available. You may want to monitor the temperature within your data center. So all these important factors that are left aside in many situations, there are ways of monitoring all that. You also want to know, for example, the softwares that are installed in a workstation. You want to be able to capture the configuration of a router, the softwares that are installed in a server. Basically, you want to be able to gather as much information as possible from your network and the devices and systems that are running in there. So as you can see, we're talking about a broader solution, a solution that is capable of gather a very diverse number of information, of data. So again, to do that, we have the network management systems. Therefore, let's take a look at one of those tools. Again, there is a very large number of network management systems, or NMS. And Zabbix is one of those. It's actually becoming very, very famous, widely adopted. And the reason is because Zabbix was able to put together a management interface, a web-based graphical interface, user interface. It was able to combine that with an easy way of configuring scripts, and also an interface that can generate graphics in a very friendly, using a very friendly interface. Because until Zabbix, before Zabbix, we would have tools, for example, Nagios, that is actually a very good monitoring tool, but it's not a very resourceful tool as far as graphics go. You also have CompTIA, which is another very good tool, but very good to generate graphics. It's a very good statistical tool, but it's very limited as far as creating scripts go. You also have MRTG, which actually was the very first one capable of generating those statistical graphics combined with scripts, but it's very difficult to configure. You also have PRTG, which is a solution very much used by those that are in the Windows, in the Microsoft world. But Zabbix was capable of combining all those. You have a very easy to use interface. You can combine it with different types of scripts, and you can generate very resourceful graphics. So, for example, let's take a look at it here. Here, I can see that all those servers here, and I am specifically looking at the CPU usage. Actually, it's the CPU idleness, which is the opposite of usage. So, okay, I can see that my CPU idleness is at almost or at 100%, and there should be a trigger in case it reaches below 20%. That means that if my CPU's idleness is below 20% or my CPU usage is above 80%, a trigger should be should be issued. And we can see that for all those other servers over there. Okay, so what is a trigger? If I go here to configuration and let's take a look at a template. Well, a template is basically like it says, it's a template that you can associate with, for example, a group of nodes. So I have this group of nodes here, for example, controllers group, and I have items associated with that group. Okay, what are those items? I have two items, the CPU trap and the RAM trap. These traps, these items, are the items that allow me to generate those graphics. So I have a trap that is basically saying, hey, I am going to monitor that specific resource associated with this node or those nodes. In this case, since I'm associating the controllers group or the controllers template with these two items, I'm saying that these two items are being monitored for all of those nodes that are associated with that group or that are in that group. Now, okay, observe that generating this monitoring resource here, or in Zabbix it's called item, generating this item will only allow me to see the value associated with that specific monitored item. It is not actually going to alert me. In order to receive alerts, I have to create triggers, right? So as we can see here, there is a trigger associated with the CPU trap, which is, as you can see down below, the CPU usage trap associated with the expression CPU underscore trap dot last lower than 20. That means that if my CPU idleness goes below 20%, Zabbix is not only going to show that in its graphical interface tool, but it's going to send me an alert. Now, what type of alert can it issue? Well, or what media can it use to send me that alert? There are different resources. You can send it by email, you can send it by text, you can send, you can create a webhook for Slack. There are different ways of doing it. obviously, this will depend on the tool that you're using. Zabbix offers you all those resources. So again, you have all these tools, network management tools, that will allow you to do this or something similar to this. But you have to, now the catch is, how are you going to do this? How are you going to allow or implement, deploy a way of having your Zabbix or whatever the monitoring tool is communicating with your nodes, whether they're routers, switches, workstations, servers, UPS, printers, whatever that is, your HVAC solution, whatever there is. Well, first of all, obviously, you have to have the TCP IP stack implemented, meaning the nodes that are going to be monitored have to have an IP address. That's the first thing. Now, how are they going to communicate? There are different ways of doing it. Most of these monitoring tools, they also have agents. So basically, you'd install an agent, a software, in those clients. So for example, let's say that you want to monitor a server. You have to install the Zabbix agent in that server. A workstation, you have to install the Zabbix agent in that workstation. So now Zabbix, or the monitoring tool that you're using, is going to use a specific port, a specific language, a specific protocol to fetch those values. And obviously, you have to configure the type of content or the item that is supposed to be monitored. So let's say that you want to monitor, following this example here, you want to monitor the CPU usage and the RAM usage. You have to tell Zabbix that Zabbix is supposed to use is supposed to connect to that client's Zabbix agent and request its CPU usage and request its RAM usage. However, if you also want to monitor your router, for example, well, if it's not a traditional operating system running the routing resources, such as Linux or Windows, let's say that it is a Cisco router, it is a Palo Alto router, Juniper router, any embedded solution, well, you cannot install the Zabbix agent or your tool's agent in that node, right? What can you do then? In that situation, you have to use a monitoring protocol, and that is supposed to be embedded in all of those devices. And there is one specific protocol that you know for sure that it will be available in all concentrators, all nodes, and that is the Simple Network Management Protocol, SNMP. The good thing is monitoring tools can leverage the SNMP protocol. They support the SNMP protocol. So now you basically have to tell your tool, such as Zabbix, that is not going to use an agent to request the data. It's going to use the SNMP protocol, which obviously will require additional configuration. Now, for the CompTIA CySA Plus exam, you have to be able to understand how the SNMP protocol works. That is why in our next video of Module 8, we are going to take a better look at the SNMP protocol and also how to create scripts capable of sending data to a monitoring tool if that's the case. So observe here that a monitoring tool can work in two different ways. One is called polling. In a polling type of implementation, the monitoring tool is requesting data from those nodes using its agent or using SNMP. Now, there is another solution called push, in which the monitored nodes are not waiting for the monitoring tool to request specific information. Those nodes are randomly sending data to the monitored tool. So in our next video, we're going to take a better look at that in order to understand how this communication works. I hope you enjoyed this video. See you in the next one. Hello, welcome to Module 8, Lecture 2, and as mentioned in our previous video, the focus of this video here is to analyze how the communication actually works when you have a management tool, a network management tool such as Zabbix or Nagios, PRTG, any of those tools monitoring your nodes. So first of all, let's take, I mentioned that we have two different ways of establishing that communication, allowing the monitoring tool to concentrate data based on what is being provided by the monitored nodes. So first, let's take a look at the pushing type, which is the situation where you have the nodes or the clients, the monitored devices, sending information to the monitoring tool, the management tool. In order to do that, you have to be able to write your own scripts. So the first thing that you need to observe here, and I only have as an example, I created three different scripts here. But what you have to keep in mind is that, again, our focus here is being able to analyze indicators of compromise. In order to be able to analyze indicators of compromise, you have to know what indicators of compromise are or can be. So just to name a few examples, and so you have to keep in mind that it's always associated with events that are out of the ordinary. Okay? So for example, let's say that the CPU usage of a specific server is always in about the usage. It's always around 10%, 15%, for example. Well, okay, you're going to have some spikes of 40%, 50%, even 80, 90%, right? It's fine to have spikes. What you have to pay attention is in case it's not just a spike or a few number of spikes. It's when the average reaches a high, goes above a threshold. And you also have to be able to determine that threshold. So let's say that, for example, in case the CPU usage goes above 50%, okay. When you have a spike of 50%, are you going to see that as an unexpected event, or only when that 50% in average remains for, let's say, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. So you have to, based on the scenario that you have, the ordinary, the regular, the normal scenario that you have to be able to determine, hey, this is not common. Based on that, you're going to write your script. And then you push that information to the monitoring tool, the network management tool. So, for example, at first, let's take a look at the CPU trap.sh script. Basically, you don't really have to worry about the CPU trap key here. You don't have to understand what the Zabbix sender command tool does. Basically, you just have to know that I'm using this because, again, we used Zabbix as an example of a network management tool. The solution, one of the possible solutions that you have in order to use a node to push data into Zabbix is using the Zabbix Trapper. That's one of the items that we have available for Zabbix. So I'm using the Zabbix sender to send a value to Zabbix Trapper. And obviously, it has its own syntax, which is not a concern for us. But we have to analyze here is, observe that I'm using, so first of all, I have to know what tool I can use in order to capture CPU usage values. I am here using VMstat. And why did I decide to use VMstat? Because VMstat does not only give me the percentage of idleness or usage of the CPU, but I can also say how many captures, how many retrievals VMstat is going to perform. So here I'm saying every second, every 1 second, I want you to fetch the CPU idleness 6 times, as you can see here. Now, based on that, I am going to capture only the last 5 lines, because usually VMstat for the first retrieval, it's not a reliable value, only the second and the others. So I'm only capturing the 5 last requests, and then I am going to calculate that average. So I'm averaging that value, and then I will send it to Zabbix. So observe that here I'm capturing the CPU usage or idleness, whatever, during the period of 5 seconds. Okay, you can have spikes or even an average above 50%, for example, for 5 seconds. That's perfectly fine. Well, that's fine. You just have to determine the number of requests here and perform that average. So if you want to capture the average for 2 minutes, you're going to replace 6 by 121. You discard the first one and you calculate the average of the other 120. Then you have the average of 2 minutes. So just an example. And then it's sent to Zabbix. That monitoring tool has to be able to receive this information. Now, observe here that I'm using Zabbix sender to send that information to port 151.0051. That's the port that Zabbix used to receive traps, Zabbix traps. Again, it will depend on the tool, the monitoring tool that you are using. Same thing for the other scripts. For example, the client's trap is just an example of actually monitoring a database. Okay, so I have a database here, and I want to fetch the threads connected parameter. This is a parameter that will exist in case you have specifically in a MySQL cluster, you can fetch that parameter that is associated with the number of connections, the concurrent connections to that database. And then I also use the Zabbix sender to send it there. So you can, what is important to observe here is that you have to be able to customize your scripts, okay? And we also have the ramtrap.sh as well, but basically just do the same thing, but monitoring RAM usage. Okay, now, what if I want to use polling, which is more common than pushing? Polling is a situation where the monitoring tool, the network management tool, is going to connect to either an agent or to the a embedded specific agent or to the SNMP agent to fetch information. Again, as previously mentioned, you could use, if it's a operating system that in which you can install softwares such as Linux, Windows, macOS, FreeBSD, and so many others, you could install the specific agent according to the network management solution that you're using. However, it's better to use the Simple Network Management Protocol, the SNMP protocol, because all devices will have SNMP enabled, implemented, as long as it's a IP device. So again, you could have a UPS, you could have a printer, you could have your air conditioning system, all kinds of devices nowadays, they come with the TCP/IP stack implemented in it. Especially nowadays with all these IoT devices, such as smart TVs, smart fridges, whatever. So in that case, you can leverage the SNMP protocol. Now, here I am assuming that you have the SNMP library installed, software installed. So let's say that this here is a Linux server, and I want to monitor this Linux server. Obviously, Zabbix is going to perform this pull for you, but so that you can see how it works, I am going to use a SNMP pull request to my own machine so that you can see that request happening. So I'm going to use the SNMP walk, and the SNMP protocol is based on, so two different things here. First of all, it will depend on your SNMP version, the version of the SNMP protocol that is implemented in that device. Although we have the SNMP version 3, it is still more common to see nodes with SNMP version 2C. It lacks in security. Actually, you can say that there is no security implemented whatsoever, because the security is based on the community name. And in this case, for all nodes, if you use SNMP version 2C, there's going to be two default community names, public and private. Anybody that understands a little bit of SNMP will know that there is a very high probability that the public and private communities are instantiated there. If you know the community name, basically you can retrieve all kinds of information from that node. So be aware that most likely in the CompTIA CySA Plus exam, you're going to see a question, or actually more than one question, regarding community names. You have to be aware that if you use SNMP, you should disable the public community and the private community. But just as an example, let's use our default community name, which is public, and I want to fetch SNMP data from my own host. And there you go. Here, there is just a few number of information. I can actually use pipe more here just to, oops. There. So, for example, you have the system description, you have the system contact, you have some information regarding SNMP itself, and some other information available here. But that is because this is what I configured my device to provide. This is the type of information that it can provide. Basically, it's just the system uptime and the description of my system. However, this is not default. By default, a node will provide all kinds of information via SNMP, and I mean all, which means that you can retrieve IP address configuration, all kinds of network configuration, softwares that are installed, their versions, users that are connected, users that exist. Basically, everything that is, every type of information available in that machine can be retrieved using the SNMP protocol. And more than that, if the authentication is done using the private community, there are some features that can be even remotely changed using the SNMP protocol. For example, I can remotely change the IP address of a machine using SNMP. So you can see how critical it is to configure your community name, change the community name. Because if you leave the default, an attacker can simply authenticate using the private community and change all of your configuration. So this is how you can use SNMP via pulling and scripts via pushing to retrieve and send data to a network management tool, and then you can improve your resources in order to analyze indicators of compromise. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much. Hello, welcome to Module 9, and our topic in this module is Incident Response. Now, the CompTIA CySA Plus exam requires the exam taker which is supposed to be a cybersecurity analyst, to understand how to respond to incidents. Now, in this module, we're going to understand that responding to incidents does not precisely, or at least necessarily, is associated with technical responses. So we're going to see that there are many steps involved in responding to incidents. So first of all, what we have to keep in mind is that incidents do happen, and we cannot prevent that from happening. They can happen, and there is not much that we can do. Obviously, we can deploy tools, resources, techniques, policies in order to reduce the chances of occurrence, in order to reduce the occurrences themselves. But we cannot guarantee that these incidents are never going to happen. They can happen at a specific point in time for various situations. The goal here is to understand that there is that possibility, and what should be done in case it comes to happen. So first of all, incidents can happen. Now, if that happens, we have to be aware that there are different severities for incidents. And according to the literature that you're using, according to the author that you're following, or according to the institution that you are studying and learning their techniques or their methodology or their beliefs, you're going to see that there may be different severities. In general, we can say that we may have false alarms, major incidents, and disasters. Okay, but we have to understand that this is in general. So let's take a look at these different severities. First of all, false alarms. That is when a system or someone, a staff member, or the staff entirely detects something as an incident or classifies something as an incident. And at the end, it is not an actual incident. We may also have major incidents. These are the incidents that are incidents and they may cause some kind of disruption, or you may see data being stolen, for example. So situations in which incidents are occurring or have occurred, but they can be overcome. They can be solved. Obviously, probably this is going to involve loss, whether it's financial loss or technical loss, but this is a recoverable incident. And we may also have disasters, which can be natural disasters. Basically, we can divide them in two types: natural disasters and human-made disasters. Well, natural disasters are actually quite simple to visualize. We can take earthquakes as examples, hurricanes, and all these. We can also think about fire. Now, in regards to man-made disasters, we can have large terrorist attacks, for example, that can disrupt not only one or a few devices, but it can bring down an entire structure, for example, an entire building. Electromagnetic impulse attack is another example of a man-made attack that is classified as a disaster attack. Clearly, disasters are much more expensive. They take much more time to recover from. A company can recover from these disasters, but there is a consideration to be made in order to how much it's going to cost, how long it's going to take. So it requires a lot more planning, and that is another subtopic that we have to discuss, which is planning, and we'll talk that soon enough. Now, among those or within those severities, those generic severities, we may have some more specific severities. NIST, for example, has these sub-severities or severities, if you will. You can have none, low, medium, and high. Now, this is more associated with the impact that is being caused and not precisely with the type of attack or the type of incident that is occurring. So obviously, if you have an incident that poses no severity, that means that, okay, the incident occurred or can occur, but it really doesn't impact, or it doesn't impact the company at all. So, for example, let's say that there is a network that is in which a specific worm was somehow installed in a workstation, and what this worm does is to for example, fetch all the contacts that specific user has, and then try to propagate that worm to those contacts. Okay, fine. But what if there is no contacts in that workstation or associated with that user? Well, there will be no impact. You may have these other levels, other severities of incidents, such as low, medium, and high. Now, again, clearly this will depend on the impact that is being caused here. Observe that this impact can be technical, human resources, and economical impact. Another very important factor when responding to incidents is the speed of that response, because clearly the speed of response can reduce damage. But at the same time, you have to observe that this speed does not necessarily mean that you have to respond to bring that service or that software or that device back into production very quickly. That's not the case. It could be the case, but not necessarily. What you do have to understand here is that the response to the incident must be fast. What does that mean? We're going to see that we have some phases involved in an incident response. And detection, for example, is the first one. Then we have analysis. So, and specifically referring to detection, this is the phase that should occur ideally very quickly. As fast as you detect an incident, you can reduce the impact of that same incident. So attackers will have less time to do damage. The attacker cannot, or at least will have a hard time, diving deep into the system and becoming very difficult to detect. And clearly, speed is also necessary in recovery, but again, recovery you should not be focused initially at recovering that system. The speed in detection should be the initial concern. Now, for a very obvious reason, you should think about quickly detecting an incident and not focusing on quickly responding to the incident or bringing the device or the system back into life, because then you can have this other issue. You can lack in accuracy. So a cybersecurity analyst must focus on accurately detecting an incident. So fast, quickly, and accurately detecting that incident is going to be vital to the continuation of the entire network. So accuracy is equally important. A common mistake is to act on incorrect assumptions. That is actually very, very common. You see something, you suspect initially that something is happening, and then you stick to it. You have to keep your mind open. Don't stick to a specific assumption. Keep your mind open. You can have several different scenarios. You can have several different causes. So don't focus on one single cause of that incident. If problem is misdiagnosed or the wrong approach is taken, you can make things much worse. Again, you can cause additional financial loss, for example. You can waste more time because then you're going to have to go back and start from beginning. Now, in order to make all that possible, you have to plan. And when I say you, I'm referring, obviously, I'm referring to the IT staff as a whole, or all the participants that are involved in responding to those incidents when they occur. So you have to decide what to do ahead of time. You have to consider that time matters. You have to take time to consider that what you're considering matters. You have to also think about that during an attack, human decision-making skills degrade. What does that mean? That means that in chaos, during chaos, people's minds tend to collapse. We tend to not think clearly as we would think, as we would process information in a controlled environment. So that is why planning is so important. If you plan ahead of time, when you face that situation, even if your mind is not working properly, you just have to follow what's been planned, which clearly takes us to another topic, which is documentation of those plans. So planning is not only about coming up with steps to be followed, but a description of those steps, when to deploy those steps, how to deploy those steps, or simply creating and defining policies is much more associated with planning than anything else. You must have flexibility within the plan to adapt clearly, and it's best to adapt within a plan than to improvise completely. So again, policy, determine policy, defining policies, write policies. Obviously, if possible, write policies that give some space so that the professional can have some kind of flexibility when, for example, using a tool, instead of saying, defining policies that will strictly saying, hey, you are going to use this software, using this software, you're going to use this function. No, that's not the case. There must be a standard of processes, not standard of functions. And obviously, again, going back to the previous slide, considering that our minds tend to kind of crash in this type of situation, we have to rehearse so that when these situations occur, when incidents occur, we are actually capable of doing it. And to do that, we need to practice. That's why rehearsing is so important. So team members must rehearse the plan, and the idea is to find, it will also help you find mistakes in that plan. So consider that you have a policy that's been defined. When the staff is creating those policies, they may think, okay, this is what we have to do in case this happens, in case this other scenario happens, then we can take this other path. But they may forget something, or they may think that this path A is the correct one, and while rehearsing, they're going to see that, no, not quite, we have to make some adjustments here. And clearly, practice builds speed. So again, going back to a speedy response, if you have faced that specific issue, that specific incident in the past, you're going to respond faster. Now, basically, there are two types of rehearsal. We have the walkthrough rehearsal, and we have the live test that can find subtle problems but are expensive. And as you may imagine, the walkthrough rehearsal is basically let's say that you defined policies. The IT staff is simply going to go through those policies or those steps. Now, in a live test, and it does not quite mean that the staff that is involved there is going to wait for an actual incident to happen, but they can create a controlled environment, or even the production environment, although that is not recommended. But there are some companies in which they do a live production test. But either way, you have to create a scenario where the incident actually happens. Controlled or not, you have to create that scenario and then make that incident happen, and then the IT staff will respond to that incident. This is a more realistic situation, but on the other hand, it's also more expensive, obviously. Okay, and as I previously mentioned, so these are the phases that we have to consider: detection, analysis, and escalation if needed. So basically, detection is being capable of detecting whenever an incident occurs. And in our previous module, we saw some tools, resources that we can use in order to help us detect those incidents. So network management systems and intrusion detection systems are solutions that you can leverage in order to detect these incidents. Okay, but just detecting is not the perfect solution. So you have to analyze in order to determine whether it's going to be, in order to determine the threat is or risk. So is it that there is actually no risk involved? Is it a low risk incident, medium, high, or critical? And then once you define that, you're going to see how to combat, how to fight that threat or that incident. In case, if it's already happened, then it becomes an incident. So we have to also be able to tell the difference between a threat and an incident. A threat is something that can place some challenges against your network, and an incident is when that threat happened. Again, it doesn't mean that it caused something bad, but it happened. And depending on the analysis and depending on the definition of that incident, you may have to escalate. So some considerations to be made here. All employees must know how to report incidents, because there are some incidents that will not be detected by the IT staff, for example, or by the information security staff. But employees are going to detect those. For example, that employee is working in his or her workstation, and then something kinda odd or unexpected happens. You have to be able to determine whether you want to answer to these questions. Who is attacking? What are they doing? How sophisticated are they? Clearly, you don't have to answer all these questions, but these are common questions that usually you want to answer. At least, what are they doing? That would be the most important question to be answered. If deemed severe enough, escalate to a major incident. So we discussed at the beginning of this module that we may have just an incident, we may have a major incident, and we may have a disaster. Depending on the analysis that is made, it may be needed to escalate that incident, escalate to a major incident. What does that mean is, this is an incident that should not just be responded by that specific staff member that detected or that is initially taking care of that incident. So, for example, let's say that there is a network analyst that it was brought to his attention. For example, an employee saw something weird happening, reported to that specific network analyst. The network analyst started to take a look at the suspicious occurrence, and it sees that, okay, it is an incident. As this professional dives into it, it sees that, okay, it's not just an incident that will require me to simply reinstall a software. This is something that can cause a major incident in my network. So he is going to, or she is going to scale to a major incident. When that happens, this incident should be passed over to the CSIRT, and we're going to talk about it, which stands for Computer Security Incident Response Team. Also to the Disaster Response Team, and observe that CSIRT, the Computer Security Incident Response Team, is not precisely the Disaster Response Team. They can be, but not necessarily, or the Business Continuity Team. Okay, so once the incident has been detected, analyzed, if needed, escalated, for example, as a major incident, then we are going to move to containment, which is basically take precautions in order to prevent that incident from spreading to the rest of the network. So disconnection of the system from the site network, or the site network from the internet. Obviously, if you disconnect from the public network, it's going to be much more damaging. It's harmful, so must be done only with proper authorization, and this is a business decision, not a technical decision. So you may see here that, as previously mentioned, these incidents should not be fully addressed by an IT staff member, okay? Especially when it comes to containment. This is a situation that will involve more powerful people within the company. Another possible approach, would be black holing the attacker, which is basically just once the incident has been detected, you're not going to remove that node from the network. You're not going to bring the node down. Actually, you're going to do the contrary. You're going to leave that attacker to continue to do what he or she is doing, or it, in case it's a software, right? A malware. So you just let it continue with what it's doing, because you want to analyze its behavior. You want to know what it's doing. When you want to know the files that are being stolen, you want to know where the connection is coming from, right? And this is something that is more interesting, especially when prosecution is desired. Observe that in order to pursue prosecution, you do not have, it's not a requirement to black hole an attacker, but this is an approach that will help you, because then you'll be able to gather more information. And then you're going to have the recovery phase, which is basically the phase in which you're going to repair during continuing server operation, or you can also repair without the continued server operation. So let's say that the server had to be brought down for some reason. For example, you want to make sure that the incident is not going to be spreaded across the network, so you bring that node down. Well, when you repair during the continuing server operation, you're going to avoid lack of availability. There will be no loss of data, but on the other hand, there is a very high possibility of a rootkit still installed, still running in that system. You also want to recover data. So restoration, you can deploy restoration from backup tapes. You can recover losses since the last trusted backup. Now, in order to restore backup, you have to consider backup facilities. The CompTIA CySA Plus exam does not only require you to understand the types of backup that exist, it does not only require you to understand that during after or during an incident response, you have to restore data, but you also have to know some possible backup facilities, some possible backup solutions. So, for example, as far as backup facilities go, you can have a hot site, which is a ready-to-run solution. So basically, you simply just have to add data to that hot site, to that device that is in a hot site. So, for example, you have a backup server that is there, it's on, and if a server goes down, you simply change the communication between the one that went down to the spare one. Now, obviously, you have to make sure that the data is synchronized. So that's why you have to restore data there. Some considerations to be made when using hot sites. You have a rapid readiness at a high cost, because obviously this is a hot site. So you have devices there that you're paying for those devices, but they're not actually being used. They will only be used when incidents happen. So must be careful to have the software at the hot site up to date in terms of configuration. You don't want to have, let's say, your main server and then your spare server. When the main server fails, the spare server comes up, but the configuration is not up to date. You may also have the cold sites, which are building facilities, which will involve building facilities, power, HVAC, and communication to outside world only. There is no computer equipment. It's less expensive because there is no computer equipment, but usually take too long to get operating, obviously, right? So basically what you have is, okay, there is another facility in case incidents happen. Let's say that it's a catastrophic incident. Okay, now we're going to populate that facility with our hot devices. We have to bring devices into there and then bring them up. Obviously, it's going to take much more time, but it's less expensive while maintaining that facility. Obviously, it will be much more expensive if that kind of catastrophic incident happens, because it's going to take longer time. If it takes longer, you're losing money, losing more money. And you also have site sharing, where you have firm sites in different locations. Now, during the recovery phase, we saw that we have to recover data, but we also have to recover software. We may have to recover software, which might involve total software reinstallation. You may have to perform manual reinstallation. And another solution that you have is the reinstallation from a disk image, which nowadays is commonly used, especially because of the idea of virtualization. Basically, you can create a virtual machine and then simply clone that virtual machine whenever it's in its stable state. Then you clone it. If there is any issue, such as the one that we're mentioning, you need to recover, you can simply bring that new image up. Another solution, very common nowadays, is using these instance management or container solutions, such as Docker, Kubernetes, and this type of solution that you can bring an entire operating system or an entire software that is configured as an instance. So you should have the backup of that instance. If something happens, you bring up the new machine and then you reinstantiate that specific container. Now, once the storm is past, once the problem is solved, then a post-mortem evaluation is supposed to be performed, or post-incident evaluation. You may see both concepts, which is basically what should we do differently next time. So it's basically going back to the drawing board and saying, okay, we had a plan of what to do, first of all, in order to prevent these incidents from happening, and also in case these incidents happen, how to proceed. Okay, first of all, we have to go back to the drawing board to see what did we do wrong in order to prevent. We must remember that one of the first requirements for a cybersecurity team is to be able to assess threats. Well, if threat assessment has been done and still this incident happened, well, there's something here that should be addressed, something that the team did not address properly, they did not consider. So basically, the post-mortem or post-incident step is analyzing what was forgotten or what was done wrong and fix it. Now, NIST has this incident handling guide that will help a cybersecurity team or a response team to address these incidents when they occur. So you can see here that we have the detection and analysis items. We have the containment, eradication, and recovery items, and we have the post-incident activity. So basically, this is a sheet that should be used whenever these incidents are detected. So take a good look at, I would recommend you to take a good look at this list so that you can have a better understanding of procedures, items that should be analyzed when incidents occur. Now, we previously mentioned a computer security incident response team, and we have to understand what a CSIRT team is. So the CompTIA CySA Plus exam requires you to understand what a CSIRT team is, and there is one very important reason so that they require that. They require the cybersecurity analyst to understand CSIRT teams. And that is because usually cybersecurity professionals are very hands-on, but this is a situation where planning and documenting what's happening, creating procedures, creating processes, creating policies is very important. Throughout our modules, in different occasions, I mentioned the importance of creating documentation, creating processes, creating policies. And the CSIRT team is the proof of concept of that. A CSIRT team is not necessarily a very technical team, but they have to be able to create processes in order to respond to incidents when these incidents happen. And the idea is, by doing that, whenever new incidents occur, first of all, by using this documentation, the number of incidents should be reduced. And when even if they occur, the time to respond and also the loss associated with the response to those incidents should be reduced as well. So that is why a CSIRT team should be led by a senior manager, because that is a person that has a better understanding of the company as a whole, not only IT related facts, but also human resources, how systems work, how processes work, how the business model works. Should have members from affected line operations. IT security staff may manage the CSIRT team's operations on a day-to-day basis. Observe that this is a day-to-day basis. Corporate legal counsel must be involved to address legal issues. Human resources is necessary, especially if there will be sanctions against employees. So you can observe here that there is a vast number, plural number of staff members in a CSIRT team. So again, not only IT staff, but regular employees, managers as well, and depending on what is supposed to occur, even legal counsel may be necessary. Now, observe that disaster recovery can be a little bit different from IT disaster recovery. IT disaster recovery looks specifically at the technical aspects of how a company can get its IT back into operation using backup facilities. A subset of business continuity for disasters only affect IT, and all decisions are business decisions and should not be made by IT or IT security staff. So again, keep in mind that yes, IT disaster recovery is fundamental to recover from a disaster as a whole, as a business. However, it does not only depend on the IT disaster recovery. IT disaster recovery is only part of it. All decisions should be, at least, should be known by the business staff, by managers, even by CEOs. So in this module, we discussed incident severities, we discussed speed and accuracy and how important combining speed and accuracy is. We discussed planning, incident response, specifically the steps of detection, analysis, and escalation. Once that is done, then we move to the containment and recovery phase. Once the storm is passed, once the incident, the response to the incident has been put in place, then we move to the post-mortem or post-incident. Now, all these processes should be coordinated with the Computer Security Incident Response team, because it's the Computer Security Incident Response team that is going to create all those documentations, policies, and processes defining how to respond to incidents and creating logs, creating a history about those incidents. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to the computer forensics module. And as you can see, this is going to be our topic. Additionally to the previous topics that we discussed, preparing for the CompTIA CySA Plus exam, they also require cybersecurity analysts to understand computer forensics as well. In regards to the tools and technical implementations, as far as digital forensics goes, basically you have to be able to analyze logs. You have to be able to analyze captures of traffic. So basically understanding how to read Wireshark, TCP dump, EtherCap captures. And also you have to be able to identify an assembly code. So you don't actually have to understand assembly language, so you don't have to be able to interpret instructions, but you do have to be able to, as soon as you look at an assembly code, you have to understand that that is a assembly language. Now, in this module, we are going to talk about computer forensics, what is supposed to be done here, and how it's supposed to be done. So first of all, we have to understand what computer forensics is. And as you can see, it's basically the usage of techniques to preserve, identify, extract, and interpret digital data. Now, there is one verb here that basically differentiates computer forensics from incident response, which is preserve. As we discussed in our previous module, when identifying incidents, we have to be able to identify those incidents and extract and interpret digital data to be able to know what actually happened. Now, when it comes to computer forensics, you have to be able to preserve that data as well, especially if you want to use the data, that information, to prosecute someone, for example. So you have to make sure that the data that you're using as evidence has not been tampered, for example. So you have to be able to analyze evidence and identify the source of those attacks or incidents. And additionally, you must also be able to document everything that you've done. So from the beginning, from the process of preserving the items, preserving the data, then moving to the identification, analysis, and writing that documentation, including the procedures involved in all of these phases. Now, why would we want to deploy computer forensics? Well, obviously, there is a very wide range of cybercrimes, right? So we can take a look at non-enterprise cybercrimes such as fraud, espionage, extortion, intellectual property, malware, dissemination, homicide, pornography, and so many others. Additionally, we also have the enterprise crimes, cybercrimes, such as, again, additionally to non-enterprise, we also have intellectual property theft, unauthorized activity, sexual harassment, software piracy, so stealing data in general. And we want to use these occurrences to mitigate flaws. So that is basically our main goal when deploying computer forensics. Additionally, if you also want to, the company can seek prosecution. So let's say that the data that's been stolen, for example, it's very valuable and it's causing loss of revenue to the company that's being attacked, for instance. Well, probably the company wants to get that money back, or at least part of that money. They want to retrieve that money back in order to reduce their loss. So to do that, they can seek prosecution. And this is the main difference between computer forensics and analyzing incidents, responding to incidents, which is prosecuting the attacker or the person or company that caused that loss of revenue. In order to seek prosecution, you have to make sure that the data, the evidence that you're using has not been tampered. It's intact so that you can use it as evidence. These evidence can be used in court. And again, you want to mitigate those flaws. You want to correct those flaws. Now, looking at the monetary loss aspect of cybercrimes, we can see here, and this is a Statista graph from 2017, we can see the amount of monetary damage caused by reported cybercrimes. Those that were reported to IC3 from 2001 to 2016, and this is in millions of dollars. So clearly, you can see this growth that at least until 2016 seemed as an exponential growth. So this shows us that being able to not only identify cyber crime activities, but also be allowed and have the required evidence to pursue prosecution is imperative. It's critical. Now, what do I need in order to deploy computer forensics? Well, obviously, you do need the technical skill set required to use the tools, the techniques, the methodologies, which we are going to discuss. But not only that, different states, different countries, they may have different regulations. So, for example, in the United States, in order to deploy computer forensic activities, first of all, you have to have a bachelor's in computer science or related field. Again, this is for most of the states. So in some states, you also need to have a professional certification. NCASE certified examiner is one example, and NCASE is actually it's a suite of tools that can be used, and it's distributed as a distribution. So it's a suite of tools that will help you deploy computer forensic tactics. And in other states, you may also have the requirement for a private investigator license, a PI license. And of course, you can have a combination of all of these items. Now, again, it's very important to observe that this can change from state to state, country to country. So just to illustrate another difference. In Brazil, for example, in order to deploy computer forensic tactics that can be used in court, you either have to be a federal government employee, or you not only need a bachelor's degree in computer science or related field, but you also have to have that government employee sitting right next to you. So you have to, if you have the skill set to deploy computer forensics, but you are not a government employee, you have to hire a government employee to sit next to you and analyze all the steps that you're performing, and that person can be used as can actually state that you deployed the right procedure. So when you go to court and you describe all the activities that you deployed, that person will be there to state that you did it accordingly. Of course, you can use this URL here, this link here, to take a better look on how to build your career, a roadmap to build your career as a computer forensics investigator. Now, technically speaking, we have to be able to know what are the steps and challenges involved in deploying computer forensics. So basically, we have 4 steps. Data acquisition, which is gathering all the data that you can. Then you have to identify the data that can be retrieved or used as evidence as a following step. So that's the evaluation step, where you're going to identify valid evidence. And then you are going to do a presentation, which is basically reporting and writing documentation on what you found and what you did. So if we observe and if we compare it with incident response, we can see that there is one big difference. When we were talking about incident response, we also had the data acquisition phase, we had the identification phase, we had the evaluation phase, and then we have the documentation or escalation, if that's the case, right? But there is one big difference here, which is we have to make sure that when we are working on the data acquisition, before we work on identification, in order to work on data acquisition, we have to make sure that the data that we acquire, that we collect, is not being tampered. So we have to perform those steps rapidly. So we have to have a rapid action, deploy a rapid action, back up all data without disturbing it. This is critical. Guarantee integrity of evidence and use reliable tools. And by reliable, I mean tools that you can, for a fact that they're not going to either tamper the data or give bias results. Okay. Now, before you actually start deploying forensic activities, computer forensic or digital forensic activities, you have to have your own key toolkit. You have to have a set of tools that or devices in order to help you with the tasks that you have to deploy. So the first thing is forensics workstation. You have to have a computer, for example, which you'll be using to deploy those activities. And that workstation will be used to run forensic software. So there is a plurality of forensic softwares or forensic distributions. For example, here is a large list where we have FTK, we have NKs, we have the SENS Investigate Forensic Kit or SIFT, and we have the Sleuth Kit or TSK. Again, these softwares are not specific softwares, but they are a suite of softwares. They will offer you a wide range of softwares that can be used in order to deploy forensics. You're going to need a write blocker, and the write blocker, the name itself is pretty self-explanatory. Basically, it's a software that will prevent write operations on storage devices. So let's say that you have the hard drive that was in the machine that was attacked. So data was stolen or inserted in that hard drive. When you're going to inspect that data, you have to make sure that the storage device that is storing the data that you're going to inspect is not going to perform write operations. So you have to make sure that the hard drive that is storing the data that is supposed to be analyzed will only accept read operations. Information data can only be extracted from there. You cannot add new data or change data to that device. And you also need a drive duplicator. This is an example of a drive duplicator, which is the dd command that comes in all Unix distributions, Unix and Linux distributions, which is different from copying a file. So when you use a drive duplicator, you're performing a bit-by-bit copy. You're not using it. It's different from, for example, if you're using a Windows system, when you click a file and you hit Ctrl+C, and then you use Ctrl+V to make a copy of that file. This is not the same as performing a duplication of the content. You also need a hashing tool, which is very common. And the idea of a hashing tool is to make sure that the storage device or the files have not been tampered, have not been modified or changed. The idea is it's very similar to when you're going to download a software, right? And you go to that web page where you can click to download the installer for that application. So there is, let's say that this is a Windows Microsoft installer. So there is a file with the .msi Microsoft installer extension. And then you also have another file with the same name, with the same file name, but with the, for example, .md5 extension. Well, why do you have the .md5 or the .sha256 file? Because you can download that installer, and once the download is done, you can compute the hash of that file. It will give you a value. You can compare that value that the hash value that you calculated with the hash value that is stored in that .md5 file. If they match, that means that the transmission, the download of the installer occurred properly. So there was no, the data is not tampered. There was no loss during transmission. Or the file is not corrupt. If there is a change, then you know that something happened during that transmission. Same thing is supposed to be done when you're going to verify, analyze data in a hard drive or specific files. So for example, let's say that you're going to inspect data of a hard drive. Before you do that, you have to hash the entire hard drive, the entire content of that hard drive. Then you perform all the analysis that you need to perform. Once that's done, you again you calculate the hash and compare that value with the original value. If they match, that means that the hard drive has not been tampered, no data has been inserted into that hard drive, or no data has been changed. So again, this is one resource that you have available in order to make sure that you can use that evidence, in this case hard drive, in court. And you also need wiped drives that are completely empty And again, this is when we mention wiped drives. We're not mentioning drives that you selected files and deleted those files. No, it must be a wiped drive, a drive that's been erased completely using overriding it with zeros, if that's the case. Obviously, you have so many resources. It could be a network attached storage device. It could be a portable hard drive or external hard drives. Obviously, it can be a flash drive, although that is not the best solution because they're slow. Their storage capacity is very limited. But there is also another possibility. Okay, and this is an example of an evidence chain of custody tracking form. And this is one of the documents that you must use when deploying computer forensics activities. So as you can see here, you're going to have to describe not only what you're doing, but where you're doing it and what items you're using to do that. So as you can see here, you're going to have a case number, you're going to have item number, the evidence description, collection method, which is a description of how you collected the data that you're going to use, and describing in this form. And then you're going to have a history of the items that you used. Okay, now as far as the types and techniques that can be used in order to deploy it. So first of all, you have the hard drive analysis technique. So basically you have to capture the entire drive, which we can call imaging. Now, once again, observe that we cannot perform a copy using, for example, the cp command in a Unix Linux environment, using the Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V resource in a graphical system. We have to perform a bit-by-bit copy. That is why we have the DD command, for example, the DD tool. Obviously, you have many others. You can use any one that you'd like. The drive cannot be active, so it must be a read-only image file. So what this means is, let's say that there is a server that's been hacked and you want to inspect the hard drive. Well, the first thing that you need to do is to perform a bit-by-bit copy of that hard drive to another storage location, which can be another hard drive. It can be a file in another hard drive. It really doesn't matter. What matters is once that copy has been made to that other external storage device, you can start working on that other storage location as long as it's on read-only mode. So observe here, you're never going to inspect, analyze the original device, the original storage device. You have to copy the information from that original storage device to another one. And this other one that you use to analyze cannot accept write operations. So that's why we need write blockers. And obviously, you must understand file systems. So you have to understand concepts of partitioning, sectors, blocks, inodes, metadata, because this is what will help you analyze files that have been accessed, modified, changed, created, and so forth, or tampered, and so forth, so on. So some techniques that you can use, as previously and briefly mentioned, are compare timestamps, check file type, search for dirty words, and hidden files. So for example, when you're comparing timestamps, and this can be done using a tool such as Tripwire, which we talked about 2 modules before. This is you looking at a file in order to analyze when it's been, for example, created or modified or accessed. That can tell you that, well, maybe there is a file here that's been modified and that's not supposed to happen. You can also check for file types because, for example, you can have a binary file that's being replaced by a script file, so that whenever you want to, you as the administrator of that server or machine, when you invoke that command, you're actually thinking that you are invoking the original binary command, but you're invoking that script that's been installed by the attacker. And that script is doing what you as an admin expects it to do, but doing something extra. You should also search for dirty words because in many situations you're going to have script kiddies or rootkits that are being installed there, and usually they have some weird names that do not follow the ordinary names that you have in a operating system. And clearly, you also have to try to search for hidden files. Obviously, an attacker will always try to hide his or her tracks. Now, another technique that can be used, it's very common to use this type of technique, which is steganography. And basically, steganography is the technique of hiding data. Steganos means hidden, graphy means writing. So basically you are hiding written data. And types of files that are very commonly used in order to hide additional data are image files, audio files, video files, and text files. In order to extract that information, that additional information, you have to have the stego key. Now, observe that this is not cryptography. However, the way it works is similar to the idea of cryptography, because in order to extract the information that's been hidden, you need a key. So that's assimilates to cryptography. But again, it's not the same. So how does steganography works? How does these steganography tools work? What do they do in order to hide data? So basically, what they do is use some file slacks or protocol header to append additional information that cannot be seen. So, for example, depending on the file system that is used by your operating system, the format that you deployed, implemented in the hard drive and partitions, each block, when a file is stored in a block or in blocks, obviously, depending on the size of that file, of that content, you may have tiny spaces left off for specific blocks. Those unaddressed free spaces may be used to store these data. So steganography may make use of these file slacks. Once again, only steganography tools will be able to see that and to to insert and extract data to and from those file slacks. You also have tools that are capable of leveraging protocol headers. So there are some protocol headers that they are empty, or they exist, but they've been created for future use. So those are protocol header fields that are not actually carrying any data. So these tools can leverage those free spaces as well. Other types of digital forensics or computer forensics are the ones that work on analyze the temporary media, such as the RAM. And when we say temporary, that means that they will vanish soon. For example, the RAM, as soon as the machine is shut down, it will be cleared. As soon as new files are supposed to be open and you have old files that have been closed, then that space of RAM will be freed and addressed to that other new file that you opened. So the data that is stored in the RAM is very volatile. So that means that they will vanish pretty soon because they store runtime data. So some techniques that could be leveraged in order to analyze these the temporary media, such as the RAM, are, so first of all, do not reboot, obviously, that machine. Do not turn it off. Okay. First thing that you need to do is to dump the memory. So just do a raw memory dump. Dump it into a file. Once you dump that file, once you dump that RAM, then you can start performing some raw search. Now, again, to perform raw search in such a way that you want to use it in court, if that's the case, this must be done in the file that received the dumped RAM content. You cannot directly do it in the RAM, because then the RAM will have more information, because you're entering, inserting new commands, which is changing the current state of the data and the operating system. What type of raw search can you try to perform? Well, first of all, you can simply, most likely, the content that is stored in the RAM will be in binary. Most of it will be in binary code. It's not going to be in plain text, but you can perform a raw search using the strings command, for example. The strings command will basically get all the hex, decimal, or binary content and try to encode that into strings. Once you have that information, then you can start looking for some specific information in that RAM. For example, you can analyze the APIs, the libraries that's been instantiated, and how those libraries have been invoked, the type of content that's been sent to those libraries, because from there you can try to understand the commands that were executed, the paths that were accessed by that attacker, for example. So basically you're going to try to trace steps. Clearly, you can also, and you should also, use network forensic tools such as Wireshark, TCP dumps, which is tools that you can use to capture traffic and open those packets to analyze their content. One additional tool that is very interesting, very powerful, is TCP replay. Now, keep in mind, first of all, TCP replay is only capable of replaying TCP streams. So you cannot, if there is a protocol, if you're trying to analyze traffic that involves cryptography, if you want to analyze encrypted traffic, you won't be able to. If that's the case, you first have to be able to decrypt the data, and then you can use that decrypted data, plain text data, as feed for TCP replay. But let's think of an example. Let's say that you have an FTP server, and you suspect that users or an attacker was able to get access to your machine, to that server, using the FTP connection, using a FTP connection. Well, you can, if you use TCP replay, you'll be able to actually watch just like a video, and actually that's what it is. You're going to watch a video showing you step by step how that user accessed your FTP server, the files that been retrieved, everything associated with that FTP connection will be replayed as a video by TCP replay. You also want to make sure that you don't have malware installed in your machine, but if you do, so first of all, making sure that there's no malware installed, that's part of the incident response. Now, let's say that, yes, a malware has been installed. Now, you want to make sure that you understand what the malware did and trace all the steps involved. So, and actually find all the files that are associated or being dominated by that malware. So a malware will basically execute a set of instructions, right? Which means that you can use reverse engineering to, based on the result of that malware, you can trace back to the origins of that malware. Then you'll be able to understand what it does. Now again, to deploy reverse engineering, you have to understand assembly language. That is a requirement if you're going to do such thing. And obviously, there are some tools that can help you with that. You can, if it's a Windows machine, you have Regshot that can help you at least. It's not actually deploying reverse engineering, but it will help you see what a malware is doing. But if you want to actually reverse engineer that tool or that malware, you have to use a debugging tool such as the GNU-DB or OllyDBG. So just to revise some tools that we have available to work on the hard drive analysis, we have some live CD distributions such as Blackbox, Kali, and Parrot. We have the bit-by-bit copying tools. DD is the most, is the broadly adopted one because of its reliability. You have some suites or distributions such as NK's, SIFT, and the Sleuthkit or TSK. As previously mentioned, we also have Tripwire that will help us analyze timestamps, for example. And we have some rootkit scanners. In order to perform steganography, we have the VLS or Virtual Steganographic Laboratory for Digital Images. To perform temporary memory or RAM search, we can use strings, cat, grep, so that you can see how powerful these are. Just Linux or Unix tools, but just to give you an example of how powerful these tools are. Quite a while ago, maybe 10, 15 years ago, I had a code written in C language, CNC. And I did a terrible mistake. The code was very large by then and complex. I did a mistake that when trying to compile that code, I compiled the code replacing the source code. So basically I lost my file. Well, I was able to fully recover that file by using the strings and grep commands together combined. And to perform malware analysis, you have tools, as I previously mentioned, tools such as OllyDBG, GNU-DB, and Trace. So in this video, we discussed computer forensics or digital forensics. We learned what we need to have or what we need to be in order to be able to deploy computer forensics. We have specific techniques, we have a plethora of tools that can be used to help us deploy those techniques, but most importantly, what you have to keep in mind is you have to make sure that when you're deploying computer forensics, make sure that you're not going to tamper the data. Because if you want to seek prosecution, you have to prove that the data has not been tampered. There are many tools and techniques that will help you guarantee that. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to Module 11, and this is our last module in preparation for the CompTIA CySA Plus exam. And in this last topic, we're going to talk about IT security management and risk assessment. So the CompTIA CySA Plus exam does not only expect you to know some technical how to use technical resources, how to deploy tools. It does not only expect you to understand attacks and different ways of protecting, deploying security measures, that as well. But not only that, there are some conceptual requirements that are attached to the roles of a cybersecurity specialist, a cybersecurity analyst. So, in regards to these basic concepts, to these conceptual terminologies, we have to understand a few of them in order to get prepared for the CompTIA CySA Plus exam. So, for example, we started in our previous module, we saw some concepts associated with disaster recovery, CSIRT, and how to establish some processes required in a situation where your network, for example, has been compromised. So there are some processes and policies involved in the process of recovering from that event or from that disaster. Similarly, there are some processes and policies involved in building a secure system, a secure network. And that's our target, that's our focus for this last module. So first of all, we have to understand the IT security management overview. We have to understand the formal process in order to deploy IT security. So specifically, we have to not only be able to technically deploy IT security, but we have to be able to deploy IT security management. And you're going to see that it actually involves not only technical features, as previously said, but most importantly, it also involves steps such as defining policies, defining processes, and convincing management, the company's management, to be part of that process. So, IT security management is the formal process of answering these questions. So these are the questions that we have to be able to answer in order to deploy IT security. So we have to know the assets that need to be protected, and we're actually going to talk more about that. But for now, let's just understand that an asset is any resource that we have in a network, any active that we have in a network. And each asset may have, for example, a vulnerability, maybe a point of entry for an attack. So if there is anything that is active in your network, that may be defined as an asset. So that's what I have to understand, at least for now. So observe that I'm not summarizing assets to devices. So not only physical hardware, but we can see a software as an asset as well, for example. How are those assets threatened? So now, obviously, to answer that question, we have to understand what a threat is and what threats are actual threats to those or that specific asset. We'll talk about that. And what can be done to counter those threats. So, okay, in a very broad, generic overview of IT security management, those are the questions that we have to answer. What are the assets that we need to protect? How are they threatened if they are? And what can we do in order to counter those threats? Okay, so IT security management can be summarized to a few functions, as we can see right here, right? So we can answer those questions or try to answer those questions by determining these functions, okay? So what IT security management functions do we have to determine? So determine the organizational IT security objectives, strategies, and policies. This is very important. So once again, this is just another situation where you can see that we're not simply talking about deployments, technical implementations. We're actually talking about a broader process that involves planning. So determining organizational IT security objectives. What are the objectives of the IT security implementations or team? What are the strategies that shall be used? And determining policies, the IT security policies, which by itself is a very broad and can be a complex task. Determining the organizational IT security requirements. So what do we need in order to deploy IT security? Identify and analyze security threats to IT assets within the organization. So once again, just going back to the previous slide, we have to be able to first identify the assets and then identify the threats to each of those assets. Based on those threats, we should be able to identify and analyze risks. Now, observe that threat is one thing, risk is a different thing. They are related, they are associated, but they are not the same thing. Threat and risk they are not the same thing, and we'll discuss that. Specify appropriate safeguards, so what to do in order to make our system safer, and implement tools or processes, use resources in order to allow us to monitor those implementations. that were deployed in our previous phase. So monitoring the implementation and operation of safeguards that are necessary in order to cost-effectively protect the information and services within the organization. We also need to develop and implement a security awareness program. So clearly, if let's say that the IT staff, specifically the IT security staff, they implement all those previous functions, right? So they determine the IT security objectives, strategies, policies. They see what are the requirements in order to achieve those objectives. They identify the assets, the threats associated with those assets, and then based on those threats, they measure the risks. Based on those risks, they will deploy safeguards. And obviously, they should monitor those safeguards, verify if those safeguards are working properly, and in case they don't, they must be able to detect. Okay, but if they do all that, but there is no security awareness program implemented in the company, what's going to happen is only the IT security staff will follow those measures. So this must be something to be casted to the company as a whole. And if it happens, they must be able to detect and react to incidents as we saw in a previous module. Now, we can actually summarize those functions to the IT security management lifecycle. And as a CompTIA CySA Plus exam taker, you must know this lifecycle. But again, keep in mind that it's just a summary of those IT security management functions. So we're summarizing the IT security management lifecycle to 4 phases, which are plan, do, check, and act. Okay, what are those phases? The first one is plan, which is basically associated with being able to establish security policy, objectives, processes, and procedures. You must also, and when I say you, I'm referring to the IT security staff, not one single person specifically. They must be able to perform risk assessment, which we're going to discuss, develop risk treatment plan with appropriate selection of controls or acceptance of risk. And we are also going to talk about selecting controls, security control measures, and if that's the case, determining acceptance of risk. So basically, in this phase, the IT security staff is planning how to deploy IT security, how to implement IT security management. Okay, so from the planning phase, they must move to the do phase, which is actually implement the risk treatment plan. After that, once it's deployed, they're going to check the implementation that's been done in the previous phase. So that means monitor and maintain the risk treatment plan as planned initially. So the first step is planning phase, then implementation, and then monitor that implementation. Now, if that's the case, we have to act, which means we must maintain and improve the information security risk management process or processes in response to incidents in case they occur. And we must also, even though let's say that an incident does not occur, during the check phase, the IT security staff may see that, hey, there is a process here, a specific process that could be improved. So in the act phase, they are making the required modifications according to what's been detected in the previous phase, in the check phase. So keep that in mind. IT security management lifecycle is composed of 4 phases: plan, do, see, A. That's the PDCA. It gets clear that defining those rules or policies or processes is not only it's not only something to be done by the IT security staff, but it must be done according to the expectations of the management team, the management staff, and the management staff will be more concerned about the company's vision and goals. So why is this so important? The reason why this is so important is because when the IT security staff is supposed to come up with policies and processes and risk assessment, for example, usually they are going to, when I say they, I'm referring to the IT security staff, is going to focus on the technical implementation. So they're going to think about things such as, what can we do in order to improve improve our protections against brute force attacks? Oh, okay, so we have to implement some processes or policies to guarantee that the credentials are safe. We don't want to have passwords composed of 4 characters, for example. Only 4 characters. So they tend to think in a more applicable technical standpoint. Whereas management is going to look at what the company is supposed to do. What are the competitors? What are they doing? What do we have to do? Do we as a company have to do? What is our business? What kind of threat do we have against us? What are the threats that are posing against us? And again, I'm considering, we're analyzing these questions on the management standpoint. So management is not going to look at the technical side, but they're going to look at the business side. So observe that the CompTIA CySA Plus exam expects you to understand that security policies and security processes are not only focused on technical measures, but you must also analyze, for example, threats according to the business you're inserted in. Okay, so that is why the organizational context is so important in order to define security policies. Now, the security policies are supposed to be maintained and updated regularly, and clearly that must be done using some periodic security reviews, and it must reflect changing in technical or risk environments, which means that there is a constant review that is supposed to be deployed, that is supposed to happen. So security policies are not going to be static, at least not for a very long period of time. It shouldn't be. If it is, there is something wrong. They must be reviewed and revised constantly according to the scenario where the organization is inserted in. The security policy must examine the role and importance of IT systems in organization, which is very obvious and straightforward. Now, the security policies must also examine the organization's IT security objectives, strategies, and policies, as we previously mentioned. And these policies must address scope and purpose, including relation of objectives to business, legal and regulatory requirements, which means that Again, the determination of security policies will always be associated with the business that it's associated with. It must also address IT security requirements, assignment of responsibilities, which means, hey, a security policy or the security policies, they must specify who is responsible for what. That must be very clear in a security policy or in security policies. It must also define risk management approach, which we're going to discuss soon enough, and security awareness and training. So all those functions that we discussed in the beginning of our video must be addressed in the security policy. Additionally, the security policy or policies must also address general personnel issues and any legal sanctions, which means, hey, if something does something wrong, how are we going to proceed? What measures should be taken? Integration of security into systems development. So ideally, you want to have systems that, and when I say systems, I'm referring to softwares specifically. And when you're developing softwares, when you as a company is developing softwares, systems, you want to implement security, at least some security measures into that software development, into the software development lifecycle. That must be described in the security policies. Information classification scheme, contingency and business continuity planning, which means, hey, what if something goes wrong? Let's say that the network goes down, or a specific server goes down, or the database goes down. Those unexpected events, critical or catastrophic unexpected events occur, how should we proceed? And observe that this process, which determines how to proceed in that type of situation, should not be described in the security policy itself, but the security policy should refer to another document that will describe how this should be done. So for example, let's say that there is a CSIRT team in that company. The security policy or the security policies should refer to the documents that are being written by the CSIRT team. Incident detection and handling processes, so same thing. It could be described in the security policies how to deal with that, but usually it doesn't. The security policies will just refer to other documents, and how and when policies are reviewed and change control to it. So it must be described there, how often, and also how in terms of processes that are going to be deployed in order to review that specific security policy. So things such as, hey, the security policies are going to be reviewed and revised every 6 months, every 3 months. So it must be described there, ideally. Unfortunately, not every company does it. Actually, just a few actually do it, but that's what you should do ideally. That's what every company or every company's IT security staff is supposed to do. Now, going back to the importance of management being part of the entire process of the IT security policies implementation, clearly, as we discussed, IT security policies must be supported by senior management. There is a need for an IT security officer, the ITSO, which will be responsible for providing consistent overall supervision, maintenance of IT security objectives, strategies, policies, handle incidents, management of IT security awareness and training programs, and interaction with IT project security officers. So basically, the IT security officer, which can be one person, can be more than one person, will be responsible for controlling all those policies that are being established in that documentation, in the IT security policy or policies, but also interacting with management. Now, ideally, those ones, or the one that is going to be the IT security officer, is supposed to have a good understanding, at least. Should at least have a good understanding of security, IT security, and IT security policies, but also should also be someone that is in the management level or that can easily interact with management staff. Now, once the IT security policies have been determined, the next phase is being able to identify risks according to the assets that the company has. So first, we have to understand what a risk is. So the company must be able to perform security risk assessment. We have to first understand what risk assessment is. And risk assessment is basically the examination of every asset. However, we must ask this question: is it feasible to examine every asset and observe that for each asset you may have 0, 1, 2, 5, 10, we don't know how many risks must be posed according to that specific asset. Now, but before we discuss the differences between concepts such as asset, vulnerability, threat, and risk, let's first understand some approaches. So in order to perform security risk assessment, we have to understand the approaches, at least conceptually speaking. In general, we have four different approaches to perform security risk assessment. We have four different approaches that will allow us to determine the risks that we have in our company. So these approaches are baseline, informal, detailed, and combined. A baseline approach has as a goal implement agreed controls to provide protection against the most common threats, and it uses industry best practice or practices. It's easy, it's cheap, and it can be replicated. And this is the most important idea here: can be replicated. This is what actually explains what the baseline approach is. So the baseline approach is nothing more than you going to a specific resource, a specific standard, and using that standard, using that baseline for your company. So for example, let's say that your company has a very reduced IT staff. Well, with a reduced IT staff, it's going to be very difficult to implement the detailed approach, which its own name explains itself. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's very detailed. And if it's very detailed, it will consume time, it will require money, there is a cost associated with it, and it requires manpower. So it requires a large staff, a large team. If that's not the case, if you are part of a very reduced team, then you may want to use the baseline approach. You just use some kind of reference and you deploy that reference. You use that reference to your scenario. So let's say, hey, we're going to use what most companies do is they deploy, they have a DMZ, they have a demilitarized zone. There is a firewall separating the DMZ from the internal network. There is another firewall separating the local network and the DMZ from the public network. And they have some security policies. You find a security policy available and you simply adjust those documents according to your requirements, to your scenario, the scenario in which your company is inserted in. Okay, so very cheap, fast, you can implement it quickly. However, it's not tailored. It's not adjusted to your scenario, at least not the way that it's supposed to be. It may not be very accurate. Okay, we also have the informal approach. In the informal approach, the IT security staff that will be involved in that approach is going to conduct a very informal definition of security policies and also a very informal way of implementing risk assessment. And this is critical. So again, what is risk assessment? It's following procedures in order to determine whether there are risks that can be, whether there exist risks against the assets that belong to your company. So if you do it in a very informal way, you may even do it accurately. However, there is no documentation. You're not following processes. You're not following what's been established in the policies. So that may be a risk. So it involves conducting an informal, pragmatic risk analysis on organizations' IT systems, exploits knowledge and expertise of analysts. It's fairly quick and cheap. Some risks may be incorrectly assessed, which is critical, and it's suitable for small to medium-sized organizations where IT systems are not necessarily essential. On the other hand, we have the most comprehensive approach, which is the detailed approach. However, clearly, it's the most expensive one. It demands more time. Usually, it's associated with legal requirements. So, for example, if it's a company that performs credit card transactions, then that company must be PCI compliant, which means that it must follow regulations, which means that it must perform penetration tests with a certain frequency, which means that it must follow a detailed approach as far as risk assessment. And we also have the combined approach, which basically can combine those previous approaches. Okay, so now, as far as risk assessment goes, here is a generic, but at the same time, very clear representation of how to prepare and how to perform risk assessment. So in the first step, you must prepare for the assessment, which is a step that derives from organizational aspects, as we previously discussed. So it depends on many factors according to the company, what the company does, where it's located, how it's managed, and that kind of stuff. Any type of metric or parameter that impacts on how the organization works and how the IT resources are used and deployed. Once you have all that information, once the IT staff, the IT security staff has prepared for that assessment, they shall move to the second step, step 2, which is actually where they're going to conduct risk analysis, risk assessment, which can be divided in 5 different sub-steps. Identify threat sources and events, identify vulnerabilities and predisposing conditions, determine likelihood of occurrence, determine magnitude of impact, and finally determine the risk. Once all those sub-steps are performed, once a risk or the risks have been determined, then the results shall be communicated. The management must be aware of what's going on. The IT security staff must be aware of that assessment, so that then they can maintain that assessment and take measures if necessary. Now, most importantly, we have to analyze the sub-steps in step 2. Identify threat sources and events. So what are threat sources? Identify vulnerabilities. What are vulnerabilities? How to predispose conditions. What is likelihood of occurrence? What is magnitude of impact? And finally, what is a risk? Determining that risk. Okay, by now we understand what risk is, but so far it's a very subjective concept. We have to be able to reduce that to an objective idea. I must be able to measure risk. That's the ultimate goal. Measure risks that were identified. So, okay, the initial step is determine the basic parameters of the risk assessment, identify the assets to be examined. We must explore political and social environment in which the organization operates, as we previously mentioned. Legal and regulatory constraints may exist, and we must provide baseline for organizations' risk exposure. Now, one very important concept here is risk appetite, which refers to the level of risk the organization views as acceptable. What does that mean? It's very, very difficult, very rare to not identify any risks. Now, it's not only because a risk or risks have been identified that all of those risks should be addressed. Some risks may be very expensive, for example, in order to be addressed, and their impact may not be very high. So let's say that there is a risk that is a low risk, but it has a very expensive assessment. In order to fix that risk, in order to mitigate that risk, a very high financial investment will be required. Well, maybe the company decides that, hey, okay, if this risk actually happens, if that vulnerability, if that threat actually happens, that's fine. This is just going to bring down a workstation, for example, or our Wi-Fi network is going to go down, but our staff, our employees will be able to use their wired network. And the investment that we need that is required from us in order to fix it, let's say replace all of our wireless infrastructure, is going to be so expensive that it's not worth it. So there is the risk appetite. We have to be able to measure and determine the risks that are acceptable and the risks that are not. Okay, so the first step is asset identification. So the last component of that initial phase is to identify assets to examine. Observe that we're still talking about the initial step. So we're still establishing some concepts and context. And, okay, so finally, we have the determination of an asset. It's anything that needs to be protected because it has value to the organization and it contributes to the successful attainment of the organization's objectives. Now, once again, it contributes to the successful attainment of the organization's objectives. It does not determine an asset as something that is critical for the successful attainment of the organization's objectives. It contributes. Now, this level, the level that it will contribute to that successful attainment, should be measured and should be considered. Okay, some other terminologies that are very important for us to understand how to perform risk assessment, and also because you need to know these concepts for the CompTIA CySA Plus exam. So once again, asset, a system, resource, or capability of value to its owner that requires protection. Threat, a potential for a threat source to exploit a vulnerability in some asset, which, if it occurs, may compromise the security of the asset and cause harm to the asset's owner. So basically, if it's a source that may exploit a failure, a flaw, a vulnerability, compromising how a specific asset is functioning. So anything that poses a threat against an asset. Now, the vulnerability is the flaw that allows a threat to be exploited, causing the disruption of that asset or a service that is provided by the asset. So, a vulnerability is a flaw or weakness in an asset's design, implementation, or operation and management that could be exploited by some threat. Now, finally, we have the determination of a risk, that is the potential for loss, computed as the combination of the likelihood that a given threat exploits some vulnerability to an asset and the magnitude of harmful consequence that results to the asset's owner. Okay, fancy words, beautiful words, to simply say that a risk is the numeric determination of a threat combined with the vulnerability. What does that mean? Risk is the combination of threat and vulnerability. Let me give you an example. Let's say that your company has an asset, for example, a workstation, okay? And that workstation is running a specific software that is only required by that workstation. That is the only workstation that is supposed to run that software. So, that workstation has a vulnerability. For example, the system that it's running has a known vulnerability. But let's say that there is no exploit that's been designed to exploit that vulnerability. Therefore, there is no threat. This means that the vulnerability exists, but if there is no threat because that vulnerability cannot be exploited, there is no risk, because the risk is the combination of threat, is the product, actually, between threat and vulnerability. If the threat is zero, it doesn't matter how high the vulnerability is, the risk is going to be zero. And vice versa is also true. If there is a threat, so There is a specific system that can be exploited. However, that system is not being used by our company. Well, then there is no vulnerability, at least not associated with that threat. Therefore, the product between threat and vulnerability is going to be zero. Therefore, risk is also zero. Now, in many situations, we may have a threat that is in one level and vulnerability in another level different from zero, both of them different from zero. So, for example, we may have a threat that is critical, high or critical, but the vulnerability is low, for example. Well, then the product between them is going to be, let's say, medium. The risk is going to be of medium value. However, how can we determine risk only based on the threat and the vulnerability? We cannot give numbers, we cannot assign numbers to threat and vulnerability. Why? Because these are technical features. And let's recap. Each company, each organization will be inserted in a different, may be inserted in a different scenario. So a threat that is of critical level for one company may have no, it may be a threat of level 0, which means that there is no threat. So it's not only the fact that the threat actually exists, but there is also the threat that it is posed by that vulnerability. And it must be combined with the impact of that to that specific organization. So this is why, let's see it here, risk is the potential for loss computed as the combination of the likelihood that a given threat exploits some vulnerability to an asset and the magnitude of harmful consequence that results to the asset's owner. So again, let's say that there is a threat. The threat is there, the vulnerability exists. The likelihood of that risk happening, let's say of that attack happening, of that vulnerability being exploited, is also high. But the magnitude is very, very low, or maybe even inexistent. For example, there is a desktop, there is a workstation in our company that is susceptible, it's vulnerable. So there is the vulnerability, the threat is there, the threat is very high in a way that that workstation may even stop working, and the likelihood of that vulnerability being exploited is also very high. However, that's just a workstation that is sitting somewhere. It has no, it won't have, the failure of that desktop will have no impact on how the network actually works. All system will continue to work. No, let's say, viruses, no malwares are going to be inserted into our premises because of that exploit. The only thing that is going to happen is that machine is going to stop working, which is not a very important machine. So the magnitude of harmful consequence is almost zero. Okay, now, we also talked about threat sources. And threat sources, we may have many different threat sources, such as natural disaster, let's say a hurricane that may hit and bring down the power. We may have man-made disasters, man-caused disasters, such as a hacker attack. And we may have accidental or deliberate failures. Any previous experience of attacks seen by the organization also needs to be considered. What does that mean? Even if we consider the natural disasters as sources of threats, as threat sources, man-made threat sources, accidental or deliberate threat sources. We may not consider other sources of threat that were actually associated with a previous attack, because obviously the IT security staff is not going to consider, they are going to consider the threat sources, but they are not going to consider all threats coming from those sources. So, for example, natural disasters. If it's a network, if the premises are in the United States, in the southeast coast of the United States, there are no earthquakes in that area. So that is a natural disaster that should not be considered. However, even though there are situations that are normally they're not supposed to be considered, they must consider previous events. Because, well, although in the same example, earthquakes do not occur in that region, a few years ago it did. It was just one single event, but it did occur. So that must be addressed. That must be also considered. Then, the IT security staff is responsible for identifying vulnerabilities. Again, identify the assets first, identify the threat sources. Based on the assets and the threat sources, they will be able to identify the vulnerabilities. Do those assets have vulnerabilities? Do they have flaws? So they must identify exploitable flaws or weaknesses in organizations' IT system or processes. They need a combination of threat and vulnerability to create a risk to an asset, as we previously determined. Now, once the IT security staff has identified the assets, the threat sources, the vulnerabilities in those assets, and therefore the threats, then they must analyze the risks. Now, a risk is determined by specifying the likelihood of occurrence for each of those threats, and also the consequence in case those threats occur. Therefore, a risk is the probability that the threat occurs times the cost to the organization. The cost to the organization is the consequence. These are the levels of likelihood. So it may go from rare to unlikely to possible to likely to almost certain. Obviously, this is going from the least significant to the most significant. And similarly, we also have levels for the risk consequences. It may be of a threat, may be of insignificant consequence, minor, moderate, major, catastrophic, and doomsday. That's the highest one. Now, we can determine the risk based on the likelihood, the product between likelihood and consequences. Now, these are not numbers. Likelihood is not a number, consequence is not a number. How can we determine risk if it's a product, it's measured by the product between two concepts that are not identified by values? Well, actually they are. So you can even give numbers starting here with 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And here, starting with 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or you can simply follow this table. So this is what the CompTIA CySA Plus exam expects you to understand, that the risk must be determined by the product between likelihood and consequence. Now, if you don't use a number to identify that product to measure that risk, you can go for this table here. You can use this table where you have the likelihood over here and you have the consequences over here. So, going from the lowest likelihood, rare, unlikely, possible, likely, certain, almost certain, and the consequences going from insignificant to minor, moderate, major, catastrophic, and doomsday. Then you have the risk determination according to those values. So what are these letters? E, H, M, L. Well, probably you realize that by now. Here it is. Extreme, high, medium, low, going from the highest value, highest risk, to the lowest risk. E, extreme, H, high, M, medium, L, low, as you can see here. And that is how you determine a risk. Now, finally, once the team was able to assess risks, it comes to the results and how to respond to those results. So determining the risks is the result, but it's not done. The IT security staff must also be able to show how to treat those risks in case they exist. So there are alternatives to treat those risks. The alternatives are risk acceptance. That's when the company chooses to accept a risk level that is greater, it's higher than normal for business reasons. They may adopt risk avoidance, which means how can we avoid a risk? Well, let's recap. A risk is determined based on likelihood and impact. And likelihood and impact are associated with the threat. The threat is associated with a vulnerability of an asset. So, what if that is not a very important, it's not actually a required asset? Maybe it's cheaper to avoid that risk by removing that asset, for example, than actually fixing that vulnerability, if that's the case. The company may also decide to perform risk transfer, which is splitting responsibility with another company. For example, a very common example nowadays, outsourcing resources. Instead of having developing a software, the company decides to hire a third-party software. The company decides to use any kind of cloud services, hire any kind of cloud services, whether it's infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, cybersecurity as a service, software as a service, whatever that is. They're actually forwarding that responsibility to, they're outsourcing that responsibility. Another alternative is to reduce consequence, and that can be done by modifying the structure or use of the assets at risk to reduce the impact in the organization, in case that risk actually occurs. Now, how can that be achieved? Well, the company can implement controls to enable the organization to quickly recover in case that risk occurs. For example, let's say that there is a risk in which the database may be brought down or service may go down. Well, they may have a backup. They may use some kind of high availability solution in case that system, that asset that is at risk, if that system goes down, then another one just goes up, taking place of the first one. Or there is another approach, which is reduce the likelihood. It's not reducing the consequence, but reducing the likelihood. How can the company reduce the likelihood? Well, they can deploy security measures in order to make that system safer, such as deploy new security features, such as a firewall, a IDS, implement dual authentication or any type of multi-authentication, make passwords, credentials safer, more complex. So any feature that will increase the safety of that system and reduce the likelihood of that risk being exploited. So the CompTIA CySA Plus exam does not only expect you to understand how to deploy security measures, to understand the concepts of those security measures, such as firewalls, IDS, honeypots, CSIRTs, disaster recovery. Not only that as well, but not only that, they require you to understand how important it is to determine, first of all, security policies, to understand that management must be part of the implementation of those security policies. And once those policies and processes have been defined, risk assessment is also required. The IT security staff must be aware of the risks that exist in a company. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much.